Varys is a mermaid, Roose Bolton is a secret vampire, and Tyrion is a time-traveling fetus. Game of Thrones theories have never been crazier, so let's have some fun. Welcome to a compilation of every A Song of Ice and Fire theory video that I have filmed over the last 10 months. Please enjoy as the theories get crazier and crazier, and while this list is incomplete, please feel free to like the video and drop in the comments what theory that I missed and you would like me to talk about at a later date. As for the video itself, sit back, put it on while you clean your house, and enjoy this tour of my hairstyles over the last 10 months. Goodbye. Will Jon Snow be resurrected as the Night's King, the actual big bad of the entire A Song of Ice and Fire book series? Probably not, but it's a really fun theory, so let's talk about it. So real quick, let's get out of the way the big question that I know is going to flood the comments from people who've only watched the show. How can Jon be the Night King? The Night King is his own character, blah, 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 blah. So the first thing you need to know is that this guy right here, the Night King, he's not in the books. So, at least in the first 5, he's not made an appearance. There are no references to him. He does not seem to be a character, at least at this moment that we've met so far. Maybe he is later, but as of right now, it doesn't seem to be. However, while there isn't a character called the Night King, who's like the head honcho other White Walker, whatever, there is a character called the Night's King, with like a little apostrophe there. The Night's King is a semi-historical figure in the universe who is said to be one of the early Lord Commanders of the Night's Watch. I think he's supposed to be like the 13th. Hey, lucky number 13. I say semi-historical because while he is mentioned in the books, they do acknowledge that we don't know if he's real or not, because like the records only go so far, and so this is basically like a legend at this point. But as far as the legend goes, this early Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, possibly a Stark, became infatuated with a woman that he saw from atop the wall, who had like pale white skin, the blue eyes and everything. So probably an other of some kind. Whether it's a white or an other, I'm not really sure if I remember correctly. But basically she's like undead, and he falls in love with her and he marries her, and basically he and her declare themselves like king and queen of the wall, or just in general, I don't know. And then together they use some kind of like weird sorcery to bind like all the Night's Watch to them, and have this like little fiefdom where they're like doing all these like horrible, unspeakable crimes, and they're ruling and, you know, just indulging in all the icky, yucky stuff. Though eventually, according to the legend, whichever Stark was king of the North at the time and a king beyond the wall like team up, and they're able to take them out, and then the Night's Watch is like returned to their original purpose. Now that we have all that backstory, we can get back to the idea of what will happen when Jon Snow is resurrected. As I've talked about in some other videos, resurrection has some like very specific caveats in this universe that George seemingly seems to be planting. Let me start off talking about Lady Stoneheart, since I left her out of the conversation the last time I talked about this, not because I forgot her, but because the video was going long. Please forgive me. But anyway, Lady Stoneheart is the resurrected Catelyn Stark, and something that we see a lot with resurrection is this idea that like you lose parts of your humanity when you are resurrected, and not everything is like brought back essentially. And so with Catelyn, all of her better, her kinder, her more positive attributes, characteristics seemingly die with her, and all that's brought back is this like anger and just demand for vengeance. Along with Lady Stoneheart, we also have the example of Beric, who is also being brought back with like the weird Lord of Light magic, which could possibly explain why like pieces are missing, because they like might not be really resurrected. A lot of people have called like what the Lord of Light resurrections basically are, like they're basically brought back as almost like fire whites. So like the others, you know, create whites when they reanimate these corpses, and so the Lord of Light is almost like doing the same, or the people, whatever this magic is, that's what it's doing. So it's not really a resurrection. It's just like a reanimation, which is why only like part of them is coming back. And then, besides all those examples of resurrection, the other thing, you know, to make note of is the book where Jon dies, A Dance with Dragons. The very beginning of the book, the prologue chapter, which George likes to use to set up concepts a lot of the time, pertains to a warg and shows what happens when a warg dies. Namely, that when they die, they can escape into one of the animals that they're like bonded with and tend to warg into, and then they begin what's called their second life as like that animal. So if George is showing us that in the beginning, I think it's very safe to say that as Jon dies, Jon being an established warg, he's going to jump ship into Ghost. Now, another thing with the whole second life thing is they do talk about how once you've like begun your second life, you do slowly lose like your humanity as you further and further merge with the animal that you've gone into. So now let's combine these two concepts. We have basically the Lord of Light, Fire White reanimation, where like only parts of you are brought back. After Jon has, begun his second life in his wolf, where he is slowly becoming more wolf-like. So whatever is pulled back from that and then put back in his body, it's probably going to be missing some things. Which is like kind of, I think, what this illustration gives us in the vibe, if you will. So because we hear about the Night's King legend a bit, and just the idea that like this is like a character who was messing with like the rules of life and death, and messing with like sorcery in a negative way. And also that he was a Stark, the idea that Jon could be brought back and essentially become a second Night's King, I think A, makes some logical sense just with like the mechanics of it all, but B, I love the idea that, because again, in my opinion, Jon isn't really Azor Ahai, the prince who was promised, because I think he is the subject of Rhaegar's like meddling and Rhaegar trying to force a prophecy, which again, in my opinion, when we watch, or not watch, sorry, when we read the books, we see that prophecy, especially like trying to meddle with it, constantly causes bad things to happen. I think that Jon is going to be like the tragic result of that. And so you like give him the double whammy of now Melisandre, who is distraught. Probably if Stannis is already dead by this point, she's going to try to bring back Jon, and again, it's a double whammy. He is, because now she thinks he's Azor Ahai, so she's going to try to bring him back, and it's like, okay, now we're double forcing him to be this thing, and instead we create a monster. And I just like, I think that's kind of poetic, like always like trying to create the perfect hero, you accidentally create the scariest monster. And while I love Jon, at the end of the day, I do think he's kind of the poster boy for good intentions gone wrong. He tries to do the good thing. He just constantly has it blow up in his face. And if we also match like the circumstances of his birth and his rebirth to that, I think it's a very powerful and tragic turn in his arc. This is the first time I've done like a pure theory video. If you like it, please let me know in the comments. And if there are other theories that you want me to talk about, please comment them below so that I can get ideas to make more of these. Okay, cool. Okay, bye. Tyrion Lannister is a secret Targaryen? No, thank you. I kind of hate it, actually. No shade to this commenter. It is a big theory. Lots of people have it. It's just not one that I particularly love. For anyone who doesn't know, the theory that Tyrion is a secret Targaryen stems from the fact that in the source material we hear that the Mad King Aerys had a thing for Tyrion's mother, Tywin's wife, Joanna Lannister, and there are like several instances of him being a total creep. For example, during the initial bedding at Tywin and Joanna's wedding, it was said that Aerys took liberties during the bedding that made everyone uncomfortable and unhappy. So there is a prevailing theory that Aerys, who was known to assault women, possibly did that to Joanna, leading to Tyrion's conception, Tyrion's birth. He is a secret Targaryen, and therefore Tyrion will be the third head of the dragon with Daenerys and whichever other secret Targaryen is. Yeah. Now, while I think that this is like kind of fun in theory, and it gives, yet another explanation why Tywin just despises his son, I think at the end of the day, there are two big issues that I have with it. One is, I'm sorry, but there has to be like a cap on how many secret Targaryens that we can have in this series. You know, Dany isn't a secret Targaryen, but she's like off in the distance. And then we have Jon, who is probably a secret Targaryen. We have Fagon, young Griff, who is maybe not a secret Targaryen, but is being like put forward as the secret Targaryen. And so just the idea that there is now a third secret Targaryen, it's just one too many secret Targaryens. Like, how many times can I say secret Targaryen? I just hate it, you know? And then the other issue, which for me is the bigger one, is I think it just robs us of the kind of weight of the Tyrion Tywin story. Because at the end of the day, like, I think the irony of that relationship is Tywin hates Tyrion for being like him, but like in a way where his Tyrion's disability, his dwarfism, is viewed by Tywin as like a physical manifestation of it. To be clear, I don't think that, but just like the idea that like Tywin is seeing himself in Tyrion, but in this form that he himself is disgusted with. And I think that messes with Tywin's brain. And then also, I think Tyrion being a secret Targaryen gives like Tyrion like the easy out, which I just don't care for, because like Tyrion has to like confront the fact that he is just like his father, and like how does he feel about that, the good and the bad? Because we know that Tyrion like desperately wants this man's approval, but also like rightfully does not like him. And then Tywin has like one of my favorite death scenes in the entire series, where, you know, Tyrion shoots him on the toilet. And then also that this whole theory like robs us of the impact of possibly my favorite Tyrion line, which the show cut out and makes me angry, where, you know, Tywin says, "You're no son of mine," and Tyrion says, "I am you writ small." And I just love that, because that's what he is. Tyrion is Tywin, but mini-me, you know? Like, both in the literal sense and the figurative sense. I'm so sorry. So while I think like Tyrion as the third head of the dragon is like, it's a fun idea, because another secret Targaryen. But at the end of the day, I just think it robs so much of a powerful storyline, and so I don't personally subscribe to it. Tyrion Lannister is the time-traveling fetus child of Daenerys Targaryen and Khal Drogo, and dear God, I hate myself for saying that out loud. Hey, Ronnie, are you okay there? Of course I'm not okay. Look at the state of this fandom without Winds of Winter. I will defend George R. R. Martin in my comments until the end of days, because, you know, I don't think that anyone owes us their art, but damn does it allow the crazy to breed. So if you've heard the theory that Tyrion is a secret Targaryen and thought, that's not spicy enough, this is the theory for you. Okay, so according to the theory, Tyrion is Daenerys and Khal Drogo's child that Daenerys is pregnant with for a big chunk of the first book, Game of Thrones. And for how he is able to time travel, the theory attributes a lot of its evidence to Mirri Maz Duur, the Maggy, or the witch woman who Daenerys saves from being essayed by the Dothraki, and then who she asks to save Khal Drogo, but instead she, you know, kills the baby and brings back Khal Drogo, but just like as a vegetable. But anyway, after like Mirri Maz Duur has delivered Dany's like stillborn baby, she has like some weird lines where she talks about like how it was like twisted and decaying and stuff like that, and she specifically says it had been dead for years. And then along with that, when Dany asks like when Khal Drogo will be like he was, she says, you know, when the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. And so those two little details have been combined to be like, well, time travel, obviously. Because according to the theory, basically what Mirri did is used Khal Drogo's like soul to like power a time travel spell, where what actually happened is she sent fetus Tyrion back and switched him with the baby that Joanna Lannister was carrying. And so Tyrion got, you know, sent back into that womb, then got birthed by Joanna Lannister, and then the Lannister kid got put into Dany as she delivered it, but then that kid is like the cost of the blood magic, which is why it was all like, you know, rotting. Beyond that, there are like similar descriptions between like the two fetuses, where they're both like described as twisted. Tyrion is described as that a lot, as is this fetus, and so they think there's like, you know, similarities in that. So the theory treats Mirri Maz and like what she's saying afterwards as kind of like its own little prophecy, because she says, you know, when the sun rises in the west, that's in the east, your husband will return to you. So the idea is that like Mirri Maz took Khal Drogo's soul and like merged it with the baby fetus Tyrion, sent it back, and so Tyrion is also Khal Drogo kind of. And so when he returns to Dany, he will marry her, and she'll have her husband back at her, but it's a child. So yeah, once Dany now has her husband's son, he's gonna be another one of the heads of the dragon, and will help fulfill that other prophecy. And yay, Tyrion is a secret Targaryen, but spicy. I know I played up how much I hate this theory, and like, don't be confused. I hate this theory, but I do think theories are fun in general. So if there are any other ones you want me to talk about, please let me know in the comments, and I will be happy to relay it through my words. Okay, goodbye. Euron Greyjoy is one of the most terrifying characters in the entirety of the Song of Ice and Fire series. And so naturally with that, he's also one of the characters that has the most theories on him and where he's going. So let's talk about some of them. Side note, again, I don't really do this scripted. I don't really plan these out. This is off the cuff. I'm going to do the ones that I remember, and if I forget your favorite one, I really do apologize. Now, let's start off with one of my favorite of these, and that is that Euron Greyjoy may have been a former pupil of, or at least like contacted somehow by the three-eyed crow, Brynden River's Bloodraven. Now, evidence for this is more collective in general than like, ooh, look at this big thing. But so let me list some of these. First of all, we have like his name. Euron Greyjoy goes by the nickname Crow's Eye, which crow, three-eyed crow, you know, there's that connection there. It is because he wears an eye patch to cover his one eye that is black, and just like the idea that, you know, there could be some magical ability there, like the seeing in a different way, you know what I mean? Then along with that, there is a scene, and I think it's A Feast for Crows, where he's talking to Victarion, and he mentions like some weird stuff from his childhood. Something about like when he was like younger, I think he like thought he could fly, or he was saying like something like, do you ever wonder that you can fly? You'd have to like jump from like a tower or something to like figure it out. And it's very reminiscent of what happens with Bran. You know, like Bran has his injury falling from the tower, and then in his like dream vision things that he's having while he's still unconscious, the three-eyed crow is telling him like, you need to fly, you have to like decide to fly, do it, and if you don't, you're gonna die. And it sounds like at the very least Euron had something similar, but then like kind of failed. And this is interesting and tracks because at the end of the day, the Ironborn are descendants of the First Men. So if like green seers, wargs, skin changers, and all that is hereditary, then, you know, it stands to reason that the Ironborn could have those skills just as much as, you know, a Stark or another Northman might. So even if he has like a fraction of those abilities, if he is like maybe like a baby green seer or something, that could explain like his propensity for knowing weird things, and his general like desire to accumulate all these like different styles of magic. Like he enslaves a bunch of warlocks and stuff, and so he's like aware of magic because of that, maybe. But this idea that he might be, you know, a skin changer war green seer also leads into another very popular theory, and that involves a character called the Dusky Woman. Now, I'll be real, this one I think might be true, but I hate it. I hate every second of it, but I'll explain. So in the book, Euron has become king of the Iron Islands, and he sends Victarion off to go basically fetch Daenerys and her dragons for him, use a dragon binder, the horn, to, you know, bind the dragons to his will, so that Victarion can bring them back and give them to Euron. Euron can take over the Seven Kingdoms and everything, woohoo. And when Euron is sending Victarion away, he sends some people with him as like helpers. And one of them is basically this slave woman who he has ripped out her tongue. She's called the Dusky Woman. And yeah, Euron rips the tongues out of all the people he like forces to serve him because he's just super duper fun that way. But he gives this woman to Victarion, is like, hey, here's a slave for you to have. And because Victarion, kind of sucks in his own way. He's interesting, don't get me wrong. I know people were going wild in my comments last time. He's interesting, but like icky. But Victarion basically goes on to use her as a servant and a sex slave from that point on. Now, where the theory comes in is because people think that Euron is like a skin changer, and we have been introduced to the idea that like skin changing into a human is an abomination, though I think that gets introduced later. But anyway, we know that from the series overall, like skin changing into another human is bad. There's the theory that Euron uses the Dusky Woman to spy on Victarion by skin changing into her, possibly while she is having sex with him. So Euron is now having sex with his brother, but in a different way. And like I do think there's a possibility, because again, we've established that Euron is disgusting. Like he salted his brothers as kids, and so this just feels like another really fucked up thing that he would probably be cool with. Anyway, but finally, let's get to the big boy theory, the one that lots of people love to talk about, and that is that Euron Greyjoy is actually Daario Naharis. Yes, the Daario Naharis that is Dany's like fuck buddy in Meereen, that Daario Naharis. Now, I will admit that I do think that the evidence for this theory isn't nothing. Things line up. I personally don't subscribe to it, but I do think it's fun and I see how people get there. But anyway, so the theory basically comes from the fact that, as we know, A Feast for Crows and Dance with Dragons, books 4 and 5, are really meant to be one book that just George had to split because it was getting just too long and too unwieldy. And so if you take the books and do something called a tandem read, where you basically like reorder the chapters from both of them and read it like in the sequential order, the places in which Daario is like in Meereen, you see him in person, and then Euron in the Iron Islands, they match up enough that like it could be one person in both places. And that is because Euron doesn't show up for a while in the narrative, when you put those two books together. And then at the same time, Daario Naharis is in the narrative for the beginning of that, but then gets sent off to be a hostage while Dany is like doing negotiations in Meereen. And then he's gone for like the back half of that novel. And again, if you put it in order, that's when that's when Euron shows up. Also, there's like some similarities in the personality, and I think like some of the things in the description, I am forgetting the details and I'm not going to make things up. Those exist. People, I'm sure, will cite them in the comments. Just be polite when you do it, okay? And like, while I do think that this one does feel a little tinfoily, I will say it does line up. It lines up timeline wise, and then the obsession with Daenerys from both of those characters does feel very in line with each other. I just don't know. Just some housekeeping to wrap things up a little bit. I just want to say from the last video, I know I left out like a ton of details about Euron. I might just do a part 2 to Euron in general, not tomorrow, but just so that I can go over a lot of like the details about Euron that I left out when I was comparing him to his show version. And last thing, yes, I misremembered. Asha and Osha was the name combo that they didn't want to get right. Or they didn't want to get, mixed up. I just, because Yara and Arya sound similar, I got it mixed up in my head. Mea culpa, I'm so sorry. But yeah, I'm sure I missed a bunch of Euron theories. If you want to drop your favorite ones in the comments, please do. If there's anything else you want me to talk about, let me know. And yeah, have a great night. Goodbye. Varys is one of the most slippery characters in Game of Thrones and the entire book series, and so naturally there are a ton of theories surrounding Varys, his goals, and who he actually is as a person. But I'm here to tell you that they are all stupid except for one, and that is that Varys is a mermaid. Now you might be saying to yourself right now, Ronnie, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Varys is obviously a Blackfire. And to that I'd say, yeah, probably, but that's boring and stupid, so let me tell you why he's a mermaid. So in Game of Thrones, Book 1, Arya overhears Varys and Illyrio Mopatis. He's the one who basically help sell Daenerys and Essos. She hears them talking down in like the dungeony areas of King's Landing, and she like follows them and is eavesdropping. It's when she's like learning to water dance and she's like chasing cats and shit. But anyway, Arya overhears them, and specifically she, if I remember correctly, hears them like coming out of something that like George describes as like a well, and there's like water splashing around. What kind of people are, like walking around water? Swimming? Then later, as Arya tries to follow them, she eventually like makes her way to the sewers where they have somehow disappeared. But hey, she's in a sewer system now. What's in sewers? Water. During other points of the book series, other characters describe him as moist. Why is he moist, y'all? And then, of course, the most damning piece of evidence of all, you never see Varys' feet. I'm serious, you never see him. He's always wearing little slippers. What's he hiding? What's he hiding under those slippers, y'all? Flippers, that's what. Flippers. Because he's a merman. Or mermaid, I don't know. How does Varys identify? But what does Varys being a mermaid have to do with, any part of the story? And how would it fit in? And, why? But it is like this comment says, Varys is a merman and his true motivation is to destroy the wall and melt the north so that all Westeros will be covered in water and then everywhere is his home. Because Varys just wants a home, y'all. So yes, we can all be like, oh yeah, Varys is probably a Blackfire because, that's probably why they, cut his stuff off because, they were trying to extinguish the male line of Blackfires, and that's why he shaves his head so you can't see his yellow Targaryen but really Blackfire hair. That's probably the reason. No, it's because he's hairless, because he's a mermaid. Why else is George R. R. Martin including weird little tidbits about the universe, like the weird fish people, and I don't know if it's like off Sothorios, that the third continent that we never hear about, and like how the fish people like steal women, and then they have weird fish people, women, babies. I don't know. Why would George include that? George has never included weird things, right? Couldn't even keep a straight face for that one. Sorry, Georgie. So if you get nothing else from my content ever again, I want you to leave here knowing that Varys is a mermaid and it is your responsibility, the viewer, to spread the good word. Thank you very much. Game of Thrones really let us sink our teeth into some terrifying villains, but what if I told you one of them was a vampire? Roose Bolton is known for charming behavior such as this, but what if I told you that he wants to suck your blood? Well, kind of. This theory is referred to as Bolt-on in the fandom, and the crux of it is that there isn't any lineage of Boltons. It's been one immortal being slowly assuming the role of his son over and over again for hundreds and thousands of years. Now you might be thinking that in a universe where there are already zombies and dragons and all this other stuff, do we need vampires? And to that I say, why not? So it's important to remember that in the show, the sigil of House Bolton is the flayed man, because they cut the skin and Though I hate this sigil because the show was too cowardly to use the real one, which is supposed to look more like this, but we can't have that because we can't have pink. I swear it's on site with you showrunners. But anyway, the main idea is that Roose Bolton, the head of House Bolton, is this immortal being who every time he has a son for the explicit reason of flaying him so that he can create a new suit that he can put on and then be like, hey, look, I'm my son. And if you're rightfully asking, Ronnie, why? Well, one of the reasons comes down to the description of Ramsay Bolton in the books. Now, while the show made Ramsay Bolton way too attractive by casting this man, in the books, he's described as kind of thick and weirdly fleshy. Now, see, fleshy is important because that means that he's a little easier to, all that. And this plays in because Roose Bolton had a legitimate child, but he was described as very sickly and thin and stuff, which is just really hard to make a skin suit out of. I'm so sorry. So in the book, we learn that Ramsay killed Roose Bolton's trueborn son because the trueborn son wanted a relationship with his bastard brother, and then the bastard brother, But the theory basically expands and saying Roose allowed that to happen because Roose realized that Ramsay would be the better candidate for, the next version of his suit. I know. Now, along with all this fun talk of skin, the other big thing that you need to know about Roose Bolton is he does have an obsession with blood. I know, vampires, we finally got to the blood part. But specifically, he's obsessed with bad blood. And we know that because Roose Bolton has an obsession with leeching. They talk about it in the book when he is at Harrenhal, which in the show gets switched out for Tywin full-time, but in the book it's Roose. Arya overhears that Roose Bolton gets leeched every day. Every day he's obsessed with it, and he thinks it's the tonic for health. Because there is bad blood in the body and you need to get rid of it. But what kind of bad blood would a vampire have? Well, if he's an undead being, the idea, as far as the theory is proposing, is that basically because he's dead, the blood in him is slowly rotting. So the leeches have to pull it out, and that's why he's obsessed with the leeching. So yeah, Roose Bolton is an eternal skin-wearing vampire being who's obsessed with leeches. Yay! For anyone who feels personally victimized by the content that I've made tonight, I truly apologize and wish the very best on you going forward in life. So yeah, if you still like me after this, please let me know any other theories you want me to talk about or subjects in general. Y'all are cool. Do you like Vampire Roose? Let me know. Okay, bye. So in Game of Thrones, unintentional cannibalism may have led to Bran Stark getting his three-eyed raven powers. May have. May have. And if it did, it was a whoops. So yes, we have arrived at the Jojen pace theory. And yes, it is exactly what you think it is. Jojen and Pace. But let's set this up with a little refresher on Bran Stark, Jojen Reed, Meera Reed, and the whole trip up north to the Three-Eyed Raven. So they do that. I'm kidding. So, if you remember, Bran is trying to get up north to the Three-Eyed Raven because, he thinks that the Three-Eyed Raven is going to help him fly, and he's, whatever that means. So he's traveling with Jojen Reed and his sister Meera Reed, and they are helping him, make the journey. Now, the Reed siblings have decided to do that because Jojen has green dreams, not to be confused with green seers. So green dreams are like prophetic visions that some people from the north and a lot of times like children of the forest can have, that Jojen happens to be one of those people. And again, this is different than a green seer because a green seer is a type of skin changer. So a lot of the time, also like North people, they can be born as a skin changer, and I believe it says in the book that like one in every like 1,000 like Northmen are born a skin changer, but then only one out of every 1,000 skin changers is a green seer. And they're just like a skin changer who's just like supercharged. So normally, like skin changers are, either able to like skin change into birds or some animals. They're called a warg if they do it into like dogs or wolves. But a green seer again is just like that on the go-go juice. They're able to skin change into lots of different types of animals, and they are also able to use the weirwood trees as a sort of like psychic network where they can like skin change into it and then see through all the trees around the kingdom. But anyway, back to Bran and Jojen and Meera. So they are, traveling up north, and this is where there's a kind of difference between the show and the books. In the show, just as they're getting to the Three-Eyed Raven and stuff, Jojen gets killed like right outside the door to like the tree, and he gets like stabbed by some whites, and it's very sad. And then they like throw a bomb to like whatever, kamikaze him. It was a thing. In the book, however, that doesn't happen. They actually make it into the tree, and all three of them get to meet the Three-Eyed Raven and some of the different children of the forest who are there. Meanwhile, if I remember correctly, it's like Cold Hands who is the one that becomes like the sacrificial person outside to like hold everyone off while they all get inside to save. But once the three of them are like with the Three-Eyed Raven, things start to get a little funny for Jojen. So while he's there, he gets like progressively in like a worse and worse mood, which had kind of been happening like on the journey up, but like the second they actually got there, like went into overdrive, and he's always like sullen, he's looking unhealthy, like very thin, and it's like, ooh, what's wrong with you? So this is where the pace theory comes in. So Bran only has a few chapters in Dance with Dragons, the last book that came out, but his second to last one, if I remember correctly, so please correct me in the comments if I'm getting this wrong, but he has like a big like blow up with Jojen, because again, Jojen is just not doing well. He's not in a good place. He's just sickly, all this fun stuff. And they have a blow up. Jojen like storms off, and then Bran is like, whatever, no, we're all fighting. And I think like Meera goes after Jojen. And then, next chapter, Bran is back with the Three-Eyed Raven, and they're like continuing his like training, because the Three-Eyed Raven is like training him on how to like skin change into different animals and stuff. And at this point, they're like, okay, we're ready to start like really trying to awaken some of your like green seer powers, because that's what Bran is. That's why he's like so powerful and weird about this, is because he's a green seer. But to help like awaken his powers and help them grow and mature or whatever, they say that Bran has to eat this weirwood paste, which is supposedly made out of like the seeds of a weirwood tree. And yeah, here you go, eat it. Now, when Bran looks at it, it's like a white paste, but he describes it as having these like red veins running through it that he says look suspiciously like blood, but he just assumes are like the veins of I think like a leaf or something. Now, eventually, he eats it. It goes through like tasting like different like flavors. It's like gross at first, then it gets better, and then eventually it helps like awaken his sight. He's able to skin change into the weirwood roots, and then eventually he starts like having these visions because like green seers beyond being like supercharged skin changers, they can also see into the future and the past, and this helps Bran be able to do that. But back to the paste. The weird thing about this chapter in particular is that Bran notices that he can't find Jojen and Meera anywhere. Like after the Three-Eyed Raven does the training and does the pace thing with him, he goes back to where they've been sleeping, and he decides, I'm gonna like stay awake and wait for them to come back in, and they never come. And he's like, that's weird. I wanted to talk to them about this, but we don't know where they are. That last chapter where the weirwood paste suddenly appears, they do not. So the theory goes that, Jojen is getting more and more unhealthy and unhappy because he is either being bled or he is like, just having his like life force like sucked out of him somehow. And then eventually they and then they grind and then they say, here, it's weirwood paste, eat up. And as crazy as that sounds, there is like some precedent for this, because one thing with the old gods, which is, the children of the forest, the green seers, all that, it's all wrapped up in the old gods mythos. They were very big on blood sacrifices, human sacrifices. That was considered like an important part of how to get their magic and stuff to work. So it stands to reason that if you are trying to, awaken a green seer's power and this magic is tied to this very specific magic system that involves blood sacrifice, that maybe a blood sacrifice is needed to help awaken it, And so Jojen maybe became paste. But Brandon did not know. He didn't know, right? No, he didn't know. He suspected, but anyway, please remember, if I got anything wrong, if I missed a thing, I am not infallible. Please let me know in the comments, though. Be polite about it. It's been a weekend, And also, if there are any other theories you want me to talk about, let me know. I love doing these, so yeah, let's do more of them, okay? Okay, bye. Could Jon Snow, as a Targaryen, skin change into his dragon? Maybe, but I think that there's a far more likely and terrifying candidate to do that. Now, I understand the rationale behind this theory because if Jon turns out to be, half Stark and half Targaryen, then he does have this connection to these two forms of magic. As a Stark, as he's proven, he is a warg. He is able to skin change into Ghost and, control Ghost's body. And then theoretically, as a Targaryen, being blood of the dragon, he should be capable of having that bond that Targaryens have with their dragon. Though at least how it's described in the book so far, it seems like that bond is distinct from skin changing because it is more of a bond. It is an agreement. The dragon isn't like, being subsumed by the will of their rider. It is a connection, but they're like kind of partners in the scenario versus warging where you are like literally going into the body of the animal you're bonded with, if it's a warg, a dog, or a wolf, and like controlling them. But if Jon is both those things, like theoretically, okay, yeah, I can see that. The pieces feel like they would fit. Where I struggle with it a little bit, though, is that Jon seemingly has not been proved to be anything but a warg. Remember, like, a warg is specifically a skin changer who is able to skin change into a wolf or a dog, which Jon has shown himself to be, but he has not shown the ability to skin change into other animals. So because he hasn't shown himself, with that ability, I think it's more of a stretch that like the big one, skin changing into a dragon, would be something that would be possible for him because seemingly he might not just have the juice for it, Because if anyone is going to, be able to skin change into a dragon, I would assume that they can skin change into really anything because like you would need to be a very powerful skin changer to do so. Which is why I think the candidate with the possibility of being able to do that is less Jon and more Bran, which is scary. Now you'll have to remember that at this point, Bran has been, up with the three-eyed crow at the tree beyond the wall and everything, and he's learning how to skin change. He's learning how to use his green seer powers. And remember, a green seer is a very, very powerful skin changer, typically with the ability to kind of like skin change into multiple different types of animals. And Bran has shown himself to be very powerful in this regard. He's been able to skin change into really literally anything that he's tried, especially once he has the help of Bloodraven to do so. And unfortunately, this is including humans, because as we know, Bran skin changes into Hodor regularly, which is bad. In the prologue for A Dance with Dragons, it's from the point of view of Varamir Sixskins. He is this like very talented skin changer who's has this like menagerie of animals that he's able to skin change into, like 6 or 7 different ones. And he talks about like how each of them is like different and difficult to master and all this stuff. But he's like very talented, so he's able to do it. Oh, cool. But then another thing that we learn from his chapter is the one being, living thing that you are not meant to ever skin change into under any circumstances is another human. That is considered an abomination. And not only is it considered an abomination because, it's like morally reprehensible to like, try to subsume a human being's like living will, it's also exceedingly difficult. So Varamir is set up as like possibly the strongest current living skin changer in the universe, because we don't quite know Bran's full potential at this point, but, Varamir is set up as the strongest one, and at the end of his prologue, his point of view, where he is like close to dying, he tries to skin change into a human so that he can like start his second life, but still in a human body. And he isn't able to. He tries to skin change into this wildling woman who has been helping him, and she like claws her eyes out. She's like losing her mind, and he's trying. It doesn't work, and he isn't able to skin change into her. And so I think this is supposed to be showing us that like, oh, Varamir, the current like known strongest skin changer in the universe, finds it almost impossible to skin change into a human, but Bran doesn't. Bran is able to do it regularly with Hodor, to the point where it gets easier and easier every time he does it. And he's also doing these like mental gymnastics of justifying it in his head, which is scary. And obviously, I know Bran is a child, so like, we have to like consider that. But still, he is a child who is finding out that he has powers over many other types of beings, and is being trained by a known sus person, let's say, in Bloodraven. And now obviously there's a lot of theorizing going around about Bloodraven and what his like actual goals are and what he's trying to do with Bran. And one of them is that he is trying to get Bran strong enough, possibly so that Bran can skin change into a dragon. Because at the end of the day, that would be the ultimate being to be able to control. And the implications of that are terrifying. Just like, a dragon with human intelligence, because, someone has skin changed into them, would be a very potent weapon in the world. And we don't know what Bloodraven's, ultimate goals are. So everything is up in the air. We have no idea. There's also lots of theorizing that like Bloodraven wants to be able to like control Bran himself. So like if Bran's controlling the dragon, can like Bloodraven like piggyback off of that and is now like truly in I don't know. It's messy. So while I think that, Jon is definitely a possibility, and I get like thematically how it fits together, I think the far more likely and the far more terrifying prospect is like a now morally gray Bran is the one doing it because he wants to fly. Please don't burn us, Bran. Okay, cool, okay, bye. Well, since we're talking about dragons, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion are the last dragons in the known world, but they are descended from a long line of Valyrian dragons, the origins of which are somewhat debated, including the blood bond that they seemingly have with Valyrians, including our Targaryens. Now, there are many theories and legends about the origins of dragons, so let's go over a few of the big ones. The Valyrians, who were known for knowing things about dragons, claimed that dragons arose from the 14 Flames, the volcanoes that ringed Valyria, the Valyrian freehold, and that they just like sprang up magically from there, and then made friends with them. Then, of course, there was the dragon origin legend from Karth, in which they believed that there used to be 2 moons, and then one of the moons drifted too close to the sun, and then it cracked open, and out sprang a bunch of dragons, and the dragons drank in the fire of the sun, and now we have fire-breathing dragons running around. Woohoo. Now, while those 2 legends are certainly interesting and fun in their own ways, my personal favorite comes from Ashai, in which there is this belief, at least like in ancient writings from Ashai, that dragons originated from the Shadowlands beyond Ashai, and that an ancient, unnamed group of people were able to somehow train and subdue the dragons, and then they brought them to Valyria and essentially like trained and showed the Valyrians how to do it before, mystically departing, never to be heard from again. I don't know about you, but I want to know who the hell those people were if they were real. Regardless of which legend is true or might have a nugget of the truth, though, the thing that we can all agree on is that eventually dragons came to populate Valyria. Valyria was the hotbed of dragons, if you will. Now, while there are writings and even archaeological evidence in world that suggests that dragons, lived kind of all over Essos and I think possibly Westeros as well, eventually, for whatever reason, all the dragons seem to concentrate in Valyria under the control of the Valyrian. Now, all of our assumptions about kind of why that happened can be, traced back to the Valyrians' practices of blood and fire magic. It's heavily implied and speculated that the Valyrians were able to use, this blood and fire magic, this blood and fire sorcery, to basically like ensorcel the dragons into some sort of like connected bond and relationship. Now, this bond between the Valyrians and dragons becomes an interesting point of contention because, again, the implication seems to be that this was done through sorcery, but the Valyrians themselves claim that they are actually descended from the dragons somehow, which is supposedly what makes the Valyrians so unique and like a higher race or whatever, the weird like blood supremacy bullshit. And so this is where we quite literally get the phrase blood of the dragon. The Valyrians believe that they literally have dragon blood within them. And the interesting thing is that they might be like half right. Because if they did use a combination of blood and fire magic to like subdue the dragons and like subjugate them, there is the direct possibility that it was done through some sort of like commingling of the blood, which would mean that, there is something to the fact that like you need to be descendant of like particular Valyrians to be able to have that connection with the dragons. Because it's essentially the result of this unnatural meddling with blood magic. And this could also provide like a bit of an explanation why in a lot of the like Targaryen history, there are unfortunately a lot of pregnancies that don't come full to term, and a lot of times those pregnancies that don't come to term, the results of them, when examined, are seen to have like these weird dragon-like deformities and scales, and so it begs the question, like, is this because there is this blood magic bond going on with the dragons, and this is the result of it? And this idea that Valyrian dragons are the result of this like blood magic meddling also lends itself to one of the other theories about the origin of dragons, which was put forth by Septon Barth. He is a historical figure in the early Targaryen rule who basically wanted to study dragons. He wanted to understand them, and he has like a lot of like, in-world writings about dragons and their nature and his speculation on them. Which in a recent blog post, George mentioned that Septon Barth actually had a lot of it correct. But anyway, Septon Barth's theory is that the dragons were actually created by the Valyrians themselves through magic and like the combining of magic with other creatures. Particularly wyverns from Sothorius. Sothorius is like the third continent that no one goes to because it's all like thick jungles filled with like these enormous creatures like giant King Kong apes and giant basilisks and snakes and wyverns. And the wyverns of Sothorius are distinct from dragons in this universe because they do not breathe fire. They tend to be, I think, like a little small and a little more sluggish. But Barth's theory is that like the Valyrian blood mages took wyverns and basically did all this like blood and fire magic on them, and that's what gave them the ability to breathe fire, and then that's what like tied them to the Valyrians, through this magical connection. And the irony of all this is, if it is true that the blood mages are the ones who created the dragons, or at the very least, like, used this blood magic to thoroughly connect them to the Valyrians in general, it also may have been what caused their undoing. Because one of the big theories about the Doom is that basically, like, they took the magic too far. They made their world too unstable, the volcanoes that were around them too unstable, until it all came crashing down. And sure, maybe a faceless man like helped like push them in that direction, but still, I think like that prevailing theory that it was the blood mages and their like constant meddling that was their undoing kind of makes the most sense because you build yourself up with unsavory means, and eventually that's going to catch up with you. But don't worry, because Big Daddy Balerion escaped Valyria, came to Westeros, and then we got a whole line of dragons that we're totally not going to watch go away in House of the Dragon. It'll be fine. Okay, goodbye. Did this sexy beast of a man, Oberyn Martell, secretly poison Tywin Lannister, meaning that Tyrion never had to kill him because Tywin was about to die anyway? Probably not, but let's still talk about it because it's fun. So if I remember correctly, there are two big pieces of evidence that suggest that Oberyn Martell might have poisoned Tywin Lannister. First one is one of my favorite details in the entire book series, and that is that at Tywin's funeral, Tywin smells like shit. Now you might hear that and be like, Ronnie, yeah, he's a dead body, he's not going to smell that great, but like, no, he literally smells like shit. During Tywin's funeral in the Sept of Baelor, it is described as being one of the most atrocious smells that you can smell. Everyone is walking in and immediately like covering their noses, trying to like stifle their coughing and their gagging because it smells like the feces. I have to keep saying shit. I'm sorry. Now, the official explanation is that this is because, when Tyrion shot him, he shot him in the like bowels. And so there's holes in the places where stuff can smell bad, and that's happening. And so when Tywin is just, lying in state in the sept, the room is filling with the smell of the shit. However, in the Oberyn Tywin, poison theory, it's not just because like, oh no, you have a perforated bowel. It's because he was poisoned and this is like the poison at work. Which directly leads us into the second piece of evidence, which is that Oberyn Martell was known for being a poisoner. He used poison a lot. It was kind of his signature move. When he was a teenager, he got caught in bed with some like lord's mistress, and that lord like challenged him to a duel or whatever. And I think they were supposed to fight until like first blood was drawn because, lords and stuff, we don't actually want to die. So they did, and Oberyn won because he nicked the guy. But then the guy I think ended up dying not too long later, seemingly because he was poisoned. But the point is, all of the pieces of the puzzle for a poisoning exist. These two were alone together several times, and the night that Tywin, is killed by Tyrion, he is seemingly unwell, or at least, having his nighttime poop. There's been a lot of scatological humor in this video. I do apologize. Now, if all the pieces are there and plausible, why don't I think it's true? Well, it comes down to narrative. Now, I don't mean to poo-poo on theories. I'm so sorry, it was right there. But whenever I come across a theory, even if all the pieces of the evidence are there, my first and big question is, okay, sure, it's plausible, but why? Why is the author doing this? Why is there this particular subversion or whatever? Why would this happen within the context of the story? Because as much as we like just, looking for the puzzle pieces and seeing if we put together, we also have to remember, a narrative, a story like this is a constructed thing. So it's not just the plausibility of could something happen, but think thematically, does this fit with what the author is trying to do? And at the end of the day, Tywin is connected to Tyrion. It's their reflection of each other. It's their butting heads that I think is the thematically important relationship here, far more than Oberyn and Tywin. Tyrion killing Tywin has emotional stakes to it because it is centered around their emotional conflict as father and son. Their disconnectedness, despite the fact that they are so similar, that's the tragedy of it all. So while I do think that Oberyn is crazy fun, and he certainly had the possibility, the ability to do it, thematically, I would ask, okay, but why does it make sense for this guy to be the one to take out Tywin? And yes, there is the revenge element with the sister. I get that. I get that there is plausible motive and everything here. But again, think about thematically big picture, the arcs. Oberyn is incredibly fun, but he doesn't have much of a role outside of this very specific chunk of the story versus Tywin, who has been one of the legitimate big bads from the beginning. And if that's not enough for you, I feel like I can argue against most of the pieces of evidence. With Oberyn and the whole history of being a poisoner, using poison blades and stuff, that's setting up what he's going to do with the mountain. And yes, could he do it twice? Could he poison the mountain with a blade and then also poison Tywin? Yes, he could, but I feel like now we're muddying things just a little bit. Because if you're a storyteller, if you're an author, you don't want to use the same trick multiple times right in a row. And as for the Tywin poo-poo smell, I think that there are like two pretty solid explanations. One that is, just literal, and then one that is, figurative. So the literal one is, like I mentioned earlier, Tyrion shoots him in the gut. That's where all the poo-poo is, okay? So if you shoot it and it's leaking and then you just sit, you are a rotting body with poop. I'm sorry. And then secondly, like in the figurative, in the thematic sense, I don't remember which creator on here said it. Maybe it was JJ. But when talking about like this, it's also metaphorical because Tywin is the rot. He is the rot. And so the fact that like after all of his planning and scheming and trying to position, he is rotting when he should be celebrated is ironic. His legacy is literally bullshit. He was rotten to the core in life, and now he is rotten to the core in death, and everyone gets to smell it. Okay, goodbye. The Targaryens and their dragons were only able to conquer Westeros because they survived the doom of Valyria. But what caused the doom, and did the Faceless Men have anything to do with it? If you need a refresher, the Targaryens came from Valyria, an ancient empire over in Essos, which was the origins of the Dragon Riders. The Dragon Riders were all Valyrians. But all that obviously changed when the doom occurred. So the doom of Valyria was a cataclysmic event where Valyria, the city of Valyria at the center of the Valyrian freehold, was utterly and completely destroyed when the 14 flames, which were 14 volcanic mountains surrounding the Valyrian freehold, all simultaneously exploded. This caused insane natural disasters where, fire and ash and all of these natural elements came crashing to the ground and destroying everything in their path. Everything died. Every living creature in Valyria was killed almost instantly by this, including all of the dragons in the world, which all were basically centered in Valyria, save the ones that the Targaryens had taken. And just to cover my ass, there are rumors that there were a couple other dragons and dragon riders in a few of the free cities who just happened to be outside of Valyria when the doom happened. And supposedly, they were murdered within the free cities. I don't know, basically just to like get rid of them and their dragons. Again, though, this is kind of unconfirmed, and my big thought is like, well, how did this group of people just go ahead and kill what was probably a pretty big dragon in each of these scenarios? Okay, but one caveat: there was one case which probably did happen, where there was a lord, I think his name was Arion, who supposedly had a dragon himself, gathered what was left of like Valyria's forces, who had been outside of Valyria when the doom happened, and marched to Valyria to basically claim what was left, and then he wanted to declare himself like the first Valyrian Emperor, which wasn't a thing because it was a Valyrian freehold, so it was ruled by a big group of families. But supposedly, when they all, marched into the ruins of Valyria, they were never seen again, because Valyria is not habitable anymore. So what caused all of this to happen? Short answer, we really don't know for certain. But there are theories. Now, I know I opened the video teasing that it was probably the Faceless Men, but let's go through like the more accepted explanations first before we get into the fun theory bits. So the first theory, which a lot of the intellectuals of this world seem to generally gravitate towards, is that basically the Doom of Valyria was an unfortunate natural occurring event. Volcanoes do what volcanoes are gonna do, and they went boom boom. It was very sad, but what are you gonna do when you live by volcanoes? Which, like, fine, yeah, that makes sense, but that's boring, so let's think of other things. Now, if you're feeling kooky and Catholic coded, like the Faith of the Seven over in Westeros, a lot of the Septons from that faith will claim that the doom of Valyria happened because the Valyrians were too promiscuous, that the gods were so angry at them for all of their, vile stuff, which, like, fair, yeah, they do a lot of the incest stuff, that is vile, I will give them that. But basically, because all the Valyrians, are flouting the proper faith and all that, the gods sent the doom. which, like, sure, Jan. Now, the theory that I like best, because I think it's like the coolest explanation, but also leaves lots of openings for, extra tidbits, is that basically the 14 flames, those volcanoes all exploded at once because the Valyrian blood magic that the Valyrians, were practicing essentially failed. I mentioned it before, but Valyria was well known to practice blood and fire magic. That was their contribution to the magical world. Because of that, lots of people believe that they basically created dragons or, did a lot of like weird mumbo jumbo to bind the dragons to them. But that's another video I already did. Anyway. But the idea is that basically the 14 flames, those volcanoes, were being enchanted by the Valyrian blood mages, either to, keep them stable or to, draw power from them to do other weird mumbo jumbo. And so essentially, these blood mages were required to, maintain these spells to keep like the volcanoes under control. And then if they were to ever, not be able to maintain those spells or slip up or die or whatever, then suddenly Valyria would be, in danger. And in danger they were. Now, Septon Barth, who's kind of an important Westerosi historian type, he was really obsessed with dragons in Valyria, even though he was a Septon, so he was like a religious man, but he was acting like a maester. I don't know, it's kind of weird. But this was Septon Barth's like big theory. He thought that it was like the blood mage's magic failing that caused the doom to happen. And that theory has since been adopted by a lot of like the maesters in Westeros. So I just think it's fun. Now, where there's room for interpretation is, okay, if we accept that, like, the 14 flames all exploded because the blood mages failed, what caused them to fail? And this is where the Faceless Men come in. So it was well known within the Valyrian Freehold that the Dragon Lords were constantly fighting with each other. They were constantly scheming with each other. And, when you need to assassinate someone, you start sending Faceless Men, the best assassins in the world, to, go after people. And so essentially the theory goes that after one too many of the blood mages got assassinated, these spells became unstable, hard to maintain, and then everything went kablooey. Now, while this is one theory for how the Faceless Men were involved, there are others. It could have been that the Faceless Men were hired by some other entity that, was really tired of Valyria dominating the world, possibly. Or considering the Faceless Men were, like, as an organization, were born in the minds of Valyria amongst the slaves, is it possible that, the Faceless Men saw this as some kind of, like, holy mission to save the world from Valyria and their, horrific slavery practices? Again, we don't know for certain, but we might find out. But what we do know is that whatever the reason, Valyria was utterly destroyed in a horrific way. The very ground exploded. Every hill exploded. And it was so violent, it was so catastrophic that it is said that literally the ground broke apart to the point that the seas rushed in and then, drowned half of the land anyway. To give you a visual, this is what the Valyrian Freehold looked like before the Doom. And then this is what it looked like afterwards. It was utterly destroyed. There is a sea where there was no sea before, and who knows why that happened. But hey, at least some dragons survived. Okay, goodbye. Game of Thrones has crazy-ass legends about the First Long Night, but the legend of the Bloodstone Emperor and the Amethyst Empress could explain what caused it the first time and how Aegon and Rhaenyra may have caused it the second time. Now, to understand the Bloodstone Emperor and the Amethyst Empress, we have to get into some deep lore from the Song of Ice and Fire universe. This legend comes from Yi Ti, which is an empire in the far, far east of Essos. But before there was even Yi Ti, there was the Great Empire of the Dawn. The Great Empire of the Dawn is like a quasi-mythical empire because, we don't know the validity of all of these stories that supposedly descends from literal gods. These gods, who are seemingly like primordial beings, are the Lion of the Night and the Maiden of Light. The darkness and the light. And together they had one child who was known as the God on Earth. The God on Earth ruled the Great Empire of the Dawn for 10,000 years as like an emperor. But at the end of his 10,000-year rule, he was replaced by his own child, the Pearl Emperor, and then he, either died or ascended into the heavens somehow. And so with the Pearl Emperor, you begin this like line of gemstone themed emperors who are ruling the great empire of the Dawn. But each successive one is ruling for shorter and shorter spans of time as the world gets like increasingly more volatile, as the wickedness of man, is becoming more and more unruly as the time goes on. So as all of these, gemstone themed emperors are going by, you have Pearl, and then Jade, and then Tourmaline, and then Onyx, Topaz, and then Opal. Each one of their, rules is getting shorter and shorter before they too ascend or die and go to the heavens. Seemingly because things are getting more and more unstable, things are getting a little scarier. And so it's when the last of those emperors, the Opal Emperor, dies or ascends into heaven, that he is replaced by his daughter, the Amethyst Empress. But the Amethyst Empress isn't allowed to rule because her jealous brother, the Bloodstone Emperor, usurps her throne. He casts her down, seemingly killing her, and, takes her place and basically ushers in a very new and very dark era. According to the legend, he starts practicing lots of very unseemly arts. Necromancy, he eats people, he marries supposedly a tiger woman, and just starts like unleashing these horrors onto the world, with a throne that he is not entitled to. So this betrayal of his sister, kinslaying, and then the subsequent, dark arts, if you will, comes to be known as the blood betrayal. Because altogether, the blood betrayal is so, offensive, it causes the maiden maid of light, who is, again, the like primordial being of light and goodness and life in the world, it causes her to turn her back on the world because, she can't abide this. Which, unfortunately, allows the Lion of the Night, the other, primordial being, to suddenly have, like, free range on the world and ushers in the Long Night. Now, the legends are, different from place to place, even though all of them seemingly have, a long night themed legend. But it is what we know it to be from the other legends. The others are some form of death comes down, there is a cold in the air, and it causes, everything and everyone to start dying off very rapidly. All because this bitch here doesn't know how to take a goddamn turn. But anyway. So with the long night raging on, the world is in utter chaos and would be destroyed if not for the intervention of Azor Ahai, the fabled, savior of humanity. The Azor Ahai prophecy also kind of comes from Yi as well. Yi and Ashai, they both, have tons of very old records, so it's not quite clear, where what is coming from, but they seemingly, have similar vocabulary for it. But anyway, Azor Ahai, comes in and uses Lightbringer against the Lion of the Night, and is able to end the long night and therefore save the world and allow the world to continue living. In other words, the others are defeated. They are, banished or destroyed off into some wasteland. We're not entirely sure. And then the world is able to recover. Now, if you're catching on, the legend of the Bloodstone Emperor and the Amethyst Empress, and specifically the blood betrayal, mirrors Aegon and Rhaenyra, especially when you consider that both of them result in a huge calamity. The following section is going to include some very big spoilers for House of the Dragon, so if you do not want to be spoiled for the show, I understand, you can scroll right now. I promise I forgive you. It's all cool. Now, we know that the Dance of Dragons results in the death of basically all the Targaryen dragons, who are, the last dragons in the world. And then the ones that are left after the fact slowly die out over the next, 30 years until there are no dragons left. This is not a good thing because, dragons seemingly are a source of magic in the world. And so the dying of the dragons results in the death of magic, or at least the vast weakening of magic in the world of Ice and Fire. Now, if you're asking, what does the death of the dragons have to do with the coming of the Long Night, allow me to explain. Now, a lot of people on the internet, myself included, believe that dragons were instrumental in the ending of the Long Night. Specifically, Azor Ahai and his, flaming sword Lightbringer, it is a commonly held belief that that was actually a dragon. There are so many issues of translation baked into the Song of Ice and Fire books, and so this feels so in line with just a George-ism, where you would take something that is translated as a flaming sword and be like, okay, well, what's a sword? A sword's a weapon. Okay, cool. A flaming weapon. What is something that could be confused for a flaming weapon? A dragon. So if we accept that Lightbringer was a dragon and Azor Ahai was, seemingly their rider, then we can assume that the weapon that was used to end the long night were dragons. And if from that point on, dragons continue to thrive in the world, that could have been, what kept the others, what kept the line of the night, whatever you want to call it, at bay. That is until this motherfucker fucks it all up. I don't love Aegon II. How does Aegon fuck it all up? Well, a lot of people blame him specifically for the dying of the dragons. I can't stress this enough. This is your last spoiler warning before I tell you the end of House of the Dragon. So towards the end of the dance, Aegon II captures Rhaenyra when she is trying to escape to Dragonstone. And it is there that he murders her by feeding her to Sunfire, and I believe it is Rhaenyra Targaryen's murder that causes the dying of the dragons. And not just me specifically. This is a theory that's out there. I'm not claiming credit. Now, we're getting into deep, deep theory here, so please try to stay with me. So the reason that Rhaenyra's death could cause the death of the dragons is because there is seemingly a connection between like a Targaryen woman every generation and the health and the birth of dragons. After the Targaryens come to Westeros, dragons seemingly seem to be born kind of in bursts, typically around the time that there is like a prominent female dragon rider. And so it's theorized that there is some sort of connection, going back to the blood of the dragon thing with Valyria, between these Targaryen women and dragons. And it's like necessary for this person, whoever it is, however they're connected, once in a generation, to kind of like exist to facilitate the continued birth of these dragons. Rhaenyra is seemingly one of that generation. When Rhaenyra, is born, her dragon is born, and then after her, there are a bunch of dragons born during her lifetime. Before Rhaenyra had been born, there was a kind of like gap in the dragons being born after the death of her, I think, great aunt, Rhaena Targaryen, the first Rhaena Targaryen, who was King Jaehaerys' the old king. It was his sister. Rhaena Targaryen is the one who started the tradition of putting a dragon egg in the crib of like a young Targaryen, hoping that it would hatch, which it did when she was the one placing the eggs. So like Rhaenyra after her, Rhaena and her dragon Dreamfire seem to have some kind of weird connection to the dragons being born in that particular burst. Before that, I believe it would have been Rhaenys, like the Conqueror's wife, and, Conqueror in her own right. And so, with the successive generations, this is a needed thing that only stops when Rhaenyra is murdered by Aegon in a sort of repeat, in a mirroring of the Bloodstone Emperor and the Amethyst Empress. And so this severing of whatever the magical connection was between the Targaryen women and their dragons is undone by this motherfucker and then doesn't happen again. And so that's why the dragons, though there are like a couple more born after, are sickly and ill, and that is why they die out. So with the dragons dying out, there is now no deterrent for the others who are, up in the far, far north. And that is why we can then assume that is when they begin gaining strength in preparation to, get strong enough to invade. That is until, with the growing imbalance of darkness getting stronger and stronger, we then have the miracle of Daenerys birthing her dragons, of her taking that place of that Targaryen woman who has this connection to dragons. And this is yet another reason why I think the books will end differently than the TV show. Okay, goodbye. Game of Thrones cut a very important reveal about Tyrion's first wife, Tysha, which is the complete reason that Tyrion spiraled into a very dark, dark place. But will we ever get to see whatever happened to Tysha? And more to the point, will Tyrion and Tysha ever be reunited? Maybe, but if they do, I don't know if it's actually going to help with any of that darkness. If you haven't seen the video where this comment comes from and I talk about Tyrion and Tysha, the short version is Tyrion's first wife, Tysha. He was told that she was actually a prostitute that Jaime had hired for her, and so when he married her, he did so out of stupidity, and then because she was a prostitute, she was assaulted by like all of the Lannister guards and then sent on her way with like a big pile of money, and that was the last he ever saw of her. Only for as he's being broken out of prison by Jaime, before he that with Tywin, Jaime then tells him, like, hey, just since we're, like, telling truths and you're leaving, she wasn't a prostitute. I just told you that because Dad told me to tell you that. Because, yeah, Tywin forced Jaime to do it. Jaime did it and then kept it a secret for all these years. So, to Tyrion's horror, his first wife, who he had actually loved, hadn't lied to him. And so all of the assaults and horrible things are just like double, triple betrayals and on top of whatever. Like, they're still bad on their own. That's not what I'm saying, but you get what I mean. And yeah, after hearing all that, Tyrion goes pew pew to Tywin because, like, what the hell are you doing, man? This is cruel, even by your standards. And this is where we can get into the theories about where Tysha is and will they see each other again, because part of Tyrion's obsession when he goes to confront Tywin is Tysha, and specifically asking, where is she? Where did you send her? And Tywin's unfortunate answer of wherever whores go. Now, these words in the aftermath of, Tyrion finishing the job haunt him for his entire arc in the next book, in Dance of Dragons. And he is constantly thinking of the phrase, like, where do whores go? And he's asking people, and, he just seems a little off his rocker, and it's not very fun to experience, let me tell you. But what's interesting is, while he is ruminating on this, while he's being haunted by these thoughts, on the same continent that he's on, Essos, we have a very curious situation going on in Braavos, where Arya happens to be. Because remember, Arya goes to Braavos and starts wanting to learn from the Faceless Men. And in the books, they do in the show, but in the books, I feel like it's a little more in depth. They basically, like, give her assignments of, like, hey, you're going to go just, like, be this person for a while. So just go hang out, live their life, and then, like, once a month, come tell us what you learned, but then go back. Because you're pretending to be a different person. You're, like, taking on an identity and practicing it. And so one of the first ones she does is she becomes Cat of the Canals, this, like, street urchin who lives just, along the shores of Braavos, where a lot of the brothels happen to be. And it's in one of these brothels where Arya, makes a lot of friends with the very kind sex workers who work there. And one in particular sticks out and gets talked about a lot, and she is called the Sailor's Wife. Now, what makes the Sailor's Wife kind of notable is she doesn't behave like the other sex workers. She has some requirements if you are going to enjoy her company for the evening. The big one being, you have to marry her if you want to pay for her services. Now, this isn't a very binding wedding. It's done by just basically whatever, like, priest, drunken or otherwise, is just hanging about. But that's what you have to do. You, like, marry her for the night, and then after you have your marriage in the brothel, you do your business and then go on your way. And she might have, as many as 2, 3, 4 marriages in an evening. Okay, so at this point you might be saying, like, okay, that's kind of weird, but I think we get where we're going here. Is Tysha the Sailor's Wife? Well, that seems like a bit of a leap. Well, there's more. So she goes through this whole thing because she talks about the fact that her first husband, her real husband, she lost him. He was a sailor and he was lost at sea, and she just longs for him to come back. She's just desperate and hoping that he will come back. And Arya comments on the fact that the Sailor's Wife is, like, weirdly kind of religious, but she's not very discriminatory. She will worship at a bunch of the different houses of worship, a bunch of the different religions, because remember, Braavos is a very, like, diverse religious place. And at all the places, she just prays for her husband to come back. And if at this point you're still saying, like, okay, kind of weird, but, like, Ronnie, like, I think this is a bit of a stretch. Okay, let me raise you the big detail. And that is that the Sailor's Wife has a daughter, a blonde daughter who she has named Lana, or Lana, however you want to pronounce it. So the Sailor's Wife has a daughter named Lana, who is blonde and is 14. Unfortunately, she also works at the brothel with her mother. But the age 14 is what's very important, because the Sailor's Wife comments on Lana's age of 14, saying that Lana is now the same age that she, the Sailor's Wife, was when she had her. So that would make the Sailor's Wife roughly 28, at the time of this happening in the year 300 in Westeros, or, the world. At this point in the novel, Tyrion is 27. He was born in 273, and so that is very interesting, because one of the details that Tyrion gives us about Tysha when he married her is that he was 13 and she was about a year older than him. putting Tyrion's age difference with the Sailor's wife at, the exact same gap as him and Tysha. So the ages, the 14-year-old daughter who is blonde and named Lana, the fact that she has this odd ritual that she feels like this compulsion to do that involves marriage as well as pining for a lost husband, all leads me and a lot of people, this isn't my theory, to believe that Tysha and the Sailor's wife are the same person. Now, there is some pushback against this theory because there's a couple details that, don't perfectly line up or seemingly kind of refute it. The big one that I'm sure a few of you have thought by now is the fact that, Tyrion's not a sailor, so what does that have to do with anything? And to be frank, I don't really know. It might not be a perfect matchy-matchy thing, but also, I don't think that a lot of the times that these details need to 1,000% match. There can be discrepancies. Maybe she thought of him as a sailor for whatever reason, and we'll get that reveal later if it comes to pass. I don't know. And then the other one, which I will say is actually based in the text, and argues kind of against this theory, is a conversation that Arya has with another one of the prostitutes who works in the same establishment as the Sailor's wife, who she is kind of a little bit of a magic person-ish, or she at least claims to be, and she says that she reads your future by tasting a bit of your blood, which very interestingly is the same thing that Maggy the Frog, who gave Cersei her prophecy, does. It's tasting the blood and then telling your future. But anyway, she tells Arya that she tasted the Sailor's wife's blood and said that no, she needs to get over her husband basically because he's dead and he's never coming back. Now, we can take that as face value and, be like, oh, that's really sad. And so the Sailor's wife, isn't really anything more important than just a sad story that Arya encounters, and also factors into Sam's storyline because he actually kind of crossed paths with Arya too. It's a whole thing. Sorry, getting distracted. But if we don't take it as literally, remember, by this point in the story, Tyrion is kind of dead on the inside. So it could be, a little more metaphorical, a death of the self, rather than a full-on, he's dead in the ocean somewhere. And so all of this, if we put it together, if we believe in it, what does that mean for their relationship? Tyrion is in Essos at the moment and most likely is eventually going to head back towards her on their way to Westeros if he joins up with Dany. And at that point, if he meets her, how is he going to react? Also, how is she going to react? This poor traumatized person who has, just done what she's had to do to survive for 14, 15 years at this point. If he suddenly does walk back into her life, what is that going to look like? Is he going to be angry? Is he going to be angry that literally that they turned his wife that he loved and cared about into the lie they made up about her? How is he going to feel that he potentially has a daughter who has now also been forced into this life in this cruel irony, considering Tyrion's relationships with brothels and stuff. It's dark. And so on the path that he's on, I can very much see that reunion not necessarily being the positive thing that we would hope it would be. And I don't know what would happen. So I don't know. You tell me, what do you think about this theory in general? I personally kind of buy it, even though I'm not much of a theory person, just because I feel like there are too many details that are just there and perfectly well placed. It feels way too intentional to not. But let me know, what do you think about the theory itself? And also, if they do meet, I don't know. Do you think that'll be a positive or a negative thing? Let me know. Okay, goodbye. Cersei and Jaime Lannister's interests include doing the do incest style in a decaying tower and pushing children out of windows. But what if I told you it has nothing to do with their, crappy upbringing by a literal sociopath and everything to do with their secret Targaryen genes? Yes, because what this series needs is more secret Targaryens. The series would be better if everyone was a secret Targaryen. You know what? I need to calm down. Welcome to my new segment, Theory Thursdays, where we will explore the dangers of there being a 13-year time gap between novels. Now, despite my biases showing, the whole Cersei and Jaime are secret Targaryens, or specifically the secret Targaryen children of Aerys Targaryen, the Mad King, has been a theory that has been floating around the internet for years and is very popular. People love this theory. And even if I'm not one of those people, we're still going to have fun, because what are two more secret Targaryens? Yeah, it's fun. Whimsy. We're going for whimsy here. So the whole Cersei and Jaime are secret Targaryens has several pieces of evidence that let's go over. The first one, unfortunately, has to do with Aerys, who, on top of being crazy and a murderer and enjoying, the burning of people, is also just a grade A creep. His bedroom proclivities are not great. He is described as being very abusive towards his wife specifically. But beyond that, he's also just, kind of a lecher. We have to use the old-timey words here. And we know this because he had this weird obsession with their mother, Joanna Lannister. Because back in the day, you have to remember that Aerys and Tywin were like besties. They're real good friends. Before Aerys had gone all loopy bananas. So yeah, they knew each other. Tywin married Joanna, but it was said that Aerys, having a thing for Joanna, took some liberties during the bedding. Now, the bedding, remember, in this like medieval setting, is like on the wedding night. Basically, there is an audience for the consummation of the wedding. And I'm not saying you can't have lots of people in the room, but if they're not involved and you're related to them, maybe not so much. But as part of the bedding, typically what will happen is like all of the noble women will undress the dude, and all of the noble men will help undress the lady, and then they push them into bed and do the do, and like, oh yep, it happened, we can all verify. And Aerys seemingly got a little handsier than he should have. Now, the last time I talked about this months ago, there was some confusion in the comments where people thought that, because I was talking about the Tyrion being a secret Targaryen, because again, that's also a thing. They're all secret. But anyway, when I mentioned this detail, people assumed that meant that, Jaime and Cersei were conceived by Aerys, with Joanna that night. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it is evidence to an unfortunate dynamic. And so if we know that he was interested in her in that way, and that it made everyone uncomfortable, who's to say that it didn't happen again? And we do know, timeline-wise, that at some point, Joanna Lannister was sent back to Casterly Rock away from King's Landing, the Red Keep, because Aerys was, being Aerys. So there is the potential that, if we know that Aerys was interested in Joanna, that some things may have happened that probably weren't great, and the result was when she got pregnant, they were actually Aerys's kids and not Tywin's. Now, beyond like those breadcrumbs leading to this theory, the other big one that I think people point to even a little bit more is Cersei's behavior just in general. Because remember, even more so in the books, Cersei is like slowly losing her marbles. She is like truly going like legitimately insane. Her paranoia is like growing and growing and getting off the charts, and she is developing a very interesting obsession with wildfire. And these are important details because, as we know from Jaime's POV as he's watching this happen, this reminds him a lot of the Mad King. Because that was his whole deal. Aerys, wasn't always as crazy as he was towards the end. It was a like slow buildup of like the paranoia getting worse and worse and him getting further and further delusional, and then matching that with like this sadistic streak that also manifested in an obsession with wildfire, which Cersei is showing a lot of interest in. So it really feels like we are getting set up for a Mad Queen arc from someone who would actually make sense. I'm not going to get sidetracked. But if she is turning into the Mad Queen with, these signs that are so reminiscent of Ares, is it because she's literally his daughter? And then you combine all of that, the interest in Joanna, her acting just like him, and then our third and most obvious one that I haven't mentioned, their interest in each other. It's very Targaryen coded. So for the people who love this theory, I will give you, I think there is enough evidence. All the pieces are there, and if you put them in this order, I see the picture that you're painting. I acknowledge this. But like with most theories, the place that I'm gonna get, stuck in the mud because I'm just a stinker like that is, what does it do for the overall story? And this is ultimately like why I just don't think it's a thing. Because, like, yes, there are pieces of the puzzle that fit together and create a picture that I understand, but think bigger than that. What does this do for their individual arcs in the story and for the overall story itself? Because their current behavior already has explanations, okay? Like their unhealthy dynamic with each other, has its roots in their horrible upbringing. Tywin did a bad job of raising these two, once his wife unfortunately died. It's a black mark against him. He created, the people here for better or worse. We don't need a genetic explanation for Cersei going cuckoo. We see the steps, we understand how she can get from point point A to point B. This is a person raised with immense privilege, but also with these like horrible restrictions on her because of her gender, and forcing her to act as freaking cattle almost, selling her to Robert, like not selling her, but like basically like she's being forced to marry someone. She doesn't have a choice in it. What is that? It's not voluntary. There's no consent. So you start off with that like that disconnect, the tension that creates between the privilege and the constrictions, and that's gonna cause lots of issues here. So the second that she is freed from that, she is not freed of her trauma though, and so it's going to manifest and in scary ways. Sorry, I'm not being super eloquent right now. And finally, the argument that I use basically every time I talk about one of the Lannisters being a potential Targaryen is I think it messes with the idea of like their relationship to Tywin, because all three of Tywin's children are a reflection of his poor parenting. Because all of his kids could have been super intelligent, bright, well-adjusted people who are very skilled in their particular way, but it is Tywin who messes them all up. Tyrion is Tywin writ small. He has the potential to be like a mover and a shaker just like Tywin if Tywin wouldn't, irrationally hate him. Cersei, if she was treated with an ounce of respect from the get-go, might not have, felt this urge, this neediness that causes her to do like all this crazy stuff later the second that she does have agency. Jaime, Jaime might not be the cynical prick that he became. He might not have, ever been forced into the Kingsguard as a pawn of like Aerys and Tywin fighting over each other if, Tywin had just been a little better. So really, I think the person who it would affect the most to have, not be his children would be Tywin. If these two were actually heiresses, Tywin is the one who would, like, I think, feel the brunt of that, because that would just leave Tyrion. And I do think that there's like a certain delicious irony to that. But like, Tywin's not around anymore. He's not here to be the one person who that payoff might be interesting to see. I know there's going to be people in the comments who are like, oh, Ronnie, you just like to poo-poo on theories. But I don't hate all theories. There are theories that I fully believe. Varys is obviously a mermaid, duh. But I just don't see the narrative point of this one being real. And this is my just like general thing with theories, is like the reason I think I'm not really much of a theorist is because I feel like most theorists are looking for like the tiny details, the tiny pieces of the puzzle that they could put together and then make a picture out of. And I'm just not focusing on those things. I am looking at like overall arcs from these characters, how they intersect, and how they are acting with each other to create the full narrative. That's just like where my mind goes. And so, yeah, I don't see what this does for the story. But it's fine. It's fun. We can have fun. I get it. And please, in the comments, if you could leave me any other theories that you want to talk about, hopefully ones that I haven't done so far, but I'm going to be doing, Theory Thursday every week, and we will talk about a different one. So yeah, have a great day. Okay, bye. Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen are possibly being manipulated by a 130-year-old power couple who are doing like a double team act from opposite ends of the world through magic. Suffice to say, this video will be heavy on the deep, deep lore and some crazy conspiracy theories. But let's have fun! Now, if you don't know the power couple in question who I am talking about, allow me to introduce you to Bloodraven and Shiera Seastar. Quick info dump on these two. If you don't remember, Bloodraven is the like nickname of Brynden Rivers, who is also in the main series known as the Three-Eyed Crow. Three-Eyed Raven from the TV show. So, the man who is growing into the tree, this is Brynden Rivers in the main timeline. This is Brynden Rivers back when he was a little fresher, let's say. And then someone who I haven't talked on my page yet, surprisingly, is Shiera Seastar here. Shiera Seastar is a very interesting character, especially as she relates in her relationship to Bloodraven, though she is more than cool and, like, intriguing on her own. Don't get me wrong. Now, the thing to know about both of these two people is they are both bastard children of Aegon IV. Remember, Aegon IV, he's the really, really, like, heavy, big Targaryen who literally, like, is so obese that he dies in his own shit bed. Literally, he shits the bed so much that it literally makes him ill until he rots and dies in shit. I'm sorry, I know I'm saying shit a lot. Every time I talk about Aegon, it's just shit, shit, shit. It's the facts. So both of these are Targaryen bastards, and as Targaryens are wont to do, obviously they get a whiff of one another and like, oh my god, I think it's true love. Well, at least Bloodraven thinks it's true love. Shiera is like, yeah, it's for the night, sure, whatever. You go, girl. But their relationship develops a bit of a reputation because it is heavily rumored that Shiera is a sorceress, basically. That she's engaging in a lot of like dark arts and magic. There's a rumor that she bathes in blood to like keep young and all that. And I'm like, go girl, it's working, okay? Now, while there is magical ability attributed to both of these characters in their time, at the time, it would have been easy to like dismiss it as like, okay, hyperbole and stuff. Because remember, Bloodraven had been handed the king, but he was known for like being able to get things done in a way that suggests that he has additional help, additional possibly supernatural help. Which, if we know the main series, makes sense because remember, he is a green seer, so he has the same kind of like power set that Bran does, and so it's pretty obvious that he used those abilities as a means of, doing his job very well and basically running the kingdom for decades. Though, of course, eventually this will get him sent to the Night's Watch because, he girl bossed a little too close to the sun, killed some people he shouldn't have killed, broke some guest right. It was a whoopsie day. It's fine. And then eventually he looks like this. So, yeah, it didn't work out super well for him. But Shiera Seastar, on the other hand, we don't know what happened to her. She eventually just kind of disappears from the timeline, and we don't hear about her again. So, what's this all about? Well, as you can probably guess, because there is a picture of Quaithe, who I have been, not mentioning up until now, there is a prevailing theory in the fandom that Shiera Seastar is actually Quaithe, because we never see Quaithe's face. And Quaithe is a mysterious figure within the book series. The TV show, they introduced her once in season 2, got bored with her, and never brought her up again. But in the books, she appears several times and is always like appearing to Daenerys and giving her advice kind of in the form of riddles about like things that she needs to worry about, the types of people that she needs to worry about, and also like gives her advice about like what she needs to do going forward, primarily telling Daenerys that she needs to travel east to pass beneath the shadow, seemingly suggesting that she needs to like go to Ashai. Now, how Quaithe gets, associated with Shiera Seastar, I will admit, is, to do with a lot of conjecture. But I do think that there are several elements that play very well together if this is what's going on. First, if we remember their dynamic in life, Bloodraven and Shiera, they were, like I said at the beginning, kind of like this power couple who each seemingly dabbled in dark arts and was able to like get stuff done because of that. She was known to basically kind of help him out with a bunch of his stuff, and considering his powers turned out to be real, I think it's safe to say that like hers could be as well. So if her powers are real, and then she just kind of disappears from the timeline, I think it stands to reason. It is very easy that we can assume that maybe she makes her way to Ashai, like the magic user capital of the world, and then eventually becomes a Shadowbinder, a la Quaithe here. Because remember, Quaithe is a Shadowbinder. She's a Shadowbinder who says she's from Ashai. That's all we know. But again, we don't get a look at her. They wear these lacquered masks that, denote them as a Shadowbinder from Ashai. So it very easily could be that Shiera, went there, learned a new art, kind of the highest art that you can, like magic, at least like difficulty-wise, and is now, under an assumed identity or a new identity. Now, I think this is very fun and makes sense because this character right here in Bloodraven is a, big master manipulator. He is the puppet master of Westeros right now, which we mostly see with Bran, but there is also a lot of speculation that he is also kind of messing with Jon because he is concerned, at least in part, possibly, with the others and, the events going on, the supernatural events going on around the wall with Bran, but possibly with Jon too. Because remember, as a green seer, he is also a skin changer and can skin change into animals. And so one of the big theories is that Bloodraven is skin changing into Jeor Mormont's crow or raven. I don't remember which one. But I think it's a white raven. He is a white raven who is constantly like talking and seems to have like an almost like prophetic nature to it. And it's heavily theorized that he might be, skin changing into it. And so if Bloodraven is kind of guiding events associated with the others, with the ice up at the wall, up north of the wall, possibly with Jon Snow, I think it's very interesting that we kind of have a counterpart with Daenerys on the other side of the world, who is guiding her and like trying to steer events over there. And I just feel like it has their MO all over it. And the idea that like both of them are just kind of puppet mastering half of the important parts of the story on either side of the world, I think is very fitting, if you will. But you tell me, am I reaching here? Are these theories just like a little too convoluted, a little too stacked up on top of each other? Let me know, and let me know any other theories that you want me to talk about next Theory Thursday. Okay, goodbye. Jon Snow has a secret twin sister that he does not know about, nor does she, because, of course she's another secret Targaryen, because we need another secret Targaryen. But it's okay, because you've met her and you'll know who she is. So who is she? Why, it's Meera Reed, of course. That's so obvious. Why didn't you figure that out on your own? The secret Targaryens, they're everywhere. They're a dime a dozen. Just throw a rock, you'll probably hit one. If you haven't caught on yet, this is a theory, okay? But if you don't remember who Meera Reed is, allow me to remind you in the context of, the greater story. So we first meet Meera Reed when her and her younger brother, Jojen Reed, go to Winterfell to basically go help Bran out. They're the ones that help Bran travel north of the Wall and eventually get him to the Three-Eyed Crow, Bloodraven. And of course, there's a lot of mystery and intrigue around these two because their father is the ever mysterious and oh so invisible Howland Reed. Say hello to Howland Reed, the literal white whale of the A Song of Ice and Fire series. This man is a mystery. This man is never given to us, and if we could just know him, if we could just speak to him, we would know everything. We would have everything figured out. All the mysteries would, not be mysteries any longer. Because the thing to know about Howland Reed is the one live man in the kingdom who has seen everything. He is the only surviving member of Ned Stark's party that went down to the Tower of Joy where Rhaegar had left Lyanna under, guard. So everything that happened with Lyanna around her death, the only other human being that knows about it is this motherfucker, and he just hides in a swamp. No, but seriously, they live in a literal floating castle in a swamp called Greywater Watch. Because House Reed literally lives in the Reeds. But they live in they live in the Neck, which is the part of the north that's like right by the Riverlands that has become like real swampy. There's lots of theories that the Children of the Forest, when they try to get rid of the First Men, they basically did like a kablooey and it like all the water like rushed in and made it a swamp. But anyway, Howland Reed lives there. He lives there out of our reach, so we don't get to know all the information that he knows. And part of the information that he might know is that Jon Snow has a secret twin sister. Like, it's Meera, you get it. Yeah. Okay, so if you're thinking that this is a stretch, it is. But let's talk about some of the theorizing why people think that this is a thing. So the first part, and honestly the biggest piece of justification that most people use to talk about this, are the fact that the book description of Meera and the book description of Jon Snow are very, very similar. They just look alike. And even in the TV show, even though they don't quite look exactly as they're described in the book, both of them, I think, are supposed to have like straighter hair. But, even in the show, they are casted in a way where they look quite alike. Also, Meera is the exact same age as Jon Snow. They were both born in 283, which is like right around like the aftermath of Robert's Rebellion. So there you go. So they look alike. They're the same age. And well, if we assume that he's going to be a Targaryen in the book, then, we know where he came from. So you, Missy, you're probably from the same place. But the idea is that, as the only other person who left the Tower of Joy with Ned in the aftermath of Lyanna dying very mysteriously, what if, Ned took one twin and Howland took the other, and then that's another reason why Ned and Howland like basically never saw each other again. They each stayed in their respective castles. They did not interact after that, despite Ned talking very highly about Howland and how he saved his life and was like a good dude and is seemingly like a good friend, but they're never visiting. Why is that? It's because the twins can't meet each other, because if they see each other and they do like the whole like the Spider-Man like pointing thing, it'll just be too obvious, For a while, this was the only kind of evidence for the theory that I heard of, like, the ages lining up, the descriptions lining up, and the Howland Reed of it all. But I did recently hear another tidbit, which is interesting, I will say, and that is how many Kingsguard were at the Tower of Joy with Lyanna. because we know from the books and even the TV show that there were 3 Kingsguard at the Tower of Joy because Ned and Howland Reed and the other members of Ned's party had to basically fight them off. But why were there specifically 3 Kingsguard there? That's a little strange, and let me tell you why that's strange. So one of the normal protocols with the Kingsguard is they are each basically picked to be a protector for one of the members of the royal family. Like in the main series, like little Tommen has a member of the Kingsguard who is his protector. You have Joffrey who has one. It's the Hound. He's eventually, part of the Kingsguard. And like Cersei has one. But yeah, so the point is, even though their job is to generally protect the king, a lot of the times with the royal family, they get like one person in particular that they watch out for. So the fact that there are 3 Kingsguard at the Tower of Joy feels kind of strange, okay? And since at the Tower of Joy, there was only really supposed to be Lyanna, some people argue that the fact that there were 3 of them mean that there was like one station to protect the 3 people that Rhaegar wanted protected, Lyanna, and then the twins. Now, I don't really know how well this fits because, again, I'm not sure that they would have like known that they were having twins. Like maybe that was like a medieval capability that I'm just like not aware of. But I don't know that he would have known that there was going to be twins, and so there would be a need for 3, and so that might just be like an extraneous detail. Yeah, I don't know. But what we do know is, Lyanna obviously had a very difficult birth because it ended up, killing her. And what's more of a difficult birth in medieval times than twins? Yeah. Sorry, I'm just gonna keep saying twins like in that excited tone. It's fine. So yeah, y'all tell me what you think. I'm not personally sold on this one. I don't need another secret Targaryen. I don't know how many times I have to say that phrase in one of these videos. Like the theories are fun. Like I will say they're fun, but like personally for the story, I don't need it myself, Yeah, let me know what you think. Let me know what other theories you want me to talk about if I haven't talked about them already. And yeah, who else is a secret Targaryen? Woohoo! Okay, goodbye. Jon Snow's mommy issues are a secret to absolutely no one, but what is still a secret in the books is the identity of Jon Snow's mother, who might be Ashara Dayne. Ashara Dayne is both mysterious and fascinating because we know a weird amount about her while also not knowing nearly enough about her for someone who gets mentioned as often as she does. While I don't actually think that she's Jon Snow's mother, I know that she has something big to do with this plot, and so naturally there are a ton of theories around her, so let's discuss Ashara Dayne and just a handful of those theories, okay? So Ashara Dayne is from House Dayne. They have Starfall in Dorne as their seat. I just did my castle ranking last night, and here it is. It is a beautiful castle. This is where the Daynes live. Now, I know the Daynes are like a fascinating subject because they have lots of weird things about them that might mean things later down the road, but for right now, let's just talk about Ashara. Ashara was a young maiden and noblewoman from House Dayne. She's of the same generation as like Ned Stark, Robert Baratheon, Catelyn, etc., etc. As you can probably tell from this illustration of her, she was known for being absolutely beautiful. She has like the Valyrian purple eyes, she has the long black hair, and while they weren't necessarily Valyrian, House Dayne is very old and is possibly from over there, which is why they kind of look like this, but we don't know for certain. So yeah, theory number whatever, 1 of 1,000. Now, because Ashara was so beautiful, she got a lot of attention, back in the day. She made an appearance with basically every other main character at the Tourney of Harrenhal. The Tourney of Harrenhal was this huge tourney that had a bunch of the huge players from Robert's Rebellion there before the rebellion was incited, but it is also kind of like the inciting incident of the rebellion. Because it is at that tourney that Rhaegar ended up winning the whole tourney, and it is there that he named Lyanna Stark the Queen of Love and Beauty. The winner got to like name who the most beautiful woman at the tourney was, and he did not pick his wife. He picked Lyanna, and later kidnapped her. We don't know. Whatever, you get it. But the Tourney of Harrenhal is important. Ashara Dayne is in attendance. She garners the attention of a lot of the men there. Barristan Selmy, in some of his chapters, talks about how he was in love with her, even though, he was a member of the Kingsguard, so nothing would ever happen. But had he won the tourney, he would have named her the Queen of Love and Beauty because he just thought that she was beautiful, etc. But the other person who was really infatuated with her, as far as we can tell, was Ned Stark. Now, remember, at this point, Ned Stark is not married or betrothed to Catelyn Stark at all, because Catelyn is betrothed to Ned's older brother, Brandon. Now, Brandon was the rowdy one of the Starks. Ned was known as the quiet wolf because he was just very shy, very, just like introverted. And so when it came time to, the celebration portion of the tourney, and it was time to, dance with the other people, it was Brandon who had to go over to Ashara and ask her if she would dance with his brother because he was basically too shy to ask. Now, it's heavily speculated that they might have fallen in love there. At least one of her family members, a young Dane tells Arya when they are traveling together and with the Brotherhood Without Banners at one point, and says that basically her father Ned was in love with his like aunt Ashara, and it was like a big scandal. Now, we had to take these things with a grain of salt because there are, again, lots of conflicting information dumps about Ashara. Barristan also mentions when he's thinking back on this tourney that it was at this tourney that someone dishonored Ashara, and that there was like a Stark who was, having his eyes on her all the time. So it's possible that like maybe Ned, but that doesn't really sound like Ned, but that does sound like Brandon, his older brother. So maybe Brandon, like stopped caring if his brother was interested and then went and had, I don't know, they had a time together. We don't know. What we do know is that there was probably some sort of interaction, and that is significant for some reason. Now, where it gets a little messier is the aftermath of Robert's Rebellion. So during Robert's Rebellion, Ned Stark, as we know, goes to the Tower of Joy to like save Lyanna, and is there that she dies. But before they, get that far, him and his party have to fight off the Kingsguard that are protecting Lyanna Stark, one of them being Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, or Ashara's brother. Now, Arthur Dayne was known as the greatest swordsman of all time, and somehow young Ned Stark and Howland Reed are able to, be the surviving members and kill him somehow. And so this illustration made a little bit of a splash when it was released a few weeks ago, and it is of Ned Stark bringing back Dawn, the sword of House Dayne, to Ashara Dayne. And it is sometime after this that Ashara Dayne, very sadly, commits unaliving herself by jumping off of one of the towers of Starfall. And her body is never recovered. That's your cue, theorists. Go wild! Now, I've joked about secret Targaryens being everywhere. Ashara Dayne and her secret children and her secret identities are another thing that just proliferates the theory space for A Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones, etc. Every obscure female character that you have ever met or not met or like hear about is probably Ashara Dayne in disguise, let me tell you. Not to mention any child who is about 14 at the start of the series is probably Ashara Dayne's child as well. Didn't you know? They're all her kids and all of the women are her. She's everywhere. She's in the walls, man. So let's go over a few of these, shall we? So the very big one that like was a big fan theory for a long time before, the show like kind of stamped what they say is real, and we could assume it is, but whatever. And that is that Ashara Dayne is the real mother of Jon Snow. Now, the evidence for this comes from the first book of Game of Thrones, where Ned thinks about Ashara a lot. And it is a rumor around Winterfell that she is, the mother, because people kind of know about the tourney of Harrenhal, and they know that, like, something may have gone down, and that Ned might have had a thing for her. So, because Jon was born in the South, people assume that, like, it was her, and that was why, like, it was kind of like shush-hush about it. Because Ned refused to speak about Ashara Dayne at all. When Catelyn, hearing these rumors, tries to bring it up to him to discuss and ask, like, hey, is Jon hers? It is the one time that he, like, fully shuts her down and says, never mention her name again. We are not talking about this. Do not ask me about that. And she goes, okay, cool, chill. Yeah, that's not weird at all. Now, I think the, Ashara being Jon Snow's mother theory kind of falls apart just because it is so obviously placed. Like, this just feels so red herring because it is so blatantly discussed as like a maybe, but that Ned won't confirm it in his mind. But then there's like weird things when he's thinking about Lyanna. So it just feels like this was George's like kind of attempt at being like, oh, well, what if it's this person over here? So think about that. And that could be like the end of Ashara Dayne. Like, she is just used as this like distraction to kind of throw us off from Lyanna. But still, we hear about her so much and from different characters that, like, in my opinion, that can't be it. There has to be something more to her. It's just like she's not fulfilling that piece of the puzzle, but she is fulfilling a different piece of the puzzle. So what could that other piece of the puzzle be? Well, she could be the mother of a different character with, weird origin. One of the possible explanations for Ashara's suicide has been that she was with child. Like, she had, been dishonored at the tourney of Harrenhal and then had a child, and that child died. Or that child might have been stolen, which had led her to, being heartbroken and then, doing the thing. So who could that child be? Well, there are several possibilities. Besides Jon Snow, some people have claimed that Daenerys might actually be Ashara's real daughter, and that the whole, I don't know, Aerys thing is like a smokescreen, if you will. Barristan talks about how Daenerys' eyes remind him of Ashara. Then, per this comment, there's the theory that she could be the mother of Meera and Jojen Reed, and that, Howland Reed, being one of the few people that was around Ned during this time, could have possibly married her and then gone up to live in Greywater Watch, hidden from the world, where he had a few kids, and maybe that's why Meera looks kind of like Jon. If she's also Jon's mother, I don't know. It gets convoluted. Don't with me. Then, of course, besides the kids, there's the fact that no body was ever found. So there is a very real possibility that Ashara Dayne is alive somewhere in disguise. Per what that comment was saying about her being Jojen and Meera Reed's mother. Their mother's name, Gianna Reed. I don't know, Gianna Ashara-ish? I'm not discounting, I just don't know. Though considering how mysterious Howland Reed is, I do think that there's a certain irony in it if the two most mysterious characters in the series are secretly married and hiding in a swamp together. I think that actually might make a little bit of sense. Am I and Ashara Dayne as Howland Reed's real wife truther now? Maybe? Then, of course, there's the theory that Ashara Dayne is actually young Griff's mother. Young Griff is the supposed Aegon Targaryen who was smuggled out of King's Landing by Varys and is now being groomed for the throne, and is also being trained in the Faith of the Seven by a mysterious Septa, who is herself a disgraced woman who probably had a child named Septa Lemore. So a lot of people think that Septa Lemore is secretly Ashara Dayne, and that Aegon Targaryen isn't actually Aegon Targaryen. Young Griff is actually just her son and is being, pawned off as a Targaryen. I have barely scratched the surface and I'm already at almost 10 minutes. So yeah, you tell me any more Ashara Dayne theories, any other theories you want me to talk about, whether they deal with her or not, and I could do, a more specific video. Okay, goodbye. Secret Targaryens are just littered all over Westeros, but not to worry, because this invasive species has a natural predator, none other than the secret Blackfire, of course. Because what this series needs, beyond, obviously more secret Targaryens, are secret Blackfires. But, there probably is a point to a lot of the secret Blackfires, like the secret Targaryens. How many times can I say the word secret in the next 10 seconds? Secret, secret, secret. But seriously, I don't talk nearly enough about how many potential secret Blackfires there are. So let's talk about it in this video. Let's touch on what a Blackfire is again, if you have forgotten, and, who the potential secret Blackfires are. Hint, hint, the main ones are Young Griff, Thagon, and Varys. So as a quick reminder, the Blackfires are a cadet branch of House Targaryen. They were a part of the family, and they kind of broke off into their own little thing, and they became a rival to the Targaryens in Westeros. Because the Blackfires thought that they were the rightful kings, and the Targaryens were like, no, we're the rightful kings, and, when families disagree over a pointy chair, they gotta fight until, everyone's dead. And yeah, lots of people died. The first Blackfire was, of course, Daemon Blackfire. He was originally the bastard son of Aegon IV, originally named Daemon Waters, because, he was a bastard. But when he was eventually knighted as a, very young teen or tween, he was very young, by his, sucky father, Aegon IV. Aegon IV gifted him Blackfire, the ancestral sword of House Targaryen, which normally goes to the heir, and he gave it to his bastard that he enjoyed. Which, lovely sentiment, but, problems long term. And because Aegon IV is just, continually messy, even until his final fucking moment on his deathbed, he legitimized all of his bastards, which, when you legitimize a bastard, it, puts them in the line of succession. And so suddenly, Daemon, who's now taken the name Daemon Blackfire after the sword, is a legitimate, possible heir to the throne, though technically after his brother, Daeron Targaryen. It was Daeron II. Now, because everyone is rich and paranoid and, paranoid about keeping their riches, eventually, Daemon is convinced that, he would be a better king. And, I kind of get why, because he's the kingly looking brother, if you know what I mean. He's the warrior. He's, the big, strong one. He looks like the big, tough Targaryen. It's an aesthetic thing. And, he seems like a chill dude. I'm not, taking anything away from him. And Daeron is, a little quieter, a little more bookish. He has several things kind of going against him at the time. He is the first Targaryen that marries a Martell. He brings, the Martells and Dorne, officially into the Seven Kingdoms, willingly through his marriage. And so naturally the rest of the realm is kind of suspicious of him because they're all racist. And then also he'd never gotten along with his father, Aegon IV. So that just caused, more issues when he tried to clean house after Aegon IV left. It was the whole thing. The point is, though, they eventually got into the fights, war started and played out. Eventually, Daemon Blackfire would die, but oh, don't you worry, because there were 4 more Blackfire rebellions. Woo! These all took place over like the next 100 or so years, where basically another Blackfire descendant would be like, hey, well, I'm now the oldest Blackfire boy. Let me go fight so I can get my throne again. The Targaryens would typically be able to, hold them off, usually with the help of Brynden River's Black Raven. He's currently growing into a tree up beyond the wall and teaching Bran how to do, spooky magic shit. But we don't have to worry about Blackfires anymore. Oh no, because the War of the Nine Penny Kings was the last, big Blackfire rebellion that happens about 40 years before the start of the main series, in which the last male Blackfire, Meleys the Monstrous, which if you look at that illustration, you can see there is a tiny second head coming out of his shoulder. He had one of those, what's it called? He ate his twin in the womb, but then didn't do a good job of it, so his twin is just meh. Anyway, Barristan from the main series, Barristan Selmy, Barristan the Bold, fights him, kills him, thus ending the Blackfire line and all these treacherous pretenders to the throne. Yippee! But what if he didn't? Ooh. Because the thing to notice is that they very specifically say that the Blackfires have died out in the male line. They say it enough that really it's kind of hard to ignore, and you could put 2 to 2 together and be like, oh, so if they're gone in the male line, they must be possibly still alive in the female line, yeah? And thus we get to the theorizing about young Griff and Varys. There are other characters that people think are secret Blackfires, but these are the 2, I think, best candidates for the position, so I'm just going to talk about them. Okay. Young Griff is the better candidate for being a secret Blackfire, in my opinion, because it's so obvious. Because according to the books, young Griff is actually Aegon Targaryen, Rhaegar Targaryen's young son, who was supposedly killed during the sack of King's Landing. But if you believe the very trustworthy Varys and Illyrio Mopatis, he was smuggled out and switched with another baby so that, the true heir to the throne could be saved. Okay. But it's double great because the true heir has now been raised in secret far away, where he could be raised alongside the small folk and learn to think and empathize on his own. And that makes him great. Ooh. And he even looks like a Targaryen, which you can't really tell here because he has to dye his hair blue. Otherwise, you would be able to tell how Targaryen he was. Now, when people like to ask me oh, is there a chance that Aegon is really Aegon and, young Griff is really a Targaryen? I would say the evidence for him to be is that explanation. That's what they're saying, and I guess as far as logic goes, yeah, I guess 2 plus 2 could equal 4, sure. But 1 plus 1 plus 2 could also equal 4. So there are other variables that can make him not really a Targaryen. I don't think that he is. So I have 2 reasons why I think he is actually a Blackfire. One, I'll explain, is the textual evidence in the book, and the other one is just from a bigger craft perspective. So book-wise, the biggest indicator, beyond the story sounding fishy, that he is actually a Blackfire is the fact that he is the candidate being pushed by Varys and Illyrio Mopatis, who have a very well-known grift under their belt. Because when Varys was a young street urchin and he had his good friend Illyrio Mopatis, they would have this hustle where Varys would basically steal from thieves and then have Illyrio sell what the thieves had stolen from a rich person back to that same rich person. They would pocket the money and they didn't have to really work hard, So that hustle feels very reminiscent of this whole situation, which, yes, you could say okay, well, if he is Aegon, that still kind of matches the pattern. Sure, but then there are other tidbits that just make it feel slightly off. There's the story itself of how he was smuggled out, which just feels very unlikely and odd that Elia would have been chill, and then just the logistics of it all. And then if we want to get in-universe prophecy-wise, Daenerys gets this supernatural warning telling her to beware the Mummer's dragon. Now, you'll remember a mummer is an actor, a faker, a pretender, a la Varys. Varys was in a mummer's troupe. They would, perform plays and shit. And so the mummer's dragon is very clearly, sorry, Fagon over here. And then, of course, there's kind of the double meaning to it. The mummer's dragon, the pretender's dragon, it just feels it's fake. It's a fake, it's a paper dragon, basically. The play pretend dragon. And like, I get with most of the evidence I've just cited, it would still feasibly like make sense for him to be a real Targaryen. Sure, I will concede that. But then if you think like meta, if you think craft wise, we have to remember George keeps mentioning and keeps setting up the Blackfires as this threat to House Targaryen. Their role in history is weaved through the story so much. And that's a weird thing to do for, a group of people who are not going to show up at some point. And so when you have young Griff here, who is being propped up by Illyrio Mopatis, who he himself is said to have had a very pretty blonde wife who sounds very much like she could have looked like a Blackfire. And you have Illyrio telling Tyrion when he meets him that I have debts of affection to repay. It's starting to sound like, ooh, maybe young Griff is Illyrio's son by his Blackfire wife, and he and his friend Varys are trying to pull their big scheme once again, but just on a much grander scale. Now, as for Varys as a Blackfire, it could be also that, Illyrio had that young wife who possibly was related to Varys if Varys is a Blackfire himself. Because there is this question of like, why is Varys like trying to do any of this? Is it just for like the power and influence that he'll get? He kind of already has that. So is there like a deeper motive possibly beyond the whole like, ooh, I'm trying to serve the realm? Because once again, like, cool, you're saying that, but like, why? So could it be that, Illyrio's wife, who was possibly a Blackfire, is Varys' sister or, some kind of relation, and Varys, had his stuff cut off seemingly to, prevent him from being another Blackfire pretender? Is he shaving his head to hide his very, telltale blonde hair? Was the reason he was, like bought in the first place to use for that magic ceremony because he has king's blood in him? I don't know, but there's something going on with these two, because there is something fishy about this man, if you know what I mean. Goodbye. Daenerys Targaryen often thinks back to the House with the Red Door whenever she's struggling with something. The House with the Red Door and the Lemon Tree was the one place that she was ever happy in her entire life. It was the home that she had in Braavos, the longest she ever stayed in one place, and it is her kind of lotus stone, her true north of what home really is and where she would like to be. However, there's some mystery to this because the House with the Red Door is in Braavos, and she specifically describes it as having a lemon tree in the front yard. But if you look at the map of Essos and where Braavos is located, Braavos is in the far north. It is a cold, damp place where lemon trees do not grow. And this isn't just like a real world, definition of how lemon trees grow. No, in universe, there are multiple instances of different people in Braavos complaining about the cold, complaining about the damp, complaining about the lack of trees and vegetation because nothing can grow there. And so this has led to a lot of theorizing about the true nature of the House with the Red Door and the lemon tree. Was it in Braavos? Was it somewhere else? Was it possibly in Dorne, a place where we know that citrus grows? Or does it not really matter at all? Is this more of a metaphorical piece in the series? Well, let's talk about it. For context, according to what we know, Daenerys and Viserys were brought to the House with the Red Door by Sir Willem Darry. Sir Willem Darry is the Targaryen loyalist knight who smuggled the two kids away from Dragonstone as Robert Baratheon's army was, closing in around it with their ships after Queen Rhaella, Daenerys' mother, had died in childbirth, and he is the reason that they survived. And so he took them away, and according to, the information we're given, according to memories, they went to Braavos, where he basically put them up in this house where they all lived together. And they stayed there for 5 years. That is the longest Daenerys ever stayed in one place, from a very young age, and she describes it as her happiest memories. This is, of course, a time when things were a lot simpler for Daenerys and her brother Viserys. Being under the protection of Sir Willem Darry, they lived in this very nice house with servants, and it was good while it was there. They were living, under this knight's protection, and because things were relatively stable, Viserys being younger and more stable at the time was a lot more pleasant to Daenerys, and so she could just, go around living her life in peace. Unfortunately, eventually Willem Darry would die, and in the aftermath of that, the servants around the place would start like taking what little money they could that was around the house with the red door, and then eventually kick the children out, leading to their lives as basically beggar children for the next like decade or so, or like closer to 8 years, I think. But regardless of where she goes, when Daenerys thinks of home, she thinks of the house with the red door and the lemon tree out front, just because that is her symbol of stability, the only time that she's ever truly felt it. Because of the inconsistencies we know from the description of this house, its location, and its features, there is debate about whether it's even in Braavos in the first place. And one of the big theories is that it isn't in Braavos. She just was under that impression because, she was young and you could tell her anything and she would have believed it. And in actuality, it was in Dorne. I personally don't know how I feel about that because I guess I just like don't know like why or how. Like that would have been such a dangerous thing for them to do in Dorne, to basically hide these Targaryen children for 5 years, like right under the nose of all the other great houses. It just seems kind of reckless. I also don't think it really makes sense with what we know of the Dornish relationship with the Targaryens, which is Doran Martell had a secret pact with Willem Darry, the one who smuggled the Targaryen children out, to basically marry them off to each other. So Viserys was supposed to marry his daughter Arianne, and then she would become the queen when Viserys was restored to the crown. I think Daenerys was maybe supposed to marry Quentyn, or it might have just been Viserys and Arianne. I might be forgetting. But regardless, the whole like need for that secret pact is because eventually they were going to bring the two sides back together and then enact it. But if the Targaryens are just there the whole time, like I don't know, like why is there a literal signed pact signed by Oberyn Martell and Willem Darry? That just feels like a little weird. And then we get into even like more cuckoo bananas territory where people think that, because it's in Dorne, and then there's the association with like the Tower of Joy, which is where Lyanna Stark died and other people might have been born. Maybe there is a connection and, all of the secret children were born in one place. But hey, what if the House with the Red Door means that Daenerys isn't actually the child of Aerys Targaryen and Rhaella, that she's actually, let's see, Ashara Dayne and Ned Starks, Rhaegar and Lyanna, like her and Jon are twins. I swear there's like another secret pairing, probably like Ashara and Brandon Stark, Ned's older brother who died. I'm sure there's even more. Maybe she's someone else's child instead of, the person who it makes logical sense for her to be the child of, that influences her whole arc and what she's trying to do in contrast to her family. But whatever, it's we're having fun. I know people love to speculate with those kinds of theories. I even just did a theory video last night. So like I get it. But I just like I don't see the value in a lot of these. I don't see like what it adds to the story, what it adds to her character arc. Because that's as I've said before, that's kind of my like a barometer. Like, what is this doing for the character? How is it moving their story forward? How is it changing them in a like perceptible way that has some oomph to it? And I don't really see any of that, pertaining to her. And that's why I'm of the opinion that the House with the Red Door has a bit of a subtler reveal. And even that is probably not going to be the main point, because I think the main point is going to be metaphorical. But the subtle reveal that I'm assuming it's going to be, which I think a lot of the internet also agrees with me, I'm not claiming this as my own theory, is that the house is in Braavos, but it is like specifically in the Sea Lord of Braavos' palace, which is a big place owned by a rich person who can have like greenhouse type things there because he can maintain it. The Sea Lord of Braavos also makes sense because he is the one who witnessed the signature between Willem Darry and Oberyn Martell. He was the witness for it, so it would make sense that as the witness, he was the one housing them at the time. Not to mention, at the time that she's having this memory, it is the like beginning to middle-ish of the long summer that has been going on for a long time, in the main series. So the combination of the fact that we know that like the Sea Lord's palace does have the capability of having like some of the only plant life in Braavos, combined with the fact that it was like the long summer, so this is like probably the best time that could happen in Bravos, I think is just more likely what this technically is in the story. But on a deeper level, the House with the Red Door is a metaphor. It's a metaphor for Dany's like longing for home. That is the one thing she doesn't have. That is the thing that she's devoting all of her energy to kind of like fixing for other people since she can't have it. In my opinion, Daenerys' arc has a lot to do with like finding family and home in general. Like that is why she latches so hard to the Dothraki, because this is like a place that validates her, a group that validates her, and brings her a level of peace as she experienced at the House of the Red Door. And so this is a metaphor. This is a metaphor for what she longs for, what she desperately wants more than anything. In her very last chapter of the published books that we have, she's hallucinating as she's probably having she's losing a child, and it's very sad because she like hallucinates. I'm trying to remember, I think it's Jorah, and she's like telling him like, I just want to like marry Dario and I want to live in the House with the Red Door and just have a family, and that's all I really want. I don't need any of the rest of this. And then he tells her, no, like it doesn't matter, you're a Targaryen, this is what your life is meant to be. And so the House of the Red Door is this like unreachable goal. It is the home that she never gets to return to because, again, as I've stated, like I don't believe that her arc ever ends like in a happy way. Whether it's, you know, her dying during the long night or her like losing it in King's Landing, whatever. Like she doesn't get to go home, and the House of the Red Door is the symbol of that. It's a symbol of that tragedy. I rewatched some old Lemon Tree Theory videos on here that I'd seen forever ago, and one of them from a great creator, JJ, really struck me because in it, she said something that just like, ugh, rips your heart out. But she said that there is no place in the world for Daenerys. Daenerys is a Targaryen, you know, out of time. She doesn't get to be at the height of their power when they had family, when they had like connection with each other. She is forever like separate. She is this lonely Targaryen at the edge of the world who doesn't get to go home because there is no home for her. And with that said, thought everyone go give yourself a hug. Okay, goodbye. Stark kids each got a direwolf pup because of destiny and because, you know, they're probably all wargs, is what George R. R. Martin would tell you. I say it's because they're all rich kids who don't have to share a puppy, let alone a bedroom. I'm just kidding. It's the first answer, kind of. One of my favorite Stark and direwolf theories revolves around the children and the direwolves, and specifically the direwolves' names kind of giving away what's going to happen to each of the children, or more so like what their ending is going to be. And the show, as terrible as that ending is, kind of supports this-ish, though I think there will be some like distinct differences, so let's break this theory down. A little direwolf refresher, we have the 6 direwolves of the Stark children. We have Shaggy Dog down there, Ghost, Lady, Nymeria, Greywind up here, and then Summer. So as I've said, the theory is that the direwolves' names give away the children's ending, which I think is a very interesting idea, especially considering that when people have like you know, talked to George R. R. Martin about his ending or like where certain character storylines are going, things of that nature, something he has said a few times is to go back and reread the first book, because he says the answers to everything, all the big questions and like where things are going, are hidden in there if you have like the eye to look for it. So with that quote in mind, I kind of love this. I'm like, oh, okay, so yeah, you just like gave everything away. That's kind of funny, and that feels very George coded. Now, I specifically said I don't think all of them are like giving away the ending in like necessarily the same way that the show did. Again, I just think the paths diverge so much that there will be some big differences. So let's go through each wolf and each kid and like how I think the name relates to what their future is. Okay, let's get the big sad one out of the way. You have Robb and his direwolf Greywind. Now, this theory is true. I think that Greywind is a very clever name to kind of give us what's going to happen to Robb, because unfortunately, kind of in the end, Robb doesn't really matter. And that's tragic. Don't get me wrong. Like, I love Robb. Robb is a very sweet kid, and when he's in the show and he's like, you know, played by an adult, the adult is hot. Richard Madden, Beautiful. But ultimately, Robb doesn't end up kind of mattering. He starts the war, he ends up dying, and the world moves on. And so, in a way, Grey Wind is symbolic of that. And so the name I think is clever because it's the two parts of it and how they kind of appear in the series. So Grey immediately makes me think of the Grey Waste, one of the places that is known for being dead and the possible location of the arrival of the others, the White Walkers, I think over in Essos. So again, I think Grey in the series, I think death, and then wind. There's a very popular phrase in the series, words are wind, which mean words mean nothing. Wind in and of itself is just it's just this thing that doesn't matter. And so Robb, dying, dies, and he is in the wind, and he just kind of blows away, and it's very sad. Next, we have Shaggy Dog and Rickon, which I think is a very interesting pairing because I think there might be a couple meanings going on. The first obvious one is Shaggy Dog is a shaggy dog. It's a disheveled dog, which, in my opinion, is kind of what Rickon is turning into. Remember, in the books, Rickon is a lot younger. I think he's 3 at the start of the series, so by the current day, he's 5. And this entire time, during this very important part of his development, he has this connection to Shaggy Dog, which is causing him to become a little feral, let's be for real. Because one of the dangers of warging is if you warg into your animal and stay in there too much, you start to, kind of pull some of their traits, and it kind of infects your personality a bit. And so because Rickon is so young, doesn't quite understand what's going on, there is this danger that he's doing it unknowingly and it's having an effect, i.e. kind of turning him a little wild. And then, of course, there's the kind of double meaning, which is that Shaggy Dog is a concept, is a nickname for a kind of superfluous or funny side story that might kind of become irrelevant. Now, I know some people want to point and be yeah, well, that kind of is Rickon. He kind of turned out to be irrelevant, especially how the show handled him, just having him go away and then bringing him back only to kill him very unceremoniously. I'm going to argue that I really don't think that that's what's going to happen to Rickon, because George specifically said kind of early on when they were developing the series that the showrunners D&D wanted to basically not have Rickon on the show. They're hey, there's a lot of kids, let's just make it easier. Rickon doesn't do much, so let's just get rid of him. And George pushed back very strongly on that and said, no, I have very big, important plans for Rickon, so please don't do that. And so they didn't, for the time, but I think eventually when it came to the point where they were, not worrying about eliminating storylines and kind of condensing things, they just took him out anyway as a plot convenience because they probably weren't going to do whatever George had planned anyway. My assumption, though, is that Rickon is going to become important eventually, but it's going to seem like a convoluted side mission for a while. Because right now in the books, Davos has been sent on this crazy mission to go find him, but it's a secret mission because the Manderleys all made it look like he's dead, but they didn't. They just hid him away, and now they're hey, yeah, no, we're still on the Stark side, so we're gonna try to take out the Boltons. We need you to go find Rickon Stark. Which, of course, feeds into the idea of the Great Northern Conspiracy, where, the Northern Lords are playing Stannis and the Boltons against each other, hoping to, weaken them both until they can put, a real Stark back in charge. Except now he's feral. So, Then, of course, you have poor sweet Lady, who, at the end of the day, is a lady. Right now, Sansa's storyline in the books is all sorts of convoluted because Littlefinger is planning to marry her off to the person who is going to become the next heir to the Vale after they, finish successfully poisoning Robin Arryn. And so the plan is to, marry Sansa to this guy. He would then become Lord of the Vale, and then she would become the Lady of the Vale, but then also she would be the Lady of Winterfell, and then she's just in charge of a very large portion of the country all of a sudden, kind of in charge. Littlefinger thinks he'll be pulling off the string. But while I don't know that we're literally going to get a Queen in the North moment, I do think that it will end probably with Sansa as the Lady of Winterfell, at least based on this theory. And I say I don't know about the whole Queen in the North thing because I don't know. I feel either all of the kingdoms need to break up or none of them need to break up. But the idea that 6 stay together and then just one breaks off, that seems odd to me. You're really telling me the other 6 kingdoms, half of which used to be kings back in the day, wouldn't be looking and going excuse me, can I get that deal? So yeah, I'm thinking Lady of Winterfell. Then, of course, you have Arya and Nymeria. Nymeria is named after a very famous Rhoynar princess, Princess Nymeria, who would eventually marry into the Martells and kind of create that new line. But Arya, she loves a historical badass lady figure, and Princess Nymeria is that girl. She was the leader of her people, the Rhoynar, who were in conflict with the Valyrians, and so when the conflict got too bad, they had to flee, and they built 1,000 ships and began sailing all around the world, like trying to find a new home. So while I think that the way the show handled Arya suddenly going like, oh yeah, I'm going to be a sailor now, was kind of weird and sudden and goofy, like, most of that last season, I do think that there is like a funness in the idea of Arya just being like, yeah, I'm kind of done with this. I just want to like go explore and like be like a badass that way. So yeah, you go, girl. Then of course we have Ghost, a controversial one because of the things I'm about to say. So yeah. Okay, so with Jon Snow, obviously, like, the show ending has him just, walking off into the distance, never to be seen again on the other side of the wall, because that's the happiest he's ever been. Yip-de-doo. Now, I think Ghost's name in relation to that plot does kind of work, because he, like, does, for for lack of a better word, become a ghost, at least to, like, the people of Westeros. So I could see that happening in the book, but again, my thought has always been that I think Jon is gonna die. I'm just a firm believer in that, like, the real conflict of the story is not the Iron Throne and all that nonsense. It's like, it's life and death. It's the others and it's the humanity. And I think Jon Snow has a big role to play in that, being so heavily involved in the other storyline, the ice of the series. So I assume, like, he literally will become a ghost because he'll die. But maybe he doesn't. Maybe he does his whole, like, walk off into the distance with, like, the fist bump in the air. As I like, here's the most controversial one. So yeah, Bran and his direwolf named Summer. Now, I know the Bran the Broken ending is very stupid in the show, and, like, many people do not like it. I will say, I've said this before, I made a whole video about it, I do think this is probably going to happen in the books, just because what we've heard about, like, the few facts that we know were confirmed by Martin in, like, what his ending is, this sounds like it's one of them, and I think that makes a lot of sense with Summer, because the whole point of this series is trying to get back to Summer, and Bran, I think, in the role as, like, a new king kind of represents that new beginning. Though again, I assume it will be done a lot better than in the frickin' show, okay? Like, don't just hound me in the comments over this. Also, though, George has mentioned that the weird seasons in the show is an unnatural, like, magical thing in the world that wasn't always like that and will be solved with the end of the series. So in a way, like, Summer coming back is like the world returning to normal and, like, normal season. So no, it's not because it's a binary star system, okay? Okay, goodbye, y'all. Jon Snow is about to be resurrected in the books as the new Night's King and begin a holy reign of terror across the entire North, the Wall, the Night's Watch, along with Val, his new corpse queen. I mean, maybe. You can't exactly tell me no at the moment. Now, before anyone starts angrily commenting in my comment section, this is obviously a theory, but honestly, this is one of my all-time favorite theories, and I just love it. Obviously, it's not my favorite theory, because we all know what that is, which, you could type in the comments if you so choose. But Jon as the new Night's King, I recognize, sounds kind of crazy, especially if you only came from watching the show and you've never read the books. But if you have read the books, there is something there that I think there is at least enough justification that we could entertain this theory with some amount of excitement, interest, intrigue. I don't know. Now, if you haven't read the books, the obvious thing that we need to get out of the way so you can, entertain this at all is the fact that in the books there is no Night King. The big zombie, with the frozen crown, like, built into his head to, be like, hey, this is the king one. He's not there. He doesn't exist. We've never seen any sort of, like, ruler of the others. They've only appeared a couple times, and when they do, they're just kind of more of a collective than like, oh, look, that's the one in charge. You could tell he has spikes coming out like a crown. Now, whether that means that, the Night King is an invention of the show, or, something that just hasn't been introduced yet is unclear, but there is a person or a character mentioned in the books that has a very similar name, and that is the Night's King. That is Night apostrophe S, as in, like, the king of the night, which, yes, is close to Night King, but it's different. It's written different in the book. I don't know what to tell you. Now, the Night's King is not described as, like, the king of the White Walkers, the king of the others. He is a, like, semi-historical, semi-mythical figure from the Night's Watch. According to the legend, he was the 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, who basically, shortly after becoming Lord Commander, would in the distance see this, like, beautiful very pale woman with like crazy bright blue eyes that shone like stars, very pale skin, and was like more beautiful than anyone he'd ever seen. Now he pursues her, he gets her, and she is cold as ice. She is essentially an other, possibly a white, but it sounds like she is, more closer to like a White Walker and other. He is so enamored that they do the do, and when he does the do, he like gives her his soul, and at that point, he takes her back to the Night Fort, which is the castle that they are, using, and declares that she is a queen and he's going to be her king. And they basically, through sorcery, take over the Night's Watch. They rule for 13 years. While that happens, there's lots of like sorcery and atrocities committed. It's gnarly stuff. Eventually, a king beyond the wall and the king of winter, a Stark, come together, and they're able to beat him and get rid of the Night King and his corpse queen. Now, how does this apply to Jon? Well, as the theory goes, all of the elements for a new Night's King to, come into existence are kind of set up with the way that Jon was left in the book, i.e. dead. Jon, the current Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, a Stark, which also the original Night's King is rumored to have been a Stark as well, is dead and needs to be brought back to life. But the issue is, when you bring things back to life, they tend to come back changed to some degree. And that is because resurrection is never a clean-cut thing. There is always a catch. There is always a something. Whether it is like with a fire white a la Lady Stoneheart, Beric Dondarrion, where they're like being resurrected, but only like kind of. It's like a flash frozen like picture of where their mental state was at the moment of their death. So there are large pieces missing. And obviously that is a scenario which I think very easily leads to Jon being a new Night's King if his like humanity is essentially gone and all that's left is like the sense of betrayal at the moment of his death. That would not be a good thing. But Jon's situation is complicated by the fact that he is also a warg, and wargs can begin a second life upon their death, where their consciousness basically jumps ship into an animal, i.e. Ghosty Boy over here. And as I've talked about before, the danger with that is the longer you are in an animal, the more your mind starts to meld with it, the more that you begin to like lose bits of your humanity as you gain more of these animalistic qualities. And that is a danger that exists for wargs when they are alive, because if you are like basically living in your animal for too long, you can start gaining those characteristics. It's something that Bran is warned against constantly. With your second life, basically it's that same situation, but accelerated, because you aren't leaving. You are stuck in the animal for the entire time. So even if you, are only in there for a day, a couple days, it is, that amount of time straight through instead of the like piecemeal that a normal warg would experience. So with either of those scenarios, Jon comes back either like in the fire white sense, missing chunks of himself, or in the like warging and being like ripped out of his second life, as like he has become more animalistic, a little bit more feral, if you will. Now, obviously, to achieve Night's King level of evil, we have to be pretty far on like the bad side of the spectrum for both of those options. But again, that's why it's a theory and we're just having fun here. I don't actually think this is probably going to happen, or at least not like the full extreme version, but it's fun. Let's have fun, okay? Jon's the bad guy now. Ooh. Let's say he comes back. He is on the far more negative side of the spectrum. He is filled with these animalistic qualities, this lack of humanity, this hurt and rage and betrayal, as an undead Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. And, oh, hi, Night's King. Not to mention, at the wall, we also have Val, a character who was cut from the TV show, but has some interesting like parallels with the Corpse Queen. Now, the Corpse Queen obviously came from beyond the wall, as Val does, though Val is obviously a free folk and doesn't look undead, but she has like some similar qualities. She has this very like a pale blonde hair. Actually, I think it's described as a bit more honey, but like in the moonlight, Jon describes it as looking like very, very pale, very, very silvery. Her eyes seem gray some of the time, but again, in certain lights, they look like a very like vivid blue. There's some connections like look-wise. She's also described as being like shockingly beautiful. In fact, like it almost like to the weird like supernatural like Valyrian type whatever, which like maybe I don't know who fucking knows at this point. But yeah, she is described as like exceedingly beautiful. She comes from beyond the wall, and she's just there at the wall. She's there because she is the sister, or I guess was the sister, of Mance Rayder's wife, because Mance Rayder has a wife who is giving birth to a child in the books. And so all of the southern people, the Stannises and whatever, they consider her to be a princess because Mance Rayder was a king beyond the wall. Dalla, his wife, was a queen, and that would make her a princess. Now, obviously, with the free folk, that's like not a thing. She isn't a princess. She doesn't call herself a princess. She's like, I don't know why y'all are calling me this. This is stupid. But again, we're just finding those connections, between her and the Corpse Queen. And there, at this point, I think are a few. Her looks, her place of origin, how she is being perceived by others. They all have this similarity to them, which begs the question, like, why are these details kind of there? This character feels a little random, like right now. We don't understand her purpose, and yet there are all these connections to the Corpse Queen and the Night's King, which we do keep hearing about from Jon at the Wall. Now, beyond the little tidbits and clues or whatever they could say you can find in the text, the reason that I really like this theory is the way that it thematically plays into Jon's potential storyline as a Targaryen bastard. Because if we take it that he is, Rhaegar and Lyanna's son, which has yet to be confirmed in the books, which is why I'm saying that, but if we take it as that, he is the subject of a lot of people trying to force prophecy to happen, which, as we've learned in the series, typically doesn't lead to anything good. So Rhaegar, as his father, is obsessed with recreating the three conquerors because he thinks the prince who was promised needs that. He needs to be Aegon and then have his sisters Visenya and Rhaenys. So that is why in theory why he steals Lyanna, because Elia Martell, his wife, cannot have any more children. She's already had two, and he needs a third. In the vision that Dany has in the House of the Undying, she sees Rhaegar and Elia, and him saying there must be a third after his son Aegon is born. Not Jon, because remember, those are two separate characters. The show just put it together because they're stupid, so don't. And so, Robert's rebellion is basically revolving around the fact that Rhaegar stole Lyanna because he is trying to fulfill the Prince Who Was Promised prophecy, which isn't a good thing. It causes lots of havoc because you can't fuck with prophecy. And then it's just a double whammy because if he is brought back to life, it's probably going to be in relation to Melisandre, another person who is trying to force the Prince Who Was Promised to happen. And so if something happens to Stannis, or she comes to think that even just on his own, Jon Snow is probably more likely to be the prince who was promised, she is now trying to force the prophecy a second time. So he's the subject of multiple people forcing it on him. And the idea that that fucking with fate accidentally creates the real villain, I think is very fun. And then Jon Snow's arc kind of becomes how do we bring him back to the side of the living because he has been pushed so far to the brink. Then again, though, this is just the theory. It probably won't happen, but it's fun to think about. Thematically, I think it's fun. Let me know what you think in the comments. Beyond that, you just think I'm dumb. Okay, goodbye. Westeros was ripped apart and thousands of people died because Rhaegar Targaryen kidnapped Lyanna Stark. But why the hell did he do it? Was it because of love? Was it because of prophecy? Was it because he's a dumbass? Well, probably a little bit of everything if we're being totally for real. There's lots of theories that come from the book itself where lots of the different characters have their own perceptions and theories about Rhaegar and why he did what they did. And then there's the overall. There's the big boy, the crazy prophetic one, which, I think is the real reason, but we will get to that after we go over what some of the other characters think. Let's get the not fun one out of the way first. We have Robert Baratheon, who thinks that Rhaegar did it because Rhaegar is a monster and he just wanted to essay Lyanna hundreds and hundreds of times, and that's why Robert's so glad he killed him. Woohoo! Now, I think it's fairly safe to say that Robert had a very biased perspective and also just, is kind of an idiot himself, so maybe not the best person to be looking at this logically. So yeah, I don't think there's any indication in the books that is actually what happened. Then, of course, we have the other main contingent, and that is the love crowd. The people who believe that Rhaegar did it because he just loved Lyanna. That was the person that he fell in love with at the expense of his own wife for any number of reasons, and so he just felt like he had to take her because this was his true love and his true person, and so this was his chance. Barristan Selmy is of this opinion that Rhaegar just happened to love Lyanna. Viserys, his younger brother, also thinks this as well. It's a pretty commonly held belief amongst, I think, a large chunk of the characters, which makes sense because the impetus for this before he kidnapped kidnaps her. There was the tourney of Harrenhal, where he crowned her the Queen of Love and Beauty, something that he probably should have given to his wife, who was sitting, just a few seats down, but didn't. And so most people see this as, at the very least, some form of infatuation and more likely like love. Then there's the crowd that thinks that Rhaegar was simply unhappy with his wife Elia, and so he was looking for someone else. Because Elia Martell was never in the best of health. She was always kind of like a fragile person. It was very common for her to be sick at all times. And so the belief is that, like, had he had a wife that was a bit more, I don't even know what to say, like in better health, in better spirits, whatever, that he would have been happier. People who think this are typically mostly Lannisters. Kevin Lannister thinks this, as well as Cersei. But what most of these perspectives lack is an understanding of Targaryens and their obsession with prophecy. This, of course, comes from the fact that Targaryens are subject to dragon dreams. They're prophetic dreams that show visions of the future. And unfortunately, a lot of the times, the ones who get them feel it is now their imperative to make them happen, instead of just seeing them as like, oh, this is insight into what's about to happen. So it is heavily speculated that Rhaegar had dragon dreams, that this was, something that he was dealing with. And so he, and in his actions, is responding to what those prophetic visions were. Specifically, Rhaegar seems to have been fixated on the prince who was promised prophecy. That is something that had been known to the Targaryens. Many of them had kind of thought it might be them, or that the prince who was promised was, impending very soon. And Rhaegar was one of them. According to Maester Aemon, who used to correspond with Rhaegar via Raven, Rhaegar for a long time was under the impression that he was the prince who was promised, because he had been born under very sad circumstances. He was born literally as the rest of his family was dying in the burning of Summerhall, which was like one of the Targaryen palaces where a bunch of them died in a very mysterious fire. And he was born literally as it was happening. Like, his parents, Aerys and Rhaella, survived and gave birth to him outside of Summerhall. So he was born amidst salt and smoke because of that tragedy happening. And so he thought prince who was promised. But again, according to Aemon, for whatever reason, he stopped believing that he was the prince who was promised, I'm assuming probably because of a dragon dream, and came to believe that it was actually going to be his children, specifically his son Aegon, because up until this point, the assumption had been that the prince that was promised had to be a boy, because prince, ignoring the translation issues with Valyrian and the word dragon being used for prince and dragon not having a gendered whatever. So yeah, let's not get into that. But Rhaegar seems to have had a very specific interpretation of the prince who was promised prophecy, thinking that the prince who was promised needed to basically include a recreation of the Conqueror, so Aegon the Conqueror and his sister wives. Now, that fact specifically we know because of a vision that Dany has in the House of the Undying. Remember, the House of the Undying scene, which happens in season 2 of the show. It's in Clash of Kings in the books. It's very different in the books than it was in the TV show. The TV show really truncates it, makes it tiny and nonsensical, whereas the book, there's lots of Easter eggs and there's lots of insight into the past and the future. Dany is seeing vision after vision. They're all like metaphorical, and you kind of have to figure it out, but lots of stuff happens. She sees basically the Red Wedding. She sees it a book early, and the other big thing that she sees is she watches Rhaegar and his wife, Elia Martell, here on the bed, in the aftermath of their child, Aegon, being born. No, not the Jon Snow Aegon, because he's not actually Aegon. That's a show. But Rhaegar's actual son, Aegon, who was born of Elia Martell, is born, and Dany watches them talking to each other in this like vision of the past, in which Rhaegar says, the dragon has 3 heads, there needs to be one more. Meaning, at this point, Rhaegar had 2 children. He had Rhaenys, the oldest child, and then Aegon was the second child. And if he's recreating the Conquerors, the dragon with 3 heads, then that would mean he needs a Visenya. He needs one more daughter. And an interesting tidbit about this scene is at one point, Rhaegar turns and seems to look Dany in the eye, and it's heavily speculated that he actually does see Dany for a second, but he mistakes her for his Visenya. So if Rhaegar is at the point where he thinks that his son Aegon is the prince who was promised, and to make the prince who was promised successful in, fighting against the darkness, that he needs to recreate the Conquerors, then he needs one more child. The only issue is, of course, is that Elia Martell cannot have more children. As I said earlier, Elia Martell had never been in the best of health. Both pregnancies were very, very hard on her, and the last one nearly killed her. So if she tried to have a child again, she would very likely die and probably take the child along with her. And so Rhaegar is now in a pickle because if he thinks that this is absolutely necessary because the dragon has to have 3 heads, then what does he do? He needs to figure out a way to get a 3rd child, to get his Visenya to complete the Conquerors. Also, before someone asks, I know that they're like out of order because Rhaenys was actually the youngest and Visenya would have been the oldest in the original trio. I've heard the theory, I don't remember where I heard it, that basically he's like, the idea is that they're like coming back into the world in the opposite order of when they died, because Rhaenys died first, so she's reborn first, and then Aegon second, and then Visenya last. I don't know. Do with that what you will. But the point is that Rhaegar is in a pickle until he meets Lyanna Stark. He meets Lyanna Stark at the tourney of Harrenhal, where he crowns her the Queen of Love and Beauty, possibly in the aftermath of finding her as the Knight of the Laughing Tree. I did a whole video on that a little earlier. You can go watch that for more information on that. But the idea is, in the midst of him needing to figure out how to get another child, he meets a woman that he possibly does fall in love with. And so the combination of these two things, his like genuine like admiration and possible like falling in love with this person, combined with the fact that he needs to make a kid, leads him to, while possibly not kidnap Lyanna, at the very least, like ask her like, hey, are you willing to like go off with me? It's kind of important that we do. And that's where I personally land on this. I do think that it was a combination of the two things. I think that Rhaegar, unfortunately, was meddling with fate a little too much because, remember, don't fuck with prophecy because it's probably going to cause issues. And so his getting with Lyanna, while I think was probably generally on the up and up, was, in an attempt to manipulate fate so that he could bring forward the prince who was promised in the way that he thought it needed to be. But of course, as we know, meddling with fate led to everything going wrong. He didn't actually get his Visenya. He got another child, probably John, but I don't want to say it because people get weird on the internet. And then everyone basically died. Lyanna died, he died, his wife Elia died, and his 2 children died. All because Rhaegar forgot the big rule about prophecies. You can't consciously try to force it to happen. It has to naturally occur. And so the prince who was promised isn't going to be forced into the world. They are going to fulfill the requirements naturally, as Daenerys does at the end of the first book of Game of Thrones. Thanks, y'all. Bye. Bran Stark might be the king at the end of the series, but when he is the king at the end of the series, is he actually going to be the king at the end of the series, or is it actually going to be Bloodraven, the 3-eyed crow over here? Is that who's actually going to be the king and like puppet mastering him by like working into his body and like controlling him in like a scary puppet master? I don't know. But let's talk about it. If Bloodraven were to be puppet mastering Bran, how would he do it? Why would he be doing it? And do I think he would do it? Well, let's discuss those 3 things. Also, before I get into it, don't forget that this is a thing. If you like me, go make this more of a thing. Okay, let's keep going. The how is pretty straightforward. Because Brynden Rivers is a skin changer, and not only that, a green seer, so he's a powerful skin changer, he should have the ability to skin change into a variety of living things, including, not limited to, but human, possibly. Now, we see several examples of that throughout the series, because there's the obvious one. We see Bran skin changing into Hodor, which is a bad thing. Let's make that very clear. That is a really, really bad thing and like a violation of like the natural order, whatever. Because the other example we get of a skin changer trying to skin change into a human is a character named Varamir Sixskins, who is a wildling. He serves as the prologue chapter for A Dance with Dragons, where we learn like a lot of like the lore and the background of skin changers, basically. And the biggest taboo that you learn right off the bat is that you do not skin change into humans. That is like the cardinal rule. Varamir learns that from Hagen. Hagen is the basically like his mentor that he gets dumped with after he unalives a younger brother with a dog. It's a whole thing. But Hagen is the one who's like teaching him the skin changing ways and like the culture around it, and that is like the big rule. You do not do that. You do not like violate another human being in that way, because I don't know, like the consciousness doesn't like it, obviously. Now we can argue about like the ethics of it with an animal as well, but that's not what this video is about. So like, think about it. It is something to ponder, sure. But the whole Varamir, introducing us to that concept then really gets, hit on the head when at the end of his chapter, as he, spoiler alert, is dying, he tries to take his second life, which is like what you do when like a skin changer is dying. You can hop into one of like the animals you skin change into, and then like when your human body dies, you can like live out your second life in the animal. And so he tries to do that into another human being, and it doesn't go well. The lady in question like loses her mind. I think her name is Thistle. She's another wildling who has like been trying to help him, and it's really fucked up. But he, tries to do it into her, and she like loses it. She starts clawing her eyes out, and then she like, I think like bites her tongue. It's a whole thing. But eventually he like fails. He isn't able to. She like is able to shove him out of like her consciousness, and then he has to jump into one of his wolves. Now, that's a big reaction. And we see another example of that, but with a far lesser reaction with Bran and Hodor. So Bran is, skin changing into Hodor pretty often. But I think the reason that it's a little easier for him is Hodor seems to be at least like developmentally stunted in some way. It's not very clear. And but like that isn't to say that Hodor isn't aware of what's happening. He's very much aware, and Bran can feel like how much he hates it, how much it freaks him out. But Bran again is a pretty strong skin changer, so Hodor is just kind of going with it, though unwillingly. Now, because we've set up this concept that like you can skin change to a human, but you really shouldn't, well, we now have to think about like one of the OG schemers in the series, and that is Bloodraven. Bloodraven, who was Hand of the King and really like the puppet master for multiple generations of Targaryen kings. Well, he has some big endgame in mind. Like, you have to assume that. Like, why is he going through all this trouble? But he's Bloodraven, so like there's a reason. Naturally, this brings us to the why. The why would he do this? Well, there could be a couple reasons, and they, span the spectrum from like actual like I am trying to save the realm, all to like I want to be I want to be the ruling king finally in my own right, which I couldn't before because I was a bastard. Ooh, fist in the air. Because say whatever you will about Bloodraven, but to my eyes, his biggest concern has always been like the proper management of the country. He has been trying to basically like steer it how he sees fit, and did so for multiple generations as the Hand of the King to Aerys the First, and then Maekar, and not Daeron the Second. Sorry, I was getting confused. And the thing is like while he was doing it, he did a good job, but again, it was very much a like an ends justify the means kind of situation, because his goal seems to have been the betterment of the country, but there isn't really much that he wouldn't do to achieve that, as we learned in what became his undoing when he ordered the death of Aenys Blackfire. Now, if you didn't know, Aenys Blackfire was one of the last Blackfires who were a cadet branch of House Targaryen, who were pretenders to the throne. They had been legitimized once, and so they basically kept trying to claim the throne in these big Blackfire rebellions that kept getting squashed, and Bloodraven had to deal with basically a majority of them, because he was from the generation where the first Blackfire, Daemon Blackfire, originated from, because they were all bastard children of Aegon IV. It was a whole deal. But anyway, so after the death of Maekar, they had to hold basically like a great council to decide who the next king would be, because the succession was like a little unclear. And it was Bloodraven who was the one, as Hand of the King, who said, no, we're doing the great council. We're figuring it out this way because, I'm in charge. And because they're hearing, all these different people's claims, to, put themselves up as like a potential, future king, one of the people who did that was Aenys Blackfire, at the time, like next in the Blackfire line, and he asked like, hey, can I have safe passage so that I can participate in this, because I do have a claim. And Bloodraven was like, yeah, sure, of course you can, come over here, you can come over here, we won't hurt you. Spoiler alert, he hurts him. So the second he gets there, Aenys Blackfire is arrested, and then I think they like literally like it wallop, it goes off. But so they do that, and that's bad, because this is kinslay. We don't kinslay. And Bloodraven has now shown that like not only will he like violate guest right, which is its own horrific like thing in the culture, but also he's willing to kinslay. Like, so it's a double double whammy. So yes, Brynden Rivers is willing to do like taboo things for what he considers to be the greater good. So we have the how, we have the why. Will he? I think that there is a definite chance that he tries. And I think that this will probably be a case of Brynden Rivers has a plan that might have good intentions, but probably wouldn't turn out well for Bran. And Bran is going to be a strong enough greenseer that he is able to fight against it. So I think we have had too many of these instances of like seeing how that taboo gets violated and knowing Brynden Rivers, his abilities, and what he is willing to do. I think there's a very good chance that all of those things culminate in an attempt by Brynden to take over Bran as some means of, turning him into a weapon almost. Maybe because he thinks that Bloodraven would have the better judgment. Maybe because Bran isn't listening. Whatever. But I think there is a good chance that he tries, and I think that there is an even better chance that Bran whoops his ass, and maybe that's how Brynden actually dies. And honestly, if I've been stuck growing into a tree for the last 60, 70 years, I might be a little over it too. So yeah, anyway, okay, goodbye. Varys is a mermaid and TikTok is getting banned. So let's crash out together and talk about Varys being a motherfucking mermaid. Don't worry about the look. The look is just, the vibe. We're vibing like this. Of course, who needs to wear shirts the regular way when Varys is a fucking mermaid? So the evidence for Varys being a mermaid is, of course, limitless because he is a mermaid. Because it's one of the main known facts about the A Song of Ice and Fire series. In the series, we learn about Varys being a mermaid, factually in the text. It's written right there, totally. Like, if you learn to read between the lines. But we learn about it, especially in Game of Thrones, because Arya tries to follow Varys, because Varys has that meeting with Illyrio Mopatis. He's the really big fat guy who does some human trafficking with Daenerys, which is really bad. Also, if you're wondering if I'm drunk right now, no, I'm not. I'm drunk on life being shitty. And get ready, this is gonna be the vibe of the videos until it all goes kablooey, okay? So yeah, Arya follows Illyrio and Varys as they're talking, and they're doing some scheming. They're talking about black dragons and red dragons, which totally isn't Targaryens, and Blackfires, because Fagon is a secret Blackfire. Totally not that. But while she's following them, she hears water. There's like water. It's like drip, drip, dripping down all around. Why? Because he needs it. He needs the water, man. But anyway, she tries following them. She eventually loses them, but where she does come out the other end, it's a sewer. So she found her way down to the water system because that's where they were going. Why? Because Varys has got to go to the sea. The sea, like Ariel over here. Look at her, though he doesn't have her bralette thing. He could though. He'd look good. We're very supportive. Of whatever sort of fashion statement you want to make. Fashion is about expression, as I'm showing you tonight with this shirt that doesn't quite fit me correctly, so I'm doing this. Is it a vibe? I think it's a vibe. I feel like a gay nun. Huh. The Catholic school trauma is coming out. Are y'all liking this anyway? So Varys being a mermaid. Also, the other big piece of evidence, which I think is the most compelling piece of... Ooh, the hair don't look good like that. Don't look good. We can need more of a pompadour. But the other compelling piece of evidence is his feet. His feet. Have you seen Varys' feet? I haven't seen Varys' feet. No one in the series has seen Varys' feet. Why? Because he's wearing slippers all the time. He's wearing slippers. So he's slipping and sliding all around. Why? Because mermaids, man. Mermaids are slippery, motherfucker. Maybe I should start drinking. Would drinking be good for this? Maybe it would add to the vibe. I don't know. I don't drink when I'm sad though, because that's my rule. I think drinking just enhances whatever mood you're in, and so tangents, man. But anyway, Varys is a mermaid. So yeah, you never see his feet because he's got flippers. He's got flippers. He has to hide with the slippers, and those words rhyme. What the fuck? This is y'all's fault. 67,000 of you followed me over the course of 6 months. That's insane. I'm insanely grateful, and this is what it all amounts to. Varys is a mermaid. But also, what is Varys' childhood? Varys' childhood, he's like, oh, I'm a poor street urchin that, got picked up by a troop of mummers, and mummers are just actors, but with a fancy, ye olden times word. But I'm like, okay, but where did they find you, man? Was it in the ocean? Were they in the sea? Did you wash up on the shore? I don't know. So yeah, he could have been a mermaid before. And then there's also like the whole eunuch thing, because like maybe the eunuch thing is just like fully made up because he's got fish parts, and fish parts, they don't present the same way. This is what I've been reduced to. I promise I'm fine. This is more fun. I'm just like letting loose. Like, who needs composure? Who needs composure when this is all gonna fucking go away in a second? Or maybe not. Who fucking knows? Maybe the Supreme Court is gonna help people out. But anyway, yeah, I'm on the communist app now too. But don't forget about the other red app. But yeah, anyway, back to Varys being a mermaid. So yeah, eventually Varys makes his way over to Westeros, and how does he get over to Westeros? By the sea, because he has to, because Essos is a continent away and there's a sea in the middle, but also because that's his preferred form of travel. He's so slippery. But yeah, Varys is a mermaid, Sir Pounce is Azor Ahai, and yeah, anyway, y'all have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons and the others, or the White Walkers, are the two primordial forces at the center of the A Song of Ice and Fire book series, Game of Thrones if you only watch the show. And I've argued that the story is called that, A Song of Ice and Fire, the story of ice and fire, because that is the actual point of the story. The point of the story is these two primordial forces, the forces of life and death, fighting each other, trying to win out, while everyone else is distracted by the pointy chair because, ooh, I want to be king. So the Iron Throne is ultimately the red herring of the series. It is the distraction from the actual conflict that's going on, the conflict with very real stakes. Now, in my argument, as I've mentioned, the others over here represent the ice, and ice represents death, and so the inverse of that, we have the dragons and Daenerys, who represent fire, who represent life. And if you're wondering, like, oh, is that really what those two things represent? Yes, George says it. You can find video of him saying it. It isn't, Jon Snow being the Song of Ice and Fire or whatever. Like, no, that's not what we're talking about. It's dragons and it's White Walkers, okay? But because I've argued that the dragons are a positive force in the world, they are a force that's representative of life, and therefore they are good, I have gotten some comments, questioning that, just like this one over here, which says, how is Dragonfire different than the fire of the Lord of Light? If we accept fire equals good, that means the Red Priests should also be on the side of the positive, right? Well, sort of. They should, but they're not. At least not fully. And that's because I'm going to posit that what's actually happening here is it's not as simple as just fire fighting ice and vice versa. And actually, it's fire fighting ice being a corruption of water. And if you think I'm getting a little woo-woo here, I do apologize. I know I was just bitching about theories in my last video last night, but just remember, this is all speculation. It could mean nothing, and it probably means nothing, but we're just having fun, okay? But I'm positing that ice is really supposed to represent a corruption of water because water magic is something that exists in the universe. And when you think of fire's natural opposite, it's typically not ice, it's typically water. So those two seem like the positive, like primordial forces in the world, ice being a corruption of this one. Also, this is an old man of the river from the River Royne. The Roynar were known to practice water magic, and so that's why he's down here. Ain't the turtle cute? So, if we consider the idea that the healthy or positive forms of magic in the universe are strictly fire and strictly water, then the corruption of those elements would be ice over here, and ironically, shadows over here with the Lord of Light. Because remember, according to Melisandre, shadows are children of the Lord of Light. They're a good thing. But are they? Because if we look at the different magical disciplines in the world, you have the Valyrians who practiced fire magic, but also blood magic, which that feels like a corruption of water magic. And then you have the Roynar and the Children of the Forest, specifically. That's also very important to remember. The Children of the Forest and the Roynar are practicing water magic. And we know the Children of the Forest were also practicing water magic because remember, they used the Hammer of the Waters when they were fighting the First Men, and then I think possibly the Andals. I don't actually think they used it against the Andals. Correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. But they used the Hammer of the Waters, which was this big, form of water magic to break the Arm of Dorne, to basically split the continents of Westeros and Essos to stop the First Men from flooding into Westeros. Didn't ultimately work. But then they tried doing it again at the neck in Westeros, which is like the part that separates the north from the rest of Westeros. They tried to do it again, didn't work, and then you just got like a bunch of like bogs and swamps. And then as for fire, if you accept the premise that Lightbringer during the first long night was a dragon, as I think is very evident if you pay attention in the text, Lightbringer being the flaming sword that Azor Ahai, the hero who ended the long night, used. If you believe it's a dragon, then that dragon was, the savior of humanity. So again, two things that are ultimately kind of natural and good, but then what is like the weird version of each of these? So you have over here ice being the weird version of water magic, and then you have the Lord of Light, and specifically shadow binding, which is the magic found in Ashai, being like the weird corruption of fire. And if you remember that the legend of Azor Ahai comes from Ashai, we know that, like, at least in the distant past, fire magic is now probably related with that area. So if shadow binding were to develop in that area as kind of like an offshoot of fire magic, I think that kind of makes sense. Yes, I know there are logical leaps here, and we're like really putting all those like teeny tiny pieces together, like I just complained about yesterday. But you know what? I don't care. I'm a friggin' hypocrite, and you're still here, so fuck you too. Okay, don't fuck you. I'm just, I get hyped. I think it's very important to keep these two like corrupted offshoots in mind, because at the start of the series, these are the only two that currently exist in the world. Remember, fire magic kind of went out first with the Valyrians, and then fully with the death of the dragons, partway into the Targaryen dynasty in Westeros. And then the Rhoynar have all but basically lost their water magic as they, were driven from the River Rhoyne, and then had to eventually like settle down in Dorne. And there are like whispers that there was like a little bit of water magic here and there, but it seems to have like mostly gone away. And then same with the Children of the Forest, because they have been depleted so much, their water magic or connection to that has mostly gone away. And so all that is left of magic in the world isn't the like natural good versions, it's the corrupted versions. You have the others in the far north, which we see being active at the start of the series. Probably because the good forms of magic have like fully dissipated by this point, which is probably why they're stirring, in my opinion. And then on the flip side, all you have left of fire magic, the magic that's supposed to represent like life and warmth and love and like goodness, which that isn't just me. This is how George says that he like perceives fire. He perceives it as a positive thing, in opposition to how he perceives cold. He really hates ice. He hates the cold. He talks about like the like really like cold winters of, I don't remember if it was his childhood or college years or something. He doesn't like the cold. That's the point. All of fire magic being left is of the Lord of Light cult, and shadow binding is a corruption of what a fire magic is supposed to do. Fire is warmth. Fire is a means of life, of survival, and the corruption, especially in the Lord of Light cult, is the enslavement of living people, because the Lord of Light cult uses slaves. All of the priests and priestesses are slaves that were bought by the temple, which once again is a very interesting duality, because both of these corruptions enslave portions of humanity. The others, the White Walkers over here, they enslave the dead. That is how their magic functions, whereas the Lord of Light enslaves the living as a means of, furthering their own magics. So back to the commenter's original point, if fire is supposed to be good, shouldn't they be good? And yes, they should, but they are not, because they are not acting in the best interest of humanity, and therefore are a corruption of the element that they are meant to represent. And so the fact that these are the only two things that are like still existing in parts of the world, they're not like fully, spread out or anything, but are existing in parts of the world and growing in strength. It's very interesting that at the beginning of the series, we have other things about the world that are unnatural. You have the seasons that are all like lasting years and years long when they're not supposed to. That is like some kind of weird magical thing that is happening in the world. George has said, and even like in the text, it says from like some of like the fake Maester writings that by their calculations, seasons should only last months like they do in the real world, but there is something causing them to all be out of whack. And we can deduce that it has something, at the very least, to do with the dragons over here, because the dragons, when they fully died out, it's noted in the histories that the winters became harsher and longer. So this unnatural imbalance gets worse with the removal of them. So if we follow that logic of like the going out of fire magic in the world led to a further imbalance of the seasons, we can also like assume that possibly something similar happened with water magic, and especially with the Children of the Forest, because remember, the Children of the Forest filled all of Westeros. That was entirely their domain, and they practiced water magic. And then when the first men came, they dwindled and dwindled. They had a bit of a peace there for a few thousand years, and then they dwindled again during the Long Night, and then the Andal invasion, until like today, there is barely anything left. So we can assume that probably over the course of like the first men arriving and all of the children like slowly losing their population and therefore losing their practice of water magic, that they were probably the impetus of the season starting to get out of whack, and it just gets further and further worse with the loss of the dragons. So to correct the imbalances caused by these corruptions of these magics, we have the return of the dragons as a miracle, because remember, that's what George describes it as. It's a miracle. They are brought back as an attempt to, course correct. And then simultaneously, you have all of the weird magic that's starting to stir up north beyond the others, like having to do with the Children of the Forest, having to do with Bran and Green Seers, and stuff that has to do with their magic. Not to mention, a lot of us assume that the Isle of Faces, which is a, isle important to the Children of the Forest in the middle of the God's Eye Lake, is going to play something important later. So maybe there's a source of water magic there that also needs to be reactivated to fight these fuckers off. Yeah, bad, good. Tell me how dumb it is in the comments. Love y'all. Okay, bye. Jon Snow was a badass who fought a bunch of White Walkers at Hardhome, one of the all-time favorite episodes of Game of Thrones. Sadly for Jon in the books, though, he never gets to go to Hardhome, because before he can, he gets poked with a bunch of holes. Actually, Jon wasn't even going there in the book. He was sending Tormund to go there, and then he wanted to deal with something else, but that's not the point of this video. The point of this video is that Hardhome is filled with mysteries. Because in the books, Hardhome was a wildling city that existed and then blew up 600 years ago. Why? I don't know. We're told it blew up, and then we have to figure out why it blew up, because it's a mystery, because we like to drop mysteries and then, spend many, many years trying to figure out what they mean, but it's okay. We're having fun with this one. So in the books, Hardhome is pretty spooky from the get-go. We realize after we know that a bunch of wildlings are heading there, that they are truly desperate, because Hardhome, it ain't it. It ain't the place you want to be. It is a location famous for its hauntings, because it is a ruin. It is a ruin of the town that was built up 600 years ago and then mysteriously exploded. Also, hey, don't forget that this podcast is a thing that I did for y'all, and it's linked in the place where, it would be. We talk about 3 chapters from the book every week. You can read along with us, or you don't have to. You could just listen to me yap. It's totally up to you. But also, don't I look cute in cartoon form? Anyway. But the wildlings are all heading there, because after we have the Battle of Castle Black, where the 100,000 wildlings were all gathered near the wall and tried to, cross it, they were repelled when Stannis showed up and was doing his whole, I'm gonna kill everyone. Ooh, I'm cool. But anyway, Stannis beat the wildlings, and then they all scattered. And because they scattered, a bunch of them were like, hey, where do we go? Because also, there are White Walkers all through these woods, and whites, and they are all killing us as we are fleeing for our lives. Finally, though, one of the wildlings, who I believe is a woods witch, her name is Mother Mole. She has some kind of vision, prophecy, whatever you want to call it, where she sees that they will be saved if they go to Hardhome. And they're all like, really? That's where we gotta go? Okay, we'll go if that's what you're saying. Yeah, I guess that's better than this thing. Unfortunately, it does not work out for them, because as soon as they get there, the dead things in the woods follow them and are slowly picking them off. It becomes a whole to-do. Jon tries to send Cotter Pike, who is the head of Eastwatch by the Sea. It is another Night's Watch castle right here by the sea, on some ships to go get him. He runs into his own issues, and it's a mess. It's a mess, and so that's why eventually he wants to go to Hardhome, but then he sends Tormund, and then he gets all and it's a thing. And now that I've teased you enough, let's get to the actual point of the video, which is Hardhome. Hardhome, what is it? Why is it like that? How did it get like that? Well, boy, are there theories, and there are a bunch of them, and some of them make sense, and some of them don't, and sometimes you can mix and match them. It's a whole to-do. So first, let's establish what Hardhome was 600 years ago before it went kablooey. So 600 years ago, Hardhome was shaping up to be the first real town north of the wall populated by wildlings. Now, we know so much about it because there was a maester named Maester Willis who was very interested in the fact that, hey, there's the first real wildling town happening. Let me go study it. And so he ended up traveling down from Old Town up to Hardhome and living there for about 3 years, learning about the culture. Eventually, he would have to flee because the person whose protection he was under, they died in I don't remember, some kind of like drunken fight. I think. Don't quote me on that one. But anyway, Willis had to flee because he's like, oh, I don't have protection anymore, and I'm around wildlings, and they're like just neutral at best with me and want to kill me at worst. So he flees, and he is very lucky that he does because not long after, Hardhome is struck by some kind of disaster. From what we know, it basically was on fire. The whole thing was suddenly on fire, and we aren't exactly sure why. But the fire was so big, so extreme, that from Hardhome over here, it could be seen, the fires on the wall. The fire was said to be so big and so bright that men at the Night's Watch on the wall thought that the sun was rising when it happened at night. And then after that initial blaze, it was said that ash fell from the sky for the next 6 months or so. Now, the Night's Watchmen who went to investigate, they said that it was hell on earth, basically. There was a lot of dead people all around. Everything was burnt to hell. And then screaming could be heard from all the caves surrounding Hardhome. Screaming that supposedly has persisted for far longer than it should have, since it's hundreds of years later. This has led to the superstition that it is all haunted with all manner of ghouls and creepy snarks and whatever. You get it. I almost said ghouls twice. It's fine. Slightly distracted by the ghouls doing fascism today, but excuse me. But anyway, the strange nature of the way Hardhome disappeared off the face of the earth has led to a lot of theorizing, which I'm going to categorize into two main categories. One is people messing with it, probably from Essos. So you have theories about dragon lords, about faceless men, about children of the forest. You have, a group of people causing it to happen. And the second category is natural disaster, where there are theories that a comet may have hit it, like a meteor hit Hardhome and all went kablooey, or that there was a active volcano underground and it also went kablooey, and which is why you get all the ash falling forever. I should say there's also a third category, which I'm going to lovingly call combo, because what if it was a combo of several of those things? Woohoo. So let's start with category one, people trying to mess with them. So there's the theory that the Dragon Lords wanted to see if they could invade Westeros and started with an easy target, that being Hardhome. Sure. There's another one about children of the forest, which I don't know why they would do that, but okay. Then we have a combo of those two where the Dragon Lords tried to take Hardhome, and then the children of the forest tried to warg into their dragons, and then the dragons are what exploded. Theories. Then, of course, you have the theories revolving around the Faceless Men, which I think, while probably the most unlikely, are kind of the most fun, because there is a theory that the Faceless Men used Hardhome as a testing ground to see if their plan for the Doom of Valyria would work. Because remember, Hardhome happened 600 years ago. The Doom of Valyria happened 400 years ago. So the Doom of Valyria happened 200 years after the whole Hardhome disaster. So what if the Faceless Men tried doing what they were going to do to Valyria there? Which ties into another combo theory with the active volcano. Because remember, the Doom of Valyria was all the volcanoes going off at the same time, which just destroyed everything. So the idea is, what if the Faceless Men caused a volcano that was active underneath Hardhome to go off to see how it would work and the destruction that would ensue? Now, I think with that theory, you have to look at it with a very, very light logical lens, because the more you poke it, it's but why? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Hey, this is future Ronnie, clumsily slowing down a section so that I could do a little voiceover. Just letting you know, this isn't confirmation that the Faceless Men caused the Doom of Valyria. That's a theory in and of itself. This is just an extension of that theory. Anyway, just clarifying. I know we've been jumping all around the three categories, but let's segue into category two, which is just natural disasters. So the big one that a lot of people think is the idea of a meteor hitting Hardhome. The meteor hit it, it exploded, caused a bunch of damage, everything went up in flames, yada yada. Now, if I can be indulgent, I'm going to say I like that one, but I like it in combination with the volcano. Because I think the idea of it being a comet makes the most sense, but the detail that sticks out is the screaming caves, which a lot of people online have theorized is natural gases escaping, probably because volcano. I like the idea that literally the meteor hit and disrupted the volcano underneath, and then it kind of went kablooey, and that's why you have all the ash falling for 6 months. Then again, I'm not a scientist. That could be complete bullshit, and you'll tell me in the comments. Thank you so much. Anyway, whatever the reason was, we know that after that happened, the wildlings were well and truly spooked by the place and were like, I do not want to go there ever again. And so Hardhome was abandoned after that. The people, if there were any people that survived in legend, were either taken away by slavers to Essos, or were possibly taken by some of the tribes that like to eat people. Yeah, they were. Yeah, I don't condone it. That's just what it says in the text. So because all the people were gone and no one wanted to live there anymore, it basically turned back into wilderness. And so the fact that the remaining wildlings are all converging on that spot, it's just a bad omen, you know? Hey, let me know what combo theory you like in the comments about Hardhome, and anything else you want me to talk about. Okay, bye. Daenerys Targaryen is Azor Ahai. No, not Jon Snow. Sorry to tell you that. It's Daenerys. She is Azor Ahai, and therefore, Drogon over here is Lightbringer. And if you want to argue and be like, Daenerys isn't Azor Ahai, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'm not here to argue with you about that. Go reread a Game of Thrones where she literally fulfills every part of the prophecy at the end of it. I don't have patience for y'all. But that's not the point, because the point of this video is we want to talk about Drogon being Lightbringer, and therefore the original Lightbringer of the original Azor Ahai also being a dragon. Also, yes, I'm in my car. Don't worry about it, okay? Now, first off, let's remind ourselves about the Azor Ahai prophecy in and of itself. So, Azor Ahai is a legendary figure within the world of Ice and Fire. He is credited with ending the first long night, where the others, the White Walkers, originally came out and just rained destruction down on the world, before finally Azor Ahai popped up and, using a very special weapon called Lightbringer, a flaming sword, was able to beat them back and win the day and save humanity. Now, beyond the fact that Lightbringer is on fire, there is more to that sword that makes it special, because this sword had to be specially forged to be strong enough to achieve the task of defeating the others and, the ice and all that shit. So according to the legend, Azor Ahai realized that he needed a sword, a special sword, a sword for heroes, to be able to achieve that task of defeating the others. So he himself set out to forge it, and he spent 30 days and 30 nights working on this blade. And then when it came time to quench it, as you do, when the steel is like hot, you got to cool it down real quick. He went and he took it to water, and plunged it into the water. But oh no, the steel broke and snapped. So Azor Ahai was like, okay, fine, we'll do it again. So this time he spent 50 days and 50 nights working on this blade, making it as good as he could possibly make it. And this time, instead of using water, he went and he found himself a lion, like a living lion, so not very nice. And to quench it, he stuck it into the lion. But oh no, it didn't work. The sword snapped again, and he was very sad. So then he did it a third time, and this time he spent 100 days working on it, day and night, to forge a third blade. And then when it was time to quench it, with a very heavy heart, because he realized that the other two things weren't strong enough, powerful enough, meaningful enough, he went to his beloved wife, Nissa, and with her consent, she bared her chest, and he plunged the sword into her. So at that point, she obviously passed away, but it said that her soul combined with the steel and created Lightbringer. It created this thing that was stronger because it was imbued with her soul, a soul that, meant so much to Azor Ahai. So it's said that from that day forward, a Lightbringer, the sword, was always warm to the touch, and it would flame in battle, because it's magical now. It has been imbued with the power of Nissa's sacrifice. So unfortunately, this has led to a lot of theorizing in the fandom. They're like, okay, so I think that, when Jon Snow has to go kill the others, because this is all about Jon Snow, he's going to actually have to kill Daenerys with his sword so that he can forge Lightbringer again, right? Stop. Please. I beg of you, stop. Now, this is shitty for several reasons. The first one I'm going to mention is just the literalness of it. Everyone, for some reason, is taking the Azor Ahai legend so literally, which is often not how legends work, let's just be frank. Also, just on a side note, it's always very icky in the way that theory is framed, because it's always seems to be framed as Jon has to, basically similarly to the end of the TV show, where he has to, put Daenerys down like old Yeller, and for the good of the realm, and so he has to kill her so that he has his cool sword that can now go do fun things, also probably because she's also going crazy at this point. And that's no, because it's also forgetting an important part of the legend, and that is that Nissa consents to this. Azor Ahai asks her to bare her chest, as he's holding this burning sword, and she does it. She stands there, and she allows him to do it to, help him forge it. So the idea that, Jon essentially murders Daenerys so that, putting her down because she's gone crazy or whatever, because this is the only way that he's going to defeat the others, it's icky. It's icky. It lacks consent. It feels, it has the same, grossness in the lack of consent that finale does, where, in a moment of vulnerability, he takes advantage of it and uses it to kill her. I don't care for whatever reason. I do not like seeing that on screen, especially for a character who was previously also a victim of abuse and assault in that way. So it's at this point I'm going to ask you to take a step back and maybe consider the fact that this might not be literal, because this is a problem that a lot of the characters in universe are having. The whole thing with Stannis being Azor Ahai and Melisandre trying to make him a Lightbringer, it's weird and it's obviously wrong because she is interpreting the legend as completely literal. Let's consider the idea that this legend is actually a metaphor. It's a metaphor for the creation of dragons, to fight back against death, against the others. And so in this metaphor, Lightbringer is simply the first dragon, and the first dragon being brought forth through magic. Because if we look how Daenerys brought back her dragons in the present day, through that, the burning on the pyre, we know that the concept of death paying for life is what was used to bring them forth. Now, there is debate in the fandom about which specific deaths helped bring the three dragons forward, because really you would need three of them for that to be a thing. Generally, it is some combination of either Daenerys herself, Khal Drogo, her son, who, passed away, Rhaegar, and Mirri Maz Duur. Mirri Maz Duur is the one that, did the dark magics that caused, people to. But the idea being that their three deaths in the pyre are what were used to bring forth the three dragons, Rhaegar, Viserion, and Drogon. I'm not going to speculate about which of the specific three people out of the four I just listed were the deaths that counted to bring the dragons into the world, but just generally let's get the idea in our heads that these three dragons were brought forth by three sacrifices. Which, if we apply that logic to the Azor Ahai legend, suddenly the failed forgings make a lot of sense. Because if we understand that in this deep magic that only death can pay for life, then of course, if you try to use other ingredients when forging something like a dragon, this thing that is meant to be a weapon against the dark, well, you can see how the progression makes sense. Azor Ahai tries to use water first. That doesn't work. It's not strong enough. He tries to use a lion. Yes, that's a lie, but it isn't a strong enough thing. It isn't a meaningful enough sacrifice. And then finally, he sacrifices his wife, the individual in the world that he loves the most, and she gives her life to do that, and that is what brings forth the actual dragon on the third attempt. I'm going to say, for me, this makes so much sense, because if you think about a lot of the legends that we hear about in the world, there are probably real world counterparts to them. There's a nugget of something that was there that it's since, gotten lost in translation and over time. And I think the translation issue is the big thing with Lightbringer, because we know that the Azor Ahai legend and the Prince Who Was Promised legend, there are issues with the translation and the translations causing people to misunderstand elements of it. We learn that from Maester Aemon when he is in the middle of his death throes and he's hallucinating, and he's talking about Daenerys specifically being Azor Ahai and saying we misunderstood the prophecy. The prophecy talked about a prince. It didn't talk about a princess. It was the language that confused us. And I think the language confusing people is what's going on with Lightbringer, because Lightbringer is a flaming weapon. What the fuck is a dragon? And in the series, at one point, Daenerys' dragons are referred to as a flaming sword above the world. That's in Dance with Dragons, and I think it's Zaro who says it. But it says that your dragons are a flaming sword above the world because of the potential for danger and destruction that they have. But that language, flaming sword, what is a dragon but a flaming sword? A sword, very easily in translation, could be what something, along the lines of like a weapon was turned into. So what could have been like, fire-breathing weapon becomes flaming sword the further down the game of telephone you get. And considering the fact that Daenerys Targaryen fulfills all of the Azor Ahai elements of the prophecy when she goes into the pyre, when she brings the dragons forth, I think it makes sense that whole event is also the forging of Lightbringer. Like the legend, we have the 3 attempts to forge Lightbringer in the 3 dragons, the last one of which being Drogon himself. And so Azor Ahai is reborn in the world, and Lightbringer is reforged all in that one scene. And if you disagree, I don't really give a shit. You go do you. Tell me in the comments. Boost this video. Ha ha ha. Have a great night, y'all. Tyrion Lannister is not, nor has he ever been, a secret fucking Targaryen. Okay? And it's okay. I recognize that this is my plague. This is my curse to carry. Everyone telling me that no. If you just stop and think, if you just believe hard enough, I do believe in fairies. I do. He's really a Targaryen. I swear to And this is absolutely no shade to the person who left the comment. I totally get it. It's cool. But let's talk about this, because there is a very simple reason why Tyrion Lannister is not a secret Targaryen. And I will tell you right now, it's very simple. Are you ready? Narrative. The answer is narrative. Because you see, here's the issue with a lot of theories, and this isn't, specific to this fandom, just fandom in general and theorizing about things, is people think about the construction of their theories wrong. Sorry, my opinion, you can disagree, but they think that, all the elements of the story are these pieces, these puzzle pieces. You have the characters, you have the plot lines, you have all like the little lore dumbs, yum, it's so cool. But they do ultimately think of them as puzzle pieces. And so the theorist goes, let me put my theorist cap on. I'm going to look at all these puzzle pieces and, look, I can construct the picture myself. Look, and this is the theory and this is why it works, because look at how all the pieces fit together. Isn't this brilliant? And to that I'd say no, because you're using the wrong metaphor here, because these elements in these stories, they're not puzzle pieces, and you are not putting together the greatest puzzle that ever existed. A more apt metaphor for the plot and character elements that people like to use to construct theories are, instead of puzzle pieces, are actually Legos. So yes, you can take all of the pieces that are around and you can build a thing, and you can point to the thing and say, look at this theory, look at how I constructed it, look at all the pieces I used, look at how they fit together, and how this very much looks like the thing that I'm talking about. But here's the issue, because I can look at all of those pieces and say, hey, yes, I'm going to construct my scale model of Winterfell, and isn't it cute? Isn't it great? But I can also take all those pieces and build the Death Star. That, obviously, that isn't, the right thing. And so this becomes the danger in theorizing, because what if things fit? Sure, but that isn't the whole thing. Yes, I can build a thing, any theory. I can build any theory. I can build a theory that Tyrion is actually, a time-traveling fetus that is actually the child of Daenerys Targaryen and Khal Drogo, sent back in time by Mirri Maz Duur to go basically marry his mother again, because, time-traveling fetus Tyrion, he wants to marry Daenerys so that they can, do like ultra Targaryen incest. It's got to be ultra, man. That's obviously ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. But you know what? I can build it from the pieces that exist in the story. I used my Legos and I made the thing. Someone made that, and to a certain sect of the population, it makes sense. And that's because construction of the theory from the available pieces isn't everything, and we keep forgetting a crucial element of what makes a theory viable. And I spoiled it right at the beginning: narrative. How does this theory fit into the narrative of the story? Because yes, I can put it together, I can make the thing, but if it doesn't make sense with the narrative, then it's probably not right, because why? And that's the big question with the Tyrion being a secret Targaryen. What is the point of it? And I know you have so many answers. I know they're ready. You are typing away. You probably typed them already. Cool. I'll answer you with a snide remark of like, hey, maybe watch the video first next time. It's cool. Well, let's go through a few of them just so I can, point out how narratively it doesn't make sense. Now, to do this, here's what I'm going to have to ask everyone to do. I need you to take your tinfoil conspiracy theorist hat off for just 2 seconds, and instead, we need to put on our writer-editor hats. I know that's not the fun hat, but that's also what I do. So let's look at it. Let's think from a writer's perspective what this would mean for the narrative, why it would be included, and, is there a reason? Spoiler, there isn't, but, let's do it anyway. Okay, so what are some reasons that people state for there being a point to this? Well, the big one that I hear over and over again is, what would be the irony if after all this time, Tywin had a reason to hate Tyrion? That, because Tyrion is a secret Targaryen, that's the reason, that's the real reason that he's always hated him. Okay, so Tywin needs a real reason to hate Tyrion outside of the fact that Tyrion is a dwarf who, Tywin would hate because he thinks that that's an embarrassment to himself and his house, who he has spent his entire adult life trying to prop up after the shame brought onto House Lannister by his father Tytos. Also, Tyrion, his mother coming into the world, obviously unintentionally because that's a child, but Tywin, of course, would recognize the nuance in that, and not just blame the child for the death of the only woman that Tywin has ever loved. Ever. It said the only time that Tywin ever smiled was at their wedding. Weird. But no, sure, those aren't enough reasons for Tywin to have an irrational hatred of Tyrion. The real reason has to be that Tyrion is a secret Targaryen who he knows about but has put up with for 20-odd years? So you're telling me after this child, who he knows is a secret Targaryen, caused the death of his wife, he was like, yeah, I'll keep the kid. Huh. Okay, but what if he doesn't know? What if he doesn't know? And so, but this is like the secret reason, and Tywin doesn't even realize it. So like Tyrion is just there, and it's like an insult to Tywin his entire life. Okay, but who cares? Who cares that Tywin's he gone? There is no point of this reveal because the person that this would actually hurt is Tywin, and Tywin isn't around to be hurt by it anymore. So narratively, this doesn't have anything to do with Tywin. Either him knowing it, doesn't make sense logically with the plot as we've actually established it in the text, and then if he didn't know, and the point of it is like, a final insult to Tywin, well, we missed our moment. Okay, well, what if this whole identity thing has to do with Tyrion? Okay, small issue with that. Tyrion's whole arc has to do with the unfairness of his lot in life. He should be, enshrined in this privilege and be able to wield it as a member of, the highest of highest classes here. But because of his disability, but because of how the world and, the world as represented by Tywin views him, he is stymied. He has doubters. He has people who do not take him seriously, who mock him. He has all this unfair shit put on him, and it's put a chip on his shoulder. And so as the story goes on, we watch him, try and fail and sometimes succeed to kind of rise above that, to show like that he does have worth, that he does have intelligence, that he is just as smart as his father, that he is just as cunning, that he's just as capable of leading and inspiring and all this good stuff, in spite of everyone not believing in him and thinking that he's lesser than and thinking that he is unworthy. Okay, but hey, let me tell you, Tyrion, actually, no, there's a legitimate reason that your dad hated you. Yeah. So I know that this like chip on your shoulder has been like rough all your life, but it's justified. It's fully justified because like Tywin should have hated you. You are the offspring of a crazy person, and because of that, your mother died, and because of that, like you are you have the disability that you have because that's again part of the whole heiress theory is that explains why Joanna passed in childbirth. That explains why Tyrion has his disabilities. But yeah, no, it all makes sense, and it's all like kind of your fault, that everyone hates you. Now, obviously, it wouldn't actually be his fault. Joanna didn't want these unwanted, advances from Eris, but saying that the entire world wasn't wrong in their feelings about him, that there like was a reason that like was legitimate that he was treated this way, really just undoes a lot of work now done it. And again, the point of Tyrion's story, and especially in relation to Tywin, is that they are the same. Tywin is just like Tyrion. He's just as lustful, he's just as dishonest, he's just as cunning and vengeful and spiteful. When Tywin lists the things of all the things he hates about Tyrion, they're all qualities that Tywin has. And so the irony of this relationship is that Tyrion is the son that Tywin would have always wanted, but he comes in a form that Tywin hates. And when Tyrion is about to off Tywin and Tywin says, "You're no son of mine," he responds, "I am you writ small," because he is Tywin's son. Good night. The Red Wedding saw the complete destruction of House Stark by House Frey with the okay of the Lannisters. But I think that the Red Wedding 2.0 is going to make the Red Wedding look like absolute child's play when every single Frey and Lannister is yeeted off the face of the planet. Now, if you watch the TV show, you might be thinking to yourself right now, well, didn't the Red Wedding 2.0 kind of happen? Because Arya went and, took out House Frey. She fed some people some pies made of other people, and it was a whole to-do. And sure, that wasn't a wedding per se, but, it got the job done. So isn't that the Red Wedding 2.0? Not really. Because the thing you need to understand with that particular plot line is I think they were actually combining several events into one convenient plot device that allowed them to, deal with House Frey as a whole and give us our Arya's back in Westeros reveal. So in actuality, I think the two events that they combined, one of them was the Red Wedding 2.0, what will happen in future iterations of the books, and then an event that already has taken place and has been lovingly described, or called, I should say, Frey Pie. Now, Frey Pie, probably not hard to guess because it's kind of what happens in that scene with Arya, or I guess a couple scenes because she's there in a couple different points. But basically, some Freys are probably baked into some pies, and then some other Freys eat them, and they don't know. So that does happen in the books, but it has nothing to do with Arya. It has everything to do with a northern house known as House Manderly. They're basically a house that is pretending to play nice with the Freys right now in the aftermath of the Red Wedding, so that Wyman Manderly, the head of that house, can get his son Willis back. Because after the Red Wedding, anyone who wasn't, right away, they were captured and basically held prisoner as captives so that the northern houses would now play nice in the aftermath. Obviously, they're not going to want to risk any of their family members who might have survived the Red Wedding, so that is why, you have all of these northern houses suddenly listening to the Boltons and the Freys. So it's at a big feast where Wyman Manderly is trying to, pretend to play nice with the Freys that he goes on and on about these pork pies that are so good, they're so tasty, and hey, every Frey who's here, I really hope you're eating them because I made them special just for you. It's like, okay, that's kind of weird. But also remember that at this same time, there are several Freys who have gone missing and no one knows where they are. And the other Freys who are, with the Manderlys right now keep accusing them, being like, I think you had something to do with the disappearance. And Wyman's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, want some more pie? So that's part one of what I think got combined into that Arya scene. And then part two is going to be the Red Wedding 2.0. It's an event that hasn't taken place yet, but a lot of people theorize will in a future book, probably Winds of Winter. And it's nicknamed Red Wedding 2.0 because it's literally going to be a repeat of the Red Wedding, but in reverse. Why do people think this? Well, there are several elements kind of all just hanging around the Riverlands, which are ripe for disaster when they all crash together. The first is Lady Stoneheart, Catelyn Stark, and the Brotherhood Without Banners. So you'll remember the Brotherhood Without Banners, they're like the kind of like outlaw group that's running around the Riverlands, and they are taking out, initially at least, they're taking out anyone who's kind of harming the small folk. So whether they are Lannisters, whether they're Starks, it doesn't really matter to them because their goal is to protect the small folk. They're led by Beric Dondarrion. He was the guy with the eye patch who keeps getting like resurrected. But hey, after the Red Wedding, when they find Catelyn Stark's body, Beric Dondarrion basically gives her the kiss of life, and she is resurrected, and Beric passes in a true ending. He goes, but I'm trying not to say the word, But in the aftermath, we now have Catelyn Stark resurrected and now going by Lady Stoneheart, leading the Brotherhood Without Banners, and their mission has kind of shifted a little bit. Whereas before, the goal was protecting the small folk. Now under the control of Lady Stoneheart, it seems to be more in line with getting revenge or, basically taking care of the people that harmed her and her family, i.e. Freys and Lannisters. Freys and Lannisters are disappearing left and right in the Riverlands because Lady Stoneheart and the Brotherhood are going ham. And while that's all we really see at the moment, there is the distinct possibility that something a little more organized is happening. These aren't just like one-offs where they're just picking off who they can, but this is targeted with goals in mind and an ultimate big payoff, i.e. Red Wedding 2.0. Well, whose wedding would it be that would draw the attention of Lady Stoneheart and the Brotherhood? Well, there is a prominent Lannister, Davin or Davin. I actually don't know how to say his name. I'm going to say Davin. So Davin Lannister is one of the higher-ups now with Tywin gone, with, Jaime's in the Kingsguard, Cersei is doing her own thing, and so Davin has been named Warden of the West, the position that Tywin used to have, instead of Kevin Lannister, because Cersei was angry at him. Now, Davin has been promised to a Frey girl. We don't know which. He kind of has the option to pick his own. But that was part of the deal that basically got the Red Wedding 1.0 approved. Walder Frey has this obsession with basically marrying his children and descendants into the big houses because he thinks he's important and he wants to be important, blah, blah, blah. Walder's gross, So Davin is supposed to marry a Frey girl, and he's supposed to do it soon. And people theorize that it's going to be his wedding that is going to be the scene of the Red Wedding 2.0, because it's literally going to be the joining of houses Lannister and Frey, and a big wedding of someone, the Warden of the West at this point is going to attract a lot of Lannisters and Freys. And so this is another reason that I think, saying that what Arya does in the show is the equivalent, because no, that's a little smaller scale than what we're talking about here. We're talking about basically all of House Lannister, the antagonists of the series most of the time, being at this wedding along with all of the Freys, along with Walder Frey, and everyone possibly getting their comeuppance at the exact same time. Now, if we know that we're having a wedding, and we know that the Brotherhood Without Banners are probably going to be interested in that wedding because of their current mission of taking care of all the Freys and Lannisters, the next question is, okay, well, where would this possibly take place? And a lot of the signs, in my opinion, and a lot of the internets, I don't exist in a bubble, but the signs point to Riverrun specifically. Now, the Red Wedding, you'll remember, happened at the Twins, the seat of House Frey, and Riverrun is the seat of House Tully. Remember, Catelyn Tully originally. Now she's Catelyn Stark, and actually now she's Lady Stoneheart, but you get my point. Now, while there's several locations that could be the location of a Red Wedding 2.0, I do think that Riverrun is the likeliest candidate for a number of reasons. The biggest one being there's lots of little foreshadowings and seeds being planted around it. So besides Davin and his future Frey wife, the other big Frey Lannister duo are Emmon Frey and Jenna Lannister. Jenna Lannister is Tywin Lannister's younger sister. She is a queen. We absolutely adore her. She is the best Lannister. I will hear no arguments had, okay? But anyway, Jenna Lannister is Tywin's younger sister. She's amazing. She is unfortunately, though, married to Emmon Frey, one of Walder Frey's sons. He isn't great. He's like a little Weasley man, and Jenna walks all over him, and it's very fun. But in the aftermath of the Tullys basically being stripped of their castle, their rights, their lands, etc., all of that, Riverrun included, their big seat, has been gifted to Emmon Frey and Jenna Lannister. The idea being that, like, Emmon, not being the eldest son, wouldn't get the twins, so they are basically giving him his own castle and letting the Freys basically almost set up like a cadet branch of importance. So Riverrun has now been given to a Frey and Lannister couple, which is, sure to upset someone. Interestingly, the last time we hear about them and Riverrun is after Jaime has secured it, where Jaime runs into a man named Tom of Seven Streams. Now, Tom of Seven Streams is a singer, and he's seeking to set up shop at Riverrun so he can kind of wait out the winter, because winter is coming, quite literally. So he talks to Jaime about it, and Jaime's like, hey, just make sure that you make Jenna happy, my aunt. She's the one you need to impress, and then you'll be fine to be able to stay here, probably. The only issue is Tom of Seven Streams is in the Brotherhood Without Banners. We meet him before, we see him, and it's very obvious to most people that he is infiltrating Riverrun. Why? Well, I think we know why. And so the last ingredient here that's been missing up until this point is Jaime and Brienne, because last we see of them, they have disappeared into the Riverland. Brienne was initially captured by the Brotherhood Without Banners and Lady Stoneheart and seemingly, tied to a tree. But then later, she randomly shows up at Jaime's tent as he is, handling things in the Riverland. Now, how Brienne escapes, we have no idea. But she just shows up to Jaime and tells Jaime, I know where Arya Stark is. I need you to come with me. And Jaime, trusting Brienne implicitly, says, yeah, of course, I'll go. And then the two of them disappear into the Riverlands and no one knows where they've been. Now, Stoneheart obviously hates Jaime because she thinks that he's responsible for the Red Wedding, but he also might be the missing piece of the puzzle, a big Lannister name who can get everyone into the new wedding. Lannisters are a bunch of sociopathic demon blondes who all make living in Westeros a living hell for anyone who doesn't share their last name. And they do all this from their seat at Casterly Rock. Freudian slip there. But the Lannisters, their big castle is a mountain. The mountain is called Casterly Rock. The castle is built into the mountain. But the Lannisters did not build Casterly Rock. Casterly Rock was built by ding, 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 you guessed it, the Casterlys. So how did the Lannisters replace the Casterlys and get to own their mountain castle? Let's find out together. I'm being facetious. I know, I'm telling you. I mean, you might know too, but this is just like the social contract we're doing here, okay? Anyway, behold Casterly Rock, otherwise known as The Rock. It is a mountain. It is a mountain with a castle built into it. You can see, you have the ocean down here. You have like the little entrances under the mountain. You have the watchtower up top. If you look very closely, you can see like a number of like little holes cut in. Those are windows. You get the picture. But to understand how Casterly Rock came to be, we need to travel back in time, back to the Dawn Age, which is like 8 to 12,000 years ago in Westeros. This is the time period in which the only humans in Westeros are the First Men. So the First Men came, they had their big war with the Children of the Forest, and now they have like the Pact, and so they're kind of at peace, and then all these like little kingdoms start sprouting up. And so it's during the Dawn Age that the legend goes that there was a man named Corlys, son of Castor, get it, Casterly Rock, and he lived in a small village near the rock that was being terrorized by lions. Lions were coming in, they were nomming people, it was a whole terrible thing, and he decides, I'm going to do something about it. So with nothing but a spear, he tracks down the lion and finds them in a cave at the base of the rock. And it's there that he uses his spear to do what you do with a spear, and he takes out the lion and its mate, but he spares the lion's cubs, which are also there in the den. Now, this is important because the old gods, because remember, this is prior to the Andals. There's no Light of the Seven or any of that bullshit. It's just the old gods. The old gods like that he takes mercy on these cubs and then shines a beam of sunlight into the mountain, into the cave, where Corlys then sees a big thing of gold in the wall. Because remember, that's what Casterly Rock is known for. There is gold in them hills, boys. So Corlys sees this and starts mining. And as the legend goes, Casterly, the family, basically keep this mine going. And then eventually, to protect their gold, they seal off the entrance and start excavating the mountain to both, mine the gold and also, create a space for them to live when they're not mining the gold. Now, while the Casterlys never refer to themselves as kings, they do become the richest and the most powerful family in the region because they got all the gold now. And they will stay that way for hundreds, if not thousands of years until the arrival of a sneaky man named Lan the Clever. Now, I should reiterate that these are all legends, even the origin of the Casterlys and their existence. It's so long ago that it's basically legendary status at this point, including Lan the Clever. But from what we know, Lan the Clever was able to somehow trick the Casterlys out of Casterly Rock, therefore establishing himself as the first of the Lannisters and their ownership over the rock. But how did he do this? Well, there are many versions of the legend, and each of them is a little different, how he manages to trick them. So let's discuss a few of those versions, starting with my favorite and ending with my least favorite. Okay, so my favorite version, Lan the Clever decides, I need to get into Casterly Rock so that I can cause some mischief. How am I going to do that, though? Well, there's a very small hole in the mountain. If I can just squeeze through it, I can get in. So what is he going to do to squeeze in? You guessed it. He's going to strip naked and cover himself in butter. And so he does that. He greases himself up with butter, and then he wriggles into the hole and gets into Casterly Rock that way. And once he's in, he starts causing all the mischief. He goes around and he's literally in the walls, a la Tyrion, in the future. And he starts basically whispering in all of the different Casterly's ears so that they think that there's demons and shit around, and he starts trying to turn them against each other. So he keeps stealing shit from people's rooms and then hiding in other people's rooms so that they are all confused and they're turning against each other, and then there's just weird screaming kind of coming out of the walls occasionally until they all lose it and they're like, oh my god, this place is haunted, we need to get out, this isn't safe anymore. And then he owns it. Cool. Now, of course, that isn't the only version. One of the other versions, instead of, squeezing into the hole himself, he uses the hole to basically pour in and sneak in a bunch of vermin. So, rats and just all of the, little creepy crawly creatures. And he, pours them in through this hole until they start terrorizing the Casterlys. And once again, the Casterlys are I gotta get out of here. Similar to that version of the story, there's another one where he actually sneaks in a pride of lions and lets them loose on the Casterlys, and the lions go around and they basically eat Lord Casterly and all of his sons. And then once they, skedaddle, Lan is able to go into Casterly Rock and basically claim Lord Casterly's wife as his own wife and his daughters as his own daughters. And then he is Lord of the Rock. Okay, and then finally, my least favorite version is, so basically one of the versions is that he is doing some sneaking, Lan is doing some sneaking into Casterly Rock, and he's visiting the beds of all of the women who live there, and does some assault, and then 9 months later, all of them have these little blonde children because he's blonde. That's the thing you got to remember. Now, obviously, I don't love that one for obvious reasons, but something interesting to note is the Maesters seem to agree that version is the one that probably has a nugget of truth to it, in the sense that, according to what they theorize, the Maesters, they think that Lan was probably one of the men-at-arms for Lord Casterly, and then probably hopefully with consent, did a whoops and got his daughter pregnant, and then basically said hey, we're in this situation, will you let me marry her at least? And then if Lord Casterly allowed that, and then Lord Casterly didn't have any living sons of his own, it would stand to reason that when he passed, the house in Casterly Rock would go to his daughter, and therefore Lan the Clever. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this is obviously like a legend. It's all speculation. But from what the Maesters know, from the records that do exist, the Casterlys were there for a while, and then suddenly the Casterlys disappear and are replaced by the Lannisters. So obviously, how that happens probably isn't any of the versions that I said, except for maybe like the last one with what the Maesters theorize. But something happened. There was a family here, the Casterlys of Casterly Rock. They built it, they owned it, they got rich off of it, and then somehow they get supplanted by this rando, Lan the Clever. It's shenanigans like that that make me look at Lan the Clever and go, you remind me of certain people. Okay, good night, y'all. Jon Snow is obsessed with that Dr. Seuss book, Are You My Mother? And with good reason. He doesn't know who his mother is. But let's talk about one of the big theories. No, not that one. Not, Rhaegar, Lyanna, all of that. The other big theory, the one that people really like to hold on to and say, hey, there's still a chance that this might be real. Okay, let's talk about it. And that is, of course, N plus A equals J. Ned plus Ashara equals Jon. Now, it might sound like I'm poking fun a little bit, and maybe I am, because at this point, R plus L equals J, Rhaegar plus Lyanna equals Jon is confirmed in show canon, so I think we can make a reasonable assumption that it's probably the case in the book too, but people like to hold on to this. So let's talk about the theory, N plus A equals J, how Ned and Ashara may have had a secret romance that resulted in Jon Snow. Now, the main justification for this theory is the fact that Ashara Dayne is the person in the book referenced with Jon as a possible mother for Jon. In the aftermath of Ned bringing Jon home to Winterfell, rumors swirled about who the mother was, and the big candidate that spread all over the castle was Ashara Dayne. Ashara Dayne, who Ned was known to have a crush on as recently as just like a year or two before. Now, we have to cobble this information together just a little bit, but we do hear that Ned had at least some kind of feelings for Ashara as early as the tourney of Harrenhal. So the tourney of Harrenhal was the tourney that happened like the year before Robert's Rebellion. It's where all the major players showed up, including there was the Mad King, there was Rhaegar, there was Lyanna. That's where those two probably met. But then there was also Ashara Dayne and all the Starks in attendance, and it said that Ned had a crush. He wanted to dance with her, but he was so shy that Brandon had to ask for him, if she would dance with Ned. And so we have kind of like the seed of that idea. But even before we learn that in the book, as far back as the Game of Thrones, Ashara Dayne is one of the two named women who are suggested as possible mothers for Jon. The first one is a woman named Wylla. Wylla is from Dorne, and when Robert Baratheon asks Ned who Jon's mother is again, Ned tells him Wylla and then doesn't want to talk about it anymore. And then the other one we hear is, of course, Ashara. We hear about Ashara, I think initially from a Catelyn chapter, because Catelyn remembers the rumors when she was at Winterfell, the rumors that Ashara Dayne was actually Jon's mother, and that's kind of another reason that maybe Ned took more of an interest in the child, because there had been some feelings there, and also Ashara was herself a noblewoman, so maybe like this is like, a kind of important bastard, at least in Ned's eyes. But Catelyn remembers the one time that she tried to, I don't want to say confront Ned about it, but she tried to ask Ned, hey, is Ashara Dayne Jon's mother? Like, are we there yet in our relationship where I can ask you about that? And unfortunately for Catelyn, no, they weren't there yet, because Ned apparently got very cold, very almost scary, and turned to her and very firmly said, do not ask me about her again, never say her name again. Stop. If I'm remembering correctly, Catelyn also had to say where she had heard the rumor, and going forward, Ned made sure that no one in Winterfell said Ashara Dayne's name again. So Ashara is set up as the rumored mother. So all throughout A Game of Thrones, we have her mentioned, and Ned, being reluctant to talk about Jon's mother, kind of deflects with Robert Baratheon, which can explain the Wylla of it all. But then the plot thickens, because we do hear at a later point from Barristan Selmy, I believe it's in A Dance with Dragons, so very, very late, that he had also had a crush on Ashara Dayne, because she was, just that pretty. Like, look at her, the face card, it's everything. But he mentions that Ashara Dayne at the tourney of Harrenhal was dishonored by a Stark. And dishonored is like a euphemism for, I think you know what. So if we're hearing from multiple sources, different sources, which like makes it a little more tangible that, Ned had a crush. Ashara Dayne got dishonored by a Stark at the tourney of Harrenhal. That was the point in which the two of them had met. Well, it feels like some pieces are falling together. And then there's, of course, Ashara Dayne's demise, which lends itself to the idea of, things going wrong. This illustration that came out earlier this year shows Ned Stark returning Dawn, the ancestral sword of House Dayne, to Ashara because he had taken out her brother Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, who had that sword. And so he returns it to her, and she is destroyed. She is very distraught, and she does not live long past this point. Shortly after this, she is purported to have jumped from one of the towers in Starfall, plunging to her unfortunate demise. Now the plot thickens even more because what is the reason for her doing that? Well, there's rumors about that. There's rumors that it was just the grief, that it was rejection by who we don't know, or the possible loss of a child. That's a big one. That is something that we hear, that she possibly lost a child. Now, is it Jon? Is it the fact that she couldn't keep Jon? Who knows? But then the plot thickens even more, because remember Wylla, that random name that Ned seemed to have pulled out of his ass? Well, it's not a random name after all. Because it turns out that Wylla was actually a servant at Starfall. How do we learn this? Well, Arya, as she is trudging through the Riverlands, runs into a young man named Edric Dayne. He is, I believe, a cousin, nephew of Ashara. He's the generation below. I think she would be his aunt. Yeah, she's his aunt. Sometimes I do this from memory, y'all. Just, a deal. You're here still. Hey. Edric starts dropping the lore like crazy and also reveals that, hey, his name is Edric, but his nickname is Ned. He is nicknamed after Ned Stark, which is weird when Ned, just unalived his uncle. So there's layers to this. We are confused. Edric goes on to say that his wet nurse was Wylla, that servant in service to House Dayne, and that Wylla was actually Jon's mother. And the reason that she was his wet nurse was because Edric's mother couldn't breastfeed, and so they had to pass it along to the new mother in the house. Now, why am I mentioning this Wylla stuff in association with Ashara? Well, I think it stands to reason that isn't necessarily the mic drop moment. That could just be what the child was told. But it does establish that Jon is a baby in the vicinity of the Danes, and that Wylla was a real person, and at the very least, she was Jon's wet nurse, if not his mother. So I don't think it's a logical leap to then go, okay, maybe she wasn't actually the mother, she was just the wet nurse, but they put her off as that, and they say, oh, she is, because they didn't want to reveal the actual mother here. Conspiracies! Beyond the conjecture there, Edric reinforces the idea and tells Arya, when she had never heard this before, that Ned had been in love with Ashara. And when Arya gets kind of upset by this, because, she's a child, she's never heard about this, she's like, what do you mean my dad didn't love my mom? You're go fuck yourself, kid. But after she hears all that, she goes to Harwin, who is a former member of Ned's guard, and she asks him about it, and Harwin's kind of uncomfortable. He's like, yeah, no, they met at the tourney of Harrenhal, and there's a good chance that they fell in love. So once again, we're reestablishing the idea that these two had some kind of a relationship that at some point included a child in the vicinity, though it doesn't make sense that okay, Ned was in love with Ashara, but then he knocks up one of her servants? So in short, is there evidence for N+A=J? I think absolutely. I think that, if you look at all those pieces, there's weird stuff going on. And even if you were absolutely not, this is a dumb theory, whatever, it's R+L=J, which I get, there is something going on with Ashara, and we don't know what. She is involved in the narrative. She's involved with Jon in some way, or she's at least in his orbit at the time of his birth. Now, how do I personally feel about this? Well, after all that, I'm going to say I'm so sorry to all the N+A=J people. I appreciate you. I value you. You're beautiful. You're gorgeous. You're Linda Evangelista. You're a model. You're great. But I don't buy this. And the reason I don't buy this is kind of the inverse of the argument. People, a lot of the times when they're supporting this theory, they're like, yeah, but like R plus L equals J is just like too obvious. That's not George's style. He's going to subvert things. And to that, I'd say, I think we're once again misunderstanding what subversion is here. Because in the books, the textual evidence that is presented to us all points to Ashara. We have all of these details that are dropped, throughout the piece, pointing to her at least being associated with Jon near the time of his birth. Do you know who isn't pointed out? Lyanna and Rhaegar. They are conspicuously not mentioned in association with Jon, at least like by the characters themselves. In fact, Ashara Dayne, in my opinion, is put here specifically to make it look like, oh, we are supposed to be looking at here. George is pointing to her and saying, look over here, y'all. And just like any good magician, you do that so that you ignore what's happening over there. And this isn't to say that I don't think she is involved. I think she is. It's just not in the way that this theory purports. Please tell me in the comments how wrong I am. Give me your dissertation, and 12-part comments is all good. And yeah, you're all great. Have a great night. Bye. Lannisters can do some pretty questionable things like throwing children out windows or taking the phrase brotherly love way too literally, but can we blame them for something as huge as the doom of Valyria? Maybe. Is it a stretch? Sure. Is it possible? Also sure. You be the judge of that. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, what do the Lannisters have to do at all with Valyria? Well, let me tell you, the common denominator, as always with the Lannisters, is gold. Valyria loves gold. Lannisters love gold. It's a match made in heaven. Except not really, because they never meet. Even though these two groups, have that thing in common. Valyria wants gold. The Lannisters have gold. The Lannisters like to leverage their gold to become rich, to buy influence, to be the kings of the rock, literally. And Valyria is known for being, a greedy Roman Empire stand-in. Arguably, everything wrong with Valyria revolves around their hunger for gold. Valyria has become a slave empire because they need these slaves to mine the volcanoes around the Valyrian freehold. They need the materials in there to basically, get more wealth, whether that's gold, whether that's like other minerals and irons and metals, whatever. And so Valyrian society, pre the Doom, when there was still Valyrian society, revolves around the idea of amassing more and more wealth through the subjugation of other people. But if they know that there is a giant mountain full of gold, a continent away, sure, but they got dragons, why don't they do something about it? Ding, ding, ding. There's a prophecy. If you guess prophecy, please drop it down in the comments below and I'll give you a cookie. According to Septon Barth, who was a hand of the king to Jaehaerys Targaryen and basically a known historian of all things dragon and Valyrian, he was really interested in all of like the minutia of how dragons work, how they function, all the mysteries, and he tried to document a lot of his stuff, and that extends to Valyria as well. Now, he proposed that the reason that there isn't any known contact between the Lannisters and the Dragon Lords comes from a prophecy that he found on an old Valyrian manuscript that, of course, has since been lost. But according to Barth, in that manuscript, there was a notation of a prophecy that essentially said that Lannister gold would be the undoing of the Valyrians. So the idea being that even though the Valyrians would have been tempted by Lannister gold, because they were worried about the cursed nature of it, they were never going to engage. They were never going to go and try to take it or something, lest they doom themselves, if you will. For those who hate puns, I do apologize. I hope to one day recover your trust. Thank you. So that would explain why the Valyrians would never get into contact with the Lannisters. They are protecting themselves lest they tempt fate and everything goes, kablooey. But what if the Lannisters actually did end up slipping the Valyrians some gold, and that is what's led to the doom because their gold was cursed? Well, everyone say hello to Bright Roar, House Lannister's Valyrian Steel sword. Now, during the height of the Valyrian Empire, it was very in vogue in Westeros for all of the great houses to procure a Valyrian steel sword. Valyrian steel was, of course, the best steel in the world. It was ideal for all of the weaponry, and it's very expensive and very precious because it is so good. So as a status symbol, all of the great houses wanted to have a family sword, and House Lannister was no different, hence Bright Roar. But how did the family procure Bright Roar? How did they get a Valyrian steel sword if Valyria, doesn't want their gold because it's possibly cursed? Well, we're not entirely sure, but we know that they get it, so someone slipped up. So about 100 years before the Doom of Valyria, House Lannister is able to procure their Valyrian Steel sword. Exactly where they get it is unsure, but most people would assume that you procure a Valyrian Steel sword in Valyria, where those, smiths are. And it said that the amount of gold that they had to spend to procure it was enough to buy an entire army. But instead, they get the one, pointy swing. Rich people in their purchases, I don't fucking know, Now again, while the text doesn't specify and say that, this Lannister traveled to Valyria and got this sword from this blacksmith, yada, 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 the general assumption is that if you are purchasing a Valyrian sword, you are purchasing it from Valyria. That is probably where most of the families got their swords. So it's at this point that we can assume that some Lannister gold changed hands and now is in the possession of the Valyrians. And then 100 years later, everything goes kaboom. Kaboom. Now, because obviously this is a theory, and so there's tons of speculation, we don't know exactly why, if they did, the Valyrians would accept the Lannister gold at this point. Did they not know about that prophecy? Did they not care about that prophecy? Have they gotten, really high on their horse and I don't care, no prophecy is going to end me. I'm Valyrian. I got lizard fire nukes. What you going to do about it? Or is it simply a case of the Lannisters just offered too much money? Again, if it was enough gold to procure an entire army and they are wanting to spend that just for a sword, that's probably a deal that someone would be hard-pressed to ignore. Whatever the case may be, though, whether the Valyrians knew about the prophecy, didn't know, knew and didn't care, gold changed hands. A century later, Valyria went up in flames. Now, is it related? Is it cause and effect? Who knows? We truly, nothing is known about the Doom of Valyria. There's 1,001 explanations for why it happened, what could have caused it, and this is just one of many. Though, again, it's just interesting that there are so many of these, little tidbits that point to Valyria's greed ultimately being the cause of it. So many of the theories about Valyria, whether it was the faceless men, whether it was the fire mages losing too many of them and the volcanoes becoming destabilized, whether it's Lannister gold, so much of it revolves around Valyria getting too arrogant, getting too, comfortable with their greed and the way that they abuse the world for it, that eventually it catches up to them and, again, just everything kablooey. Regardless of what ultimately caused the Doom, there is some irony along with Bright Roar here, because Bright Roar does not exist into the modern day of the series. House Lannister doesn't have a Valyrian Steel sword until Tywin Lannister gets creative with Ice, Ned Stark's sword. Tywin, you really suck. What happens to Bright Roar? Well, in an ironic twist, in the century after the Doom of Valyria, it's known as the Century of Blood, a lot of people got really greedy because of the power vacuum that Valyria's disappearance caused in the world, and people saw that as an opportunity to get rich, to get all the wealth, to get all the influence, etc. And the Lannisters are no different. The Lannisters, specifically Tommen II Lannister, King of the Rock, decided that, hey, I'm going to marshal all of my forces and we're going to go to the ruins of old Valyria so that we can basically gather all of the leftover gold and riches and sorcery stuff, and we're going to bring it back and we're all going to be rich, because it's not like you already have a literal mountain full of gold. But that's not enough. The mountain full of gold isn't enough. We need more. We need more riches, because it's almost like billionaires are not happy unless every single drop of wealth has been drained from the world and is in their pocket. Sorry, that just came out. So Tommen II marshaled all his forces, got a giant golden fleet of Lannister ships together, and sailed for Valyria. They stopped, the last place that they were heard of was their stop in Volantis, where they basically convinced the Volantines to basically hey, help us out, give us some supplies and stuff, and when we come back with all of the riches, we'll give you half of it for being so nice to us right now. And the Volantines are yeah, no skin off my back, you can go try, and best case scenario, we're rich. Worst case scenario, I don't know, we got a cool story out of it, bro. So Tommen II, with the Golden Fleet and wielding Bright Roar, sailed into Valyria, never to be seen again. Truly, what a shocking turn of events. Because Bright Roar went with him, It was never seen again either. It's just there somewhere in Valyria, probably, and I don't know. Maybe we'll see it if like Euron shows up with it again or something. I don't know. He does things. But tell me, what do you think? Do you think of the 112 theories around the Doom of Valyria that the Lannister gold can really be blamed? What other theories do you want me to talk about? Drop them in the comments. You're all really cool. Okay, good night. Bye-bye. White Walkers might be the only beings who can answer the question, what's west of Westeros? And also, for that matter, what's east of Essos? Because the answer might be that they're just connected. So west of Westeros is just Essos, and east of Essos is just Westeros. If you're confused, don't be. Allow me to explain, the point of the video. Okay, let's refresh our World of Ice and Fire geography, if you will. So over here, all in red, you have the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Above, you can see where the free folk are in, the north of the wall, and then you have in white the lands of always winter. Then, of course, to the east, you have the continent of Essos. You have the free cities over here. You get the Dothraki Sea. You get Yeti over here, and then you get Ashai in the Shadowlands. And then, there's like the Grey Waste over here in white. So note those 2 areas. You have the lands of always winter in white up there, and then over here at the very edge of the map, you have the Grey Waste. Now notice with both of those areas, they go off map. They are literally uncharted territory. Why? Because the world is really big. And that isn't to say that, Westeros and Essos are on a planet that's like, say, a lot bigger than Earth. It might be, but just in general, a planet is huge. And if you are in a medieval setting, you are probably only going to have explored so far. George R. R. Martin really likes to play with the idea of like what the world would have been like from the perspective of individuals, even intellectuals, in this sort of medieval time. And that is basically that the further away you get from wherever that individual is, the less information you have, the more fantastical things sound, the less concrete everything suddenly feels. Because everything you're hearing is probably second and third hand being passed down to you because you are not yourself traveling very far. So you're only going to hear things from, say, a single explorer who's doing all the exploring, or people from in that area who you are now getting information from secondhand, translating into a different language, etc., etc. It's messy is the whole point. So with this in mind, because we don't have an idea of what the entire planet looks like, one of the proposed ideas for where those 2 continents like continue going is basically into each other. Because remember that along the north of Essos, and then basically up here, this is the entire north of Westeros, and then obviously up above the wall, all of that stays relatively cold. So we know that the northernmost pole is somewhere in this area. And so if this is a sphere, you can imagine that it's going to wrap around. And if it's wrapping around, maybe these 2 ends connect. While we can say that there is some logic to that explanation, is there any evidence that that is actually the case and not just, hey, I think I know how spheres work? And yes, there is evidence if you consider the first long night, the first coming of the White Walkers and the others. So according to all the legends, when the White Walkers showed up, they caused havoc all around the world. All the civilizations dealt with the long night. They dealt with the mass unaliving of huge portions of the population, of crops going bad, of a winter that didn't end, a winter that lasted a whole generation, leading to all of that mass unaliving. And then, of course, from every corner of the world, you have the legends, not only of the Long Night and how it manifested there, but the heroes or hero that put an end to it. You have the Azor Ahais in Essos. You have the last hero of Westeros. All these legends of how it all came to an end. And along with that, you have the anecdotes of how humanity itself, with the support of those heroes, fought back against the others and the tools they used to do so. Which leads us to 2 very similar man-made structures. The first, you all know very well. It's the Wall. The Wall of Westeros. It's in the north. It divides Westeros from the rest of the lands of always winter, where all the free folk live. They were unfortunate. They ended up on the wrong side of the wall, and there they are stuck. But there's a similar structure in Essos, which is called the Five Forts. So at the very edge of Yeti, which is an empire in Essos, kind of in the far, far east, there are the Five Forts, these ancient structures that are said to go back to the time of the Long Night. And so much like the Wall, it seems that the 5 forts were used as a way of repelling the others, repelling the White Walkers. Each of these forts, I think, was said to be able to man 10,000 men, and then there is a giant wall connecting all of them. And yes, it is built out of one of the many black stones that plague me. I do not remember in this moment if it is the fused black stone or the oily black stone. And I'm sure someone in the comments will correct me if I try to say it's one or the other, because of course it wouldn't be just the one that I say off the top of my head. It needs to be the opposite. Black stone. Anyway, but you have these two man-made structures that were seemingly set up, built to repel the others, the White Walkers, and keep humanity on their side of the wall safe. But what's interesting about them is their placement. And it's their placement that lends some credence to the idea that these continents might actually be together. Because if we go back to the map here, we can look up where the wall is. The wall is right here where the red meets the gray. And then, of course, you have the lands of always winter. The five forts, on the other hand, are on the edge of the Golden Empire of ET. It's a mouthful, that goddamn name. And you can see it's on the border of the White Waste over here. So, if we go with the theory that these two land masses are connected, that makes sense because the two structures that were built to keep out the White Walkers are seemingly connected in of themselves. And so the White Walkers are seemingly coming from a centralized location, which is somewhere in the lands of always winter or to the east of the Grey Waste over here. And then they are basically splitting and heading towards the population centers, which are, on either side. So because we know that the entire world experienced the long night, I think it is somewhat safe to assume that, the White Walkers started from either end and then moved forward. And then if, like me, you think that Azor Ahai and Lightbringer was some form of a dude with a dragon, you have Valyria right here in the middle, seemingly where, both sides would possibly meet. That last part is just pure speculation that I pulled out of my ass when I realized, hey, that's in the middle. That's kind of fun, but I digress. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that the one issue with this theory, which I think makes lots of logical sense, like from a geographical point of view, from the structural and anthropological point of view, the one issue, though, is that, technically speaking, George has said that they're not connected. Whoops. Now, okay. I don't like to argue with George. I don't like to. If he says a thing, this is his world. He made it up. It's his bullshit. You know what I mean? But George, George, this makes too much sense. I don't care. It's a globe. It's a globe. These two things are going to wrap around, and these two ends are going to be a lot closer than we assume, unless you are making this planet ridiculously massive. Ridiculously. Which, yes, I know people are in the comments going to want to be like, well, Sithorios is huge too. Yeah. I get it. It's big. But this makes too much sense, okay? I just want one of these theories to be easily provable. I just want it. I'm tired. All of these are so crazy. All of the Ashara Dayne is every woman. Howland Reed is every man. The oily black stone is plutonium, whatever. All of them are too complicated. This one, it's so simple. It's so concise. It makes so much sense. Again, geography, anthropology. It all makes sense. And George, you're going to tell me no? Now, of course, he can change his mind at any time, and maybe he said no to throw us off. Maybe it's a red herring because there's going to be a reveal. Whatever, who knows? But yeah, that's the theory. That's what it means. Tell me what theory you want me to talk about next. Y'all are cool. Okay, good night. Cersei Lannister has been a paranoid hot mess her entire life because from a very young age she made the unfortunate mistake of trying to mess with prophecy and learning what happens when you do so. I'm of course talking about the prophecies of Maggy the Frog, the sorceress, the woods witch that Cersei would go and visit as a child to learn about her future and promptly not like what she heard. Now, Game of Thrones showed us this scene. It was the first flashback that they ever did. But unfortunately, they cut out some very key information from the prophecies that Maggy gives to Cersei, which inevitably explains all of Cersei's craziness. It explains her paranoia, her hatred of Tyrion, just her general disdain for all other younger women. It's a doozy. So allow me to tell you what you missed. So the first thing to understand is that Maggy the Frog is the real deal. She is a sorceress. She is from Essos. Her husband was some sort of a trader and stopped by Lannisport with her when they were both, young and very beautiful, and they ended up setting up camp in Lannisport. Also, I should point out that Maggy is not actually her real name. Maggy is the Westerosi's attempt at pronouncing the term, I'm going to say it's called Maggi. So Maegi. So like a magi. Sometimes it's pronounced magi, Maggy, whatever. She became very popular because, as I said, she is the real deal. So people would come to her for spells, potions, etc., and she would provide for some, monetary compensation. Now, how do I know that she's the real deal? Well, I will skip ahead just ever so slightly and say that when the young girls go to the tent to have their future read by Maggy the Frog asks them for a taste of their blood. And it's through that taste of their blood that she is able to share with them the events of their futures. And this, of course, is blood magic, which is a very legitimate, real type of magic. She is not putting on an act. She is literally using their blood to, see into the future. But I'm, of course, getting a little ahead of myself, so let's rewind. Why is Cersei here? What's going on? And what happens? So by this point, Cersei is kind of on her own. Jaime has been separated from her because they were caught canoodling as young children, and so Jaime was sent off to, go do the boy shit, and then Cersei is just bored at home, essentially. But because they don't want her to be alone, they try to give her, these companions. I'm not going to call them friends because she doesn't actually like any of them, but basically they're like bed mates. It's just like, oh, I don't want to sleep alone because that's scary and it's cold. So just two friends in a platonic way, they sleep in a bed. Also, they're children. You get it. It's sleepover time. But again, Cersei doesn't like any of them because Cersei doesn't like anyone because she's Cersei. She always thought that they were kind of scheming, that they were jealous of her, that she basically couldn't trust them because they were all out to get her. Again, very Cersei coded. But they decide one day that they want to go visit Maggy the Frog so that they can get their futures told to them as a fun thing to do. The girls are a little nervous, but Cersei is I don't care. Who the fuck is Maggy the Frog? What's she gonna do to me? So they get there. I believe they find Maggy asleep, and when they wake her up, one of the girls gets really terrified. Jane Farman, I believe. Jane runs out the door. Cersei judges her as she is wont to do. But then the other companion does stay. Her name is Melara Heatherspoon. So it's at this point that Cersei says she wants her future read, and then Maggy asks for a drop of her blood, a taste of her blood. After Maggy gets a taste, she basically tells Cersei that she can ask her 3 questions about her future, and Maggy will answer. So Cersei's first question is, will I marry the prince? Because at this point, Cersei has been told her entire life that Tywin's plan is to marry her to Rhaegar Targaryen. He wasn't married as of yet, and so she asks, hey, can you confirm this? And then Maggy very cryptically says, you will not marry the prince, you will marry the king. Now, I think we know how that ended up working out. But Cersei's okay, cool. So will I get to be the queen? Question number 2, to which Maggy says, yes, you will get to be the queen until someone younger and more beautiful comes to, cast you down. It's at this point that Cersei is getting less hyped for this fun little outing with the girls because, hey, this isn't sounding very positive. Then she asks Maggy her third question, which is, will she and the king have children? To which Maggy once again very cryptically responds, yes, the king shall have 16 and you shall have 3. And Cersei at this point is just what? I think I know math, but this doesn't seem like it's mathing. Maggy doesn't stop there because she continues and says that Cersei will outlive all 3 of her children. Gold shall be their crowns and gold shall be their shrouds, like their funeral shrouds. Then she goes on again and says, and then when your tears have drowned you, the Valonqar will wrap his hands around your throat and choke the life from you. That is important. Now, I'll skip ahead for a second to say that later, Cersei would go to her septa and ask, what does Valonqar mean? And her septa would tell her that Valonqar is a High Valyrian word that means little brother. Now, please do not comment in the comments and tell me, well, actually, High Valyrian is a gender-neutral language. We don't know exactly how gender-neutral it is, okay? We know that some words are gender-neutral. We don't know that the language as a whole is gender-neutral. So as far as we know, in the text, we have been told that in High Valyrian, Valonqar means little brother, okay? Got me fighting for my life out here sometimes. But anyway, at this point, Cersei is well and truly done. She's like, this bitch doesn't know what she's doing. She doesn't know what she's saying. I hate her. She's ugly. Her feet stank. I'm not here. I'm not here for it. But Melara Heatherspoon, bless her heart, goes, hey, I don't want to leave yet. I want my questions. And Cersei's like, I don't give a shit about your questions. I'm pissy. I want to go. But Melara ignores her, gives Maggy some of her blood, and manages to ask one question, which is, will she marry Jaime? You can imagine that Cersei did not appreciate that question. Maggy responds very ominously and says, no, not Jaime, nor any other man. The worms will have your maidenhead. Maidenhead being like virginity. So, yeah, no one's gonna get it. You're gonna. And she goes on, your death is here, little one. Can you smell her breath? She is close. It's at this point that Cersei loses her patience. I think she grabs like a nearby potion, throws it in Maggy's face, and they run from the tent, with Maggy like screaming curses and shit in a different language. So that's also probably not great. Now, from this day forward, Cersei is plagued by this. She dreams about it all the time. She's always panicked, not just for her children, which she does at least to some degree care about. Not quite like the show puts it out to be. It's a little more narcissistic, I think, in the books. But no, she's not only afraid for her children, she's afraid for her own life, and the fact that she thinks that her little brother is about to, try to off her. And then, of course, in her interpretation, she assumes that that little brother has to be Tyrion. And that's so important for the context of the show and makes me very frustrated that they cut that final line about the Valonqar because, this explains Cersei. This explains Cersei as a person. The way that she treats Tyrion, the way that she just like continually abuses him his entire life is because of this moment, because she does not trust him. If she wasn't already, biased against him because he's a dwarf, because he has like physical differences, she now well and truly thinks that this is a monster sent here to off her. And going forward, everything she does is trying to prevent the eventualities that she heard from the prophecy with Maggy the Frog. The very first thing that she takes care of, unfortunately, is Melara. Melara, who has now heard all about her future. Even young Cersei was like, I don't think I want you living that long. Because if you live that long, you could tell someone, and that would be a problem for me. So Melara has an unfortunate accident where she trips in a well and, stops breathing. And Cersei, when she is thinking back on this, while she doesn't actively think about the act itself, she does remember that when Melara went into the well, she was screaming. So Cersei really just being a sociopath from day one there, aren't ya? But even with Melara out of the way, she still worries about the eventualities, because eventually she realizes that parts of this prophecy are coming true. She doesn't marry the prince. Aerys, the Mad King, rejects that betrothal, much to Tywin's chagrin, and then eventually she would marry Robert, who was already the king, making her the queen. And now, every time a younger woman gets brought in, whether it's Sansa, whether it's Marjorie, she does not trust them. She actively hates them because she thinks this is the one showing up to take me out. And then with the passing of Joffrey, it's further confirmation. She thinks that Tyrion is responsible. Why? Well, Joffrey and Tyrion didn't get along, and oh, hey, there's a prophecy that Tyrion wants to off me. That makes sense. She's terrified of Tyrion, like, literally being in the walls. I joke about that all the time, but, like, that's why she thinks that the prophecy is actively happening with the initial, passing of Joffrey. As I like to say, in A Song of Ice and Fire and Game of Thrones, if you mess with prophecy, you are not going to have a good result. Her actively trying to manipulate situations is what is further causing this to happen. If Tyrion or her other brother ends up offing her, it's going to be because she has created a situation in which they do not like her anymore. They hate her and now have a reason to want to do that. Anyway, tell me what you want me to talk about next in the comments. Y'all are great. Do all the things, and I hope you have a good night. Goodbye. Ranking Game of Thrones / A Song of Ice and Fire theories. And, some of these are going to get crazy because that's just what happens when you're waiting 13 years for a book. People get very creative. And please remember, this is going to be another vibes-based list. Sometimes I will rank a theory based on whether I think it is likely. Sometimes I'll rank it just because I think it's fun, okay? There doesn't have to be a rhyme or reason. There doesn't have to be a rubric. Like I've said before, I am the rubric here, okay? And despite the fact that I will be ranking 20 theories here, yes, there will be some missing. I am sorry if that bothers you. You can let me know in the comments, boo-hoo. Also, if you followed me for any amount of time, you know what my number one theory is going to be, but it's not about the destination though, it's about the journey. So buckle up and get ready. In dead last, Tyrion is a secret Targaryen. Tyrion is not a secret Targaryen. I hate this theory, and this isn't an invitation for you to try to convince me in the comments. Believe me, the internet has acquitted itself very well trying to convince me of this, and I don't care. I despise it. He's a Lannister. That's his whole arc. His arc is great. We don't need him to be a secret Targaryen just because you wanted to write a dragon for some reason. Also, throw in any of the other Lannister kids being secret Targaryens. Just fuck it, it's 20. Up next, Tyrion Lannister is a time-traveling fetus who isn't a Lannister, but is actually the child of Daenerys Targaryen and Khal Drogo, who was sent back in time as a fetus to replace Tyrion, you know, in Joanna, and then the real Lannister is the one that, you know, didn't survive with Daenerys. I need to explain more. I hate this theory. It's insane. Time traveling fetus? I have to say that on the internet? Next, Oberyn Martell secretly poisoned Tywin Lannister, which, you know, amounted to fuck all because he died anyway. Why? I don't care. No, he didn't. And even if he did, I don't care. I don't give a shit, okay? But damn, Oberyn, you look hot. Next, the harpy in Meereen that, you know, is terrorizing Daenerys is actually the shave pate. Also, he probably poisoned the locust that, you know, would have gone to Daenerys. I think this is probably true, but honestly, I just find it kind of boring. Like, yeah, sure, cool, the shave pate did it. Next, the Hound is actually the gravedigger that Brienne and her little group pass by when they are on Quiet Isle. This is another one that I think is very much true. The elder brother who they speak to, they ask him about the Hound, and he's like, oh yeah, well, he died, but, you know, oh, it's all okay, don't worry about it. Why are you asking about him? Like, yeah, we get it. He's the gravedigger. It's cool. It's just a little boring. Next, Quaithe is actually Shiera Seastar, which, like, yeah, duh, obviously this is true. Shiera and Bloodraven are puppet mastering from opposite ends of the world because they're both, like, magic-y, crazy people, and I love it. Shiera, you do you. You put that mask on. I believe it. Now we're cooking with gas. What if the High Sparrow is actually international man of mystery, Howland Reed? Ooh. Actually, sure, why the fuck not? This makes about as much sense as any of the other ones. But yeah, no, what if the High Sparrow is actually Howland Reed? Why? Because the High Sparrow is described as being short. Yep, that's it. He's short. Howland Reed is short. Guess he's Howland Reed, yeah. 13 years. Up next, Southern Ambitions. I actually really like this theory. It's basically the theory that House Stark, House Tully, and House Aaron were all like intermarrying at around the time of Robert's Rebellion because they were like secretly in cahoots trying to overthrow the Targaryens. And honestly, why not? Also, I like getting to say Southern instead of Southern. It's very fun. Okay, any and all theories pertaining to Ashara Dayne being everyone. Ashara, you are every woman. Literally at this point. If there's a woman in A Song of Ice and Fire who you do not know a lot about, you assume that she is Ashara Dayne because, you know, what's going on with Ashara Dayne? Also, Ashara is a secret mother of half the characters in the series. Did you know that? You go right middle of the pack, though. Good for you, girl. Okay, up next, Daario Naharis, you know, Daenerys' boy toy, is actually Euron Greyjoy in disguise. I have complicated feelings about this one because while the timeline doesn't not fit, that is such a preposterous idea, but the timeline does weirdly fit, and I do think it's funny that it weirdly fits. So basically, Daario is imprisoned for a long time during the Siege of Meereen, and it is during that time that we get introduced to Euron for the first time. So, like, technically, he is gone just as he shows up, and that's weird and funny. There's other reasonings that people have, and like, it is a theory. It's not my personal hill to die on, but I do think it's fun. Yes, this is the content I want. Patchface is actually the drowned god. This is so stupid. Oh, I know. But make it Cthulhu. Oh my god, yeah. Patchface is the drowned god. I don't give a shit if it's real. This is my headcanon. I say so. Then, of course, we have Jojen Paste. Remember that time that Bran might have accidentally eaten his, like, only bestie in the world to gain magical powers, you know, unknowingly? Whoops. Yeah, Jojen's probably Paste. Let's be real. And of course, secret Blackfires. I love this theory. I like fully believe this theory, at least with young Griff. So yeah, young Griff, who is Aegon Targaryen, is probably just a Blackfire who Varys is putting up to, you know, try to put the Blackfires on the throne. Also, Varys might be a Blackfire too. Who fucking knows? But yeah, Blackfire theory. It's fun. Also, there's so many breadcrumbs. Like, you can't ignore it. I'm sorry. Up next, the Great Northern Conspiracy. I love this theory. This theory is so fun. And I haven't done a full vid on it. But basically, the houses of the North are playing both the Boltons and Stannis Baratheon. because right now these two are on like a collision course in the books, and they each have like some northern houses with them. And so the idea is that the northern houses are all actually conspiring to basically just get these two to kill each other, and then their plan is to secretly crown either Rickon Stark or Jon Snow, because part of the theory is some people think that the northern houses are aware of Robb's will, which named Jon Snow as his successor because he thought Rickon and Bran were dead. It's fun. I love the idea of the northern houses playing these two. Do I think that Jon Snow will actually be resurrected as the Night's King? No, but hey, it's juicy. I love this theory. I love the idea of like Melisandre trying to bring to life like Azor Ahai, only to create like the inverse of it. And we get instead a crazy Night King bent on revenge who's been wrongfully murdered and is the new, Night's King, Lord Commander, monster in league with the others. It's fun. And if this makes you sad, well, I just really don't care. It's a theory. We're doing theories, you weirdo. Just be happy. We're having fun. Continuing the batshit crazy ones, we have Bolton. And yes, Roose Bolton is a secret vampire who has been, taking this stuff off of his sons and making a new suit. And that's how you don't know that he's doing it. And he's this weird vampire eldritch creature who's just, procreating to make more suits for him because he's a vampire. You want evidence? I just told you he was a vampire. Who fucking cares about evidence? Just have fun. Up next, Lyanna Stark, Ned Stark's sister, who Rhaegar Targaryen, took and caused a whole war, is actually the Knight of the Laughing Tree. I am willing to pay any amount of money to bet on this. This is true. You can't convince me otherwise. The Knight of the Laughing Tree was this mystery knight that showed up at the tourney of Harrenhal, which is the tourney where basically all of the shit went down with like Rhaegar and stuff, where Rhaegar first probably met Lyanna because Rhaegar was put in charge of finding the Knight of the Laughing Tree, this mystery knight, and went off to do so, but then couldn't find him. But hey, Lyanna is probably that knight because Lyanna is like a good warrior, and Howland Reed, man of mystery, was being bullied by some Freys. So the next day, this new knight appears and just like destroys them in the tourney. And it was probably Lyanna defending Howland because he's just a cute little guy that knows all the secrets. I know this is Lyanna, y'all. Tyrion Lannister is a horse. Don't argue with me. He is. Tyrion Lannister is a Lannister cousin who is described as, disappearing during the riot at King's Landing, where he was last seen a horse. It's so stupid. I love it. And then in second place, one of my favorite theories of all time, the Grand Tyrell theory. So in the theory, Cersei is losing her mind through A Feast for Crows. She's in charge, but she does not trust the Tyrell. She's so paranoid. And at every inch, around every corner, she thinks that there is a Tyrell conspiracy to undermine her and to like try to subdue her and kill her and all this. But what if, she's right? What if the Tyrells are actually trying to scheme against Cersei and Loras isn't actually really that injured and they're just biding their time because they're gonna get her, and Cersei's right. Everyone's in the walls. Tyrion's in the walls. The Tyrells are in the walls. They're all out to get her. Ah! It's stupid, but I like it. But there is one theory that I love more than the Grand Tyrell theory, and it is, of course, up where they walk, up where they run, up where they stay all day in the sun, wandering free. Wish I could be part of that world. Yes. Varys is a mermaid. What else do you need, y'all? This is the only theory that matters. This is the only theory that will ever matter. All the other ones, it's just set dressing. Varys is a mermaid. Have a great night.